right, then, friends. Hey, hey, hey. Good to see you, everybody. Hello. Happy Friday evening. Happy weekend to you. If you're on the other side of the world, you're already into your Saturday. So, welcome, everybody. Can you believe it's Friday already? Here we are, June 5th, almost a week into June already. Crazy, crazy. But so happy to be here and excited for another wonderful adventure with all of my Zen friends. See what Spirit has to say for us this evening and what we can learn and grow through everyone's experiences, right? But before we get into all that, let us begin by taking a big, deep breath together, coming out of the chaos of the outside world, out of the future, out of the past, come back to the now in our little bubble of love. And we'll just allow ourselves just to come back to this moment, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more beautiful energy. And we'll bring in the feather as well to move some energy. I'll talk about that in a sec, though. But before we do that, let's start with a big, deep breath. If you want to join me, we'll just take a deep inhale, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and slow exhale out is the key to slow our roll so we can come into this moment, right? So if you want to join me, let's do it. Here we go. Big, deep breath in. Mm, beautiful, beautiful. It always just feels so good just to take a breath and calm down, right? I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as I do that, we can just imagine that beautiful love inside of us just rolling out, and of course, we can let it go into our minds and all our thoughts and beliefs, into our hearts, all of our emotions, to our energetic bodies, into our chakras and our meridians, out into our auras, and of course, into, I think I said our physical bodies, into all of our cells of our body too, just to fill us completely up and then fly to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet as well. So after the third gong, I will bring in a beautiful feather. We'll bring in some energy. We'll clear away mental, emotional, physical, and energetic energies, whatever you're wanting to let go of. Just you can focus in on that and allow that energy to take that and help us release it. So, of course, what we can do to help ground ourselves and to raise our love vibration is to focus on gratitude. So, if we have one little thing we're grateful for in this moment or something from the past, just sincerely being grateful immediately raises our vibration, attracts messages from spirit, as well as magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So it's always a win win, win win win, right? All right. So we will dive in. So remember gratitude. Here we go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Hope that wasn't too loud. That second one was pretty loud. Always scares me. Well, startles me. Woo, wake up. Beautiful energy. Thank you guys so much. I can always tell when you guys join in. So powerful. So powerful. So, hello, everyone. So excited, as I said, for the messages that are going to be coming in this evening. And boy, what a wonderful couple of sessions we had the last 2 nights. They went 8 hours, so new records set. And last night, I it was like 1 a.m. and my energy was going away, so I couldn't get to all the free readings, but I did go on a special session this morning. Sarah, you cracked me up. I thought of it too when I call it a makeup session, and I always think, I wonder if people think I'm gonna do makeup. And Sarah, you cracked me up when you said, "Oh, I saw that," and I thought, "Oh, bruddaZEN's starting something new." But it actually is a makeup for the free readings I didn't get to last night. I do have, here's the link in case you did have a free reading last night. If you look at the pinned comment in both that session and last night's session, I have that link to that video, but it has the list of people I got to, and then the whole list of people I didn't. It was around 20, I think, around 20. But I did complete them this morning. So refreshed and ready to go. So be sure to check those out. If you are new to my channel, hey, I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea. So welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor, which I'm so grateful for. We have a great time full of love and laughter, and we love hearing from spirit. So welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. So thank you so much for being here. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all detailed down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. So we dive into those first, and we dive deeper, meaning we pull more cards for those too. And if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or down in the description area. I have my Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. Don't have any set dollar amounts right now. So whatever you give from your heart, I honor that. If your donation is a $5 or more, tonight we're continuing to finish up using the animal apothecary. So you get an extra little fortune cookie for that. All other donations we're pulling from these healing energy oracle, these big honkin' cards. Beautiful energy. So we moved on to those last night. So we still have quite a few of those that we get to go through. And tonight we'll be using the Amber Glass Tarot. Very interesting energies with this one. They look like figurines in a way. I'll show you one here. Of course, the Lover's card is what's here. I like that it looks like figurines. It's almost like this energy, like we're kind of standing back looking. Like it almost puts me in an energy of being my higher self, looking at, what's going on in the card because it's like staged. Like they're real figurines. So I like that. It'll be interesting energy tonight, and that's when we're going to be using. I do get to all readings at some point, is how I work. So I do get to free readings sometime. In the case of last night, we have, I didn't complete everything, and then I finished them up this morning, as I said just a moment ago. But I do post a pinned comment at the end of each session listing all of the readings completed with timestamps. So always check the pinned comment. I say if I finished everything and if I didn't, what I'm going to do. And then, like in this case, when I finished this morning, I even posted um, the link to the new video, the stream for this morning, on that pinned comment from last night. So always check those. That's why I put all the deets in case you don't want to wait until we get here. So I like that. So I love all that. What else? I think that's the majority of how everything works. I do have also a podcast that is out usually every kinda 2 weeks or so. Um, this one's gonna be a couple days late. Usually, they're out on every second kinda Thursday, but because of my long sessions and, other things going on in my, non-on-air time, it's gonna be a little late, and that's okay. It's gonna be perfect timing, right? A wizard is never late. They're always perfectly on time. That's from Lord of the Rings. I know, such a geek, but if you wanna catch up on the any of the other, sessions, the playlist for my podcast is down in the description area, or if you click on my name and go to my main channel page in YouTube, it's at the playlist is at the top, of course. So, that is the skinny there, and so I will make sure we've got all of our donations and everything on the list. I'll do some shout outs and then I will get into the readings, which is what we're here for to hear from spirit. Always fun. So let us dive in. We'll start on the bottom and work our way up. Add some space in here. All right, there we go. Breathing, got some breathing room here. All right, so we will start with, hey, Jojo, good to see you. Hello, hello, good morning to you from the other side of the planet. So thank you for your, I see 2 donations here. So you're so funny. Did the crow you rescued actually need help? Or was it, not forced R&R, but forced CPR? They're like, "Quit kissing me." Like, quit helping me. All right, we will look into that, and I'll put your other question when we get there. We also have May in the house. Hey, May, good to see you. Now, May, I do have you a donation, so you'll be up first on the donations, and so this is your, free reading request, I presume, so we'll get you on there. Oh, nope, that's the second one. Duh, I just saw it. So we'll get you on for your second donation there. I see it now. Oh, let me give these loves and likes while I'm doing them, so I know I've got them on the list here. Boom, boom, and now we've got that one on there as well. We got Debbie O in the house. Hey, Debbie O. So, yeah, that, the prayer, the Ho'oponopono prayer that you mentioned, it was like yesterday I'd seen I'm sorting, cleaning out my desk because I had, like, stacks of stuff everywhere, and I wanted to refresh, so all my sticky notes were piled up, and I had that Ho'oponopono prayer as one of the things I had, like, stuck on my monitors, and I love that. My dad and his wife are in Hawaii. My stepmom are in Hawaii, and they were all about the Ho'oponopono and the aloha, understanding all of the spirit of the islands. It's beautiful. And so when you mentioned it yesterday, I'm like, all right, that's what I'm going to post tomorrow. I was trying to decide what I was going to do, so I created that this morning. So thank you for being a messenger from spirit. If you guys haven't checked it out, it's in my social media and in the what do they call it? Community area on my channel, so you can check that out. So thank you for that. And then we have Schumann. Hello, hello. You want to know what's coming towards you in love? And I think yours was one of the ones that I did this morning. So if you didn't see that posted, let me repost it real quick here for anyone new coming in. If I didn't get to your reading last night, I did come in this morning and did a stream, well, kind of mid-morning, probably in the afternoon for some of you guys. But here's the link for the makeup session this morning. And I do believe yours was the last one I did. So there we go. And then plate of spaghetti. Hey, hey, good to see you. Same for you. I think you were the first person on the list, if I recall. So be sure to check out that link for your reading last night. And of course, you guys can put new ones for tonight, as always. Right? We got Livier Vagata in the house. Hey, Livier, good to see you. Happy Friday to you. We'll get you on the free list here. Cheers, cheers. Yeah, and Jojo, yeah, yeah, you mentioned, on the makeup session, I was gonna put a clown because Sarah was funny. She goes, "Thought you were gonna do makeup tutorials." And And I was like, I thought of that for some reason. I think of it every time I do it. I'm like, maybe I should call it something else. I'm like, I'm gonna make it fun. And I was gonna put a clown on there. And when I was searching for the content to put on the little um page, whatever, the little dog popped up, and he's kinda like a dog clown in a way. And I'm like, oh, it has to be that one. So I love it. All right, so that is what we have. So we got you on the list there, and we got Sudeshna. So you have an additional one here. I do have your other ones on the list as well. Let me just make sure I'm putting these in the right order here. So we've got that one will be after that there. So Sudeshna, I've got that one on the list there. And then we've got, is that Ismail? Ismail? I'm probably totally murdering your name. I'm so sorry. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the donation list here too. Come on. There it goes. So I got you on the list here. Just wanted to clean that up a little bit. So we'll give that a love and a like. And I think that was those up to there. All right, very good. All right, and then Debbie O, I see here's that, the question you had mentioned in the comment there, so we'll get that on there. And we're doing good. So we have all that. And I think I've got everyone else up to that point. And I did get Crystal. I got your PayPal in there. All right. So we got Alice on the donation list here too from earlier. And we've got Sudeshna. I got your 2 there. I got May's original one. And then also Coursera, I got your donation too. I got you on the list here. So thank you for that. And I think we have Chelsea. I had yours as well. So we got you on the list here. And for the free readings, we do have Ashish, Divine Soul, and then Butterfly, and Swobrute Bobby as well. So I think, let me do one little look-see here. Okay, let me just give these a like too, since it didn't let me do those earlier. We got those. Okay, so I think we're good here. And we got me in the house. Hey, me, good to see you. Hello. Hey, plate of spaghetti. So hopefully you caught my little messages earlier there, spaghetti. I did, you had asked if your question's still done, but I did those this morning. So if you didn't catch that, just for one last time before I dive in to the readings here, here's from this morning, the makeup session from last night, because after 8 hours, I didn't have any more energy left, and I had like 20, I think it was around 20-ish free readings still to complete. So I completed those this morning. So check the pinned comment on both last night or this one, and you'll see if you were completed last night or if you were completed this morning, which I know Plate of Spaghetti, you were completed this morning. And on Schumann, I believe you were this morning too. I think you were the last and the first, actually. So the first and last, the Alpha and the Omega. All right. So I think I've got everyone on the list now. So welcome. Excited. For the donations, we'll start off with May, and then to Chelsea, and then 2 for Sudeshna, and then to Sarah, and then to Alice, and then to Crystal, and then back to Sudeshna, and then to Ismail, if I'm saying that correct. My apologies if I'm not. And then May, back to you, and then Jojo, 2 for you. And I just see one question so far, just in case the second one went bye-bye from YouTube. So we got those in there, and I think that would be it. All right. So let's do a little cheers, cheers. Take a sip of coffee and we'll dive in. I don't even know what kind of coffee I'm drinking. Oh, this is the mushroom coffee, the last of my mushroom coffee. That's what it is. So cheers, cheers with birthday cake, zero birthday cake creamer. Yum, yum. So it's really delicious. So cheers, everybody. I'm so grateful to have you on this journey together. And thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love and all of your comments, attending these, watching my videos, commenting on my social media posts. All those things that you do help spread the love, and you are part of the love tsunami. So thank you for being a part of that. Cheers, cheers to you. I love you guys. Yummy, yummy. All right. So let us dive in as I wipe the coffee off. I don't have a drinking problem. I think I always end up with some on the side of my mouth. Maybe I should take smaller sips. But I'm not a dainty kind of person, you know. I'm a all right, let me just make sure I got all these little squigglies in here. That kind of tells me where we're at in this one here. Okay. So we will dive in. First up, we have May. Oh, 2222. Look at that. So May, we're starting off with some wonderful double digits and numerology. So you want to know, what did Max think the photo you posted? Oh, does he think that the photo you posted today was fake? Ooh, all right, let's take a look here. So Maximilian, what was and what is your impression here? And I feel like I want these as well. Pardon me. All right. Well, the bottom of the deck here, energy, you've got the Ace of Wands energy coming in there. And, you know, the Ace of Wands it is a bit of a spike energy. It definitely sparked some interest, is what we'll call it. Did he think it was fake? We have the Knight of Wands. I don't think he cared with this Knight of Wands movement. I think these beautiful cards. So here's this wands energy, this movement. And what did he think about afterwards? Yeah, Seven of Swords. I feel like after the excitement wore off, he kind of wondered. The Seven of Swords is like a deceiver energy, you know, like this might not be real kind of energy, illusion a little bit. So I feel like there was some suspicion of that here. What else do we have here? But I feel like the Ten of Swords, then they kind of just let it go, letting go of expectations. I feel like it was not a, you know, something that they investigated and paid a lot of attention to and, you know, spent hours pondering it. They moved on to something very quickly. They were just like, if it is, it is. If it's not, it's not. I don't care. But I feel like they liked it with this Wands energy. Yeah, and the Queen of Wands. Yeah. So they definitely loved the content of the photo, whatever the photo was. Yep, they have the Two of Swords, which is a change of stories, and to the 10 of Wands. I mean, 10 of Cups, sorry, which is joy, celebration, and gratitude. So I feel like they kind of said, well, it doesn't matter as long as I enjoyed it and it was cool or whatever. What does it matter? You know, I feel like they kind of just went on with it. But I feel like there was something it definitely created that Wands energy within it. So hopefully that helps. Try to get these cards back in here. Come on. Work with me. All right. And then for your fortune cookie for this one, we are doing these honkin' huge healing energy. They're even too big for my giant hands. So I already shuffled them earlier. So this is how we pick them. We go, and then it knows when to stop. And then we grab that one. So that's going to be fun. You got, yep, gratitude. It's all about 10 of Cups gratitude energy. Says, I am aware of the light in my life. I direct my thoughts to the beauty in and around me. I give thanks to God for every little thing that brings me joy. Thus, I enlighten my thoughts, Riches surround me, and I appreciate all that life brings me. So I love that gratitude energy that they had, and that's kind of within that. And it's a good reminder, whatever we're focusing on, if we're focusing on gratitude, then that grows. If we're focusing on expectations and wanting results or trying to do things, when we're trying to control stuff, we end up pushing things further away. When we sit in gratitude for what is and what we have had, it draws more of it to us and it grows that instead. So I like that. It's almost like overwatering something, it kills it. When we allow nature, then it grows perfectly, right? All right, so that's what they have for you for that one, May. We'll circle back around for number 2 here in a little bit. So thank you again for your donation. Then we got Chelsea up 2652 for you. So Chelsea, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And yeah, you start your new job on Monday. Yay, you'd be lying if you said you weren't feeling a little anxious. Your previous manager had zero interest in training you or supporting you, and it was honestly just awful. And yeah, you're nervous you're going to have the same experience. So, and I can understand why you would be a little bit hesitant to just go, this is going to be different because, of course, we're what we know is our history and the unknown. We kind of project the past onto the future um, until we don't. And we'll find out what Spirit has here for you. So, I want to know, will you like your new manager and colleagues? Let's see. Will you like your new manager? And will you like your new colleagues? I feel like you got 2 for that one. Will the environment be better? Okay, based on current energies. And any advice going in would be great. All right. They obviously have some. All right. Oh, yeah. And your previous company was huge, and this one is, a little less, right? So I smaller, which is different, right? It's like when we go to, I went from a public school, and our church had created a school from kindergarten to 12th grade, and there was 100 students in all of that. In the high school class, junior high and high school, there was probably maybe 30 of us, and, like, we had to play sports or we didn't have a team to play, which was good, but we had a jock, we had a jock, we had a cowboy, we had an athlete. Oh, I guess that was the jock. It's still the same things like you have cliques in big schools. The small school had the same cliques, there were just 1 or a few people. So, interesting. It's the same thing, just smaller, right? Alright, well, let's take a look here. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Pentacles, which is slow moving. Things will grow, and, of course, when you first go somewhere, you kind of feel like a fish out of water. You're used to being the expert, I imagine, is what I'm being told, and so not being an expert feels like we're stupid because we don't know everything, but you can't be expected to be like a brain surgeon without having the knowledge and the experience in doing it. They don't just throw you in and go, "Here, do it," which just sounds like what your first manager did, right? They're like, "Here, you can handle it, go." And it's like, "Whoa." Especially your Capricorn, you have Capricorn energy, right? Because I that's the, like, structure, and I get it. Alright, so how will you like your new manager? You got the 5 of Swords. Feel like you're gonna be a little conflicted at first, and that's okay because they go about things differently, and, um, and it's part of your growth, with them to understand why you have what mirror are they showing you about you? Because that's where the conflict is. They're showing you a mirror of something inside of you, and you're like, "Oh, oh." In fact, my host, she was just talking this morning how in one of her interactions with someone at work, she realized the reason why she was struggling so much with them is because they were so much alike. And when she realized they were a mirror for her, She was like, it changed things. And I feel like that's important to know, going in, that anything that rises up, like, "Oh, I don't like the way they're doing that," go, "Oh, what is the fear inside of me, or what is the mirror that it's reflecting to me?" But, don't feel like it's arguments and that kind of thing. I just feel like there's a bit of inner conflict, that you have around them. And it could be some of this fear from the past coming in as well, which, there's something to know that wherever we go, there we are. And so, as we change, then the outside world changes too. And, I've had friends, and I'm not saying this is you because I feel like in between you've done a lot of reflection work. But if we don't do reflection work and we go from job to job to job to job, and we're the example is a friend of mine, they were like, they never appreciate the job that I do. And so they left, oh, this company they're going to be so good. And then they didn't appreciate them the way they wanted to be appreciated, and they went to another one. Same thing, and in the reading I did for him, I'm like, "Ooh, they're saying that this is about you not appreciating yourself, and when we don't appreciate ourselves, how can anyone else appreciate us? Because no one can appreciate us more than we appreciate ourselves, because no one can give us anything more than what we have for ourselves, and we can't give anything more than what we have for ourselves either. So I feel like that's an important energy going in here. Your colleagues, oh, you're gonna love your colleagues. Sun, sun card, bright, beautiful energy, and the Page of Cups, happy, happy, joy, joy energy. So I feel like the colleagues, you definitely get along really well here. Um, and I feel like it's because you don't have a whole lot of expectations as much as you do on your boss. And I feel like that's where the conflict comes in, because they're not matching up to the picture of the should be's. And if you drop those, then you can appreciate the boss too. But I feel like that's where the challenge is because you think a boss needs to be tick, 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 and they're behind trying to catch up. If you try to let go of expectations and just be grateful for the things you enjoy about them, and then anything that you have disagreement inside about, find out how you disagree with yourself in some way in that, because that's where it's pointing you to, right? Interesting. Blah, blah, blah. Will the environment be better? Over time, the Seven of Pentacles. And that makes sense. You have the Knight of Pentacles, the Seven of Pentacles, both of this slow moving energy. But I feel like the environment can only be better when we're better, because the environment, we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. And so I feel like the environment is going to be different than it was because you are different, but there's still some things that will be the same because there's still some things within that you're working and releasing. And as you go there, you'll realize it, and then that will change. So as the things come up that you don't like, find out what's the root of it within you, you transform it, and then it the view of it and how much it bothers you and how much it impacts you changes as well. So I like that. And then any advice going in, you do have the Four of Wands and the Seven of Cups. Yeah, so allow every emotion to be felt. You don't have to act on the emotions, but allow yourself to feel emotion. It only takes 90 seconds. If we allow ourselves to feel the anger without acting on it and whatever, just we allow ourselves to feel it, then after 90 seconds, it dissipates and goes away. If we suppress it and push it and don't allow it to be expressed within us, then it keeps looping. And I heard something earlier today that it can stay with us for 7 years if we don't do anything with it. So I like this. And the Four of Wands is joy, 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 and celebration. So focus on joy. And that is kind of that energy of allow it to be a journey of gratitude. I love this. I love that. When you find yourself going, "Ooh, I don't like that," go, "Okay, what are 5 things I love?" And counteract it with 5 things. And I recommend that, or spirits nudging that, because, um, we're making gratitude our habit and not judging what's wrong with the place, our habit. Because the more we focus on what's wrong with it, we get more that grows, right? But the more you focus on gratitude, 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 right? So I feel like that's one of their recommendations there. Yeah, and I do feel like, we've got the 6 of Cups with the Page of Pentacles. There is a new opportunity that would be coming up in the future. Something that with the 6 of Cups is, like, related to, like, a childhood kind of dream, something that you would have wanted to do as a child or something that you loved that you wanna go back to. So whatever one of those resonates, because it feels like it's a little bit of both of those. But just I feel like they're saying, just realize everything is temporary. Don't feel like you're trapped in a job for forever. Just go, I'm just gonna be here and do the best I can and enjoy it for what it is while I'm here, because I'm not gonna be here forever. And I think you mentioned that earlier, how that you kind of feel that anyway. Like it's good and it's good for now, but it's not my final destination, right? All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in with all this too. Hopefully all that helps a little. And you have inner beauty. I like it. It says, I open the eyes of my heart and direct my gaze to the light within every being. Personality and physical appearance are in the image of man. Beauty and goodness are in the image of God or creator. So I like that this is focusing in on the inner and not the outer, right? And so I like it. It's kind of what we were talking about. Whenever anything out here starts to bug us, it's bugging us in here, not out here, so we can get to the root of it. Otherwise, it'll continue to bug us, and it's coming up for a reason for us to free ourselves from that, right? So the freedom work, right? So I like it. I feel like that sounds like a fun time, right? All right, so that's what they have for you, Chels. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. We got Stop Stalking Me. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'll get you on the free list. I did complete your free reading from last night, this morning in this morning session. So if you didn't catch that from earlier, here's the link to that session. And there's a pinned comment with everyone listed with the timestamp if you want to check out your questions from last night as well. Okay, so up next we've got 2 for Sudeshna. So first we got 3916 for the first one here. Boom, boom, there we go. And so in your company, so there's an application and there's a bug in the code. Yay! And it needs a code fix. All right, yeah, fun, right? And then your team lead is helping you, although they move to a different team, and you're going to be deploying this change this coming Tuesday on the 9th. Yeah, it's already the 9th. So almost 85% of the work is done, but the change request is not approved yet. Uh-oh. So will the change request be approved? All right, so we'll look at that first here. Based on current energies, is the request going to be approved? We got the Lover's card, which is the power of choice. I do feel like uh, it's it feels like there's two different sides. Someone's not happy with it, and other person is, and I feel like they're in discussion over it. Based on the current energies, what's the likelihood that it's going to be approved? Yeah, it looks like it. Page of Wands is that it will be approved, but I feel like it's gonna almost feel last minute because I feel like they're going back and forth here. Um, and then will everything go fine in production based on current energies? You got the 9 of Wands. I feel like there's a little block of something that needs to be dealt with. See what we can find out about that real quick here. Okay. But trust your gut, trust your intuition. I feel like you'll find the solution very quick with the 10 of Cups. But this is the Queen of Cups, very intuitive, very empathic. So I feel like, you know, there's a little bump in it. And but you're able to get to the root of it very quick by trusting that instinct to go, I wonder if it's this. I feel like it's something over in here. Follow that because it's going to lead you to it there. And then will the change be successful once that little hiccup is fixed there? Will it be successful? Yeah, we got the 8 of Wands, which is beautiful, flowing energy. Bottom of the deck, they wanted to see it's the Chariot, which is victory and movement energy. So it does feel really successful there. Excuse me. Yeah. So I don't have an if not. It feels like it does move forward. I like this. I didn't let you get to see it very long, but look at the feature's so bright. You got to wear shades. But there is this movement, and there's a lot of power of choice energy here. The more you focus in on gratitude and don't let fears, uh, lessen your thoughts on your abilities. Just know that, I'm going to follow my gut. I'm going to follow this, and we're going to find in, whatever this block is, and things are just going to move smoothly after that. And then there's victory after that. So I like that for you. Let's see what your healing energy oracle says here too. All right, that's this one here. And you have yes, joy, joy. So positive outcome. Like a child, I discover joy in the simplicity of life. Happiness lies in magical moments, not in the material. Even the smallest joy is a great source of light. So, like they were saying, focus on joy and gratitude is the key. And then if you're freaking out and so serious and then we get serious situations instead of joyful situations, right? All right. So that's for your first one. And then for number 2, we got 43, 35. It's my Texas Southern accent. Not very good. All right. So you did not receive your night shift allowance from March. And after checking, wow, for March, you got to know it's a glitch in your shift timing. Oh, how fun. So you requested to fix it for May. So will you receive the allowance for the May month? Okay. So first of all, will you receive the allowance for the May month based on current energies? These and these. All right. We got the Hermit here. It's an interesting energy. Let me see what these other two are here as well. You got the Wheel of Fortune and the Eight of Swords. I feel like with that Hermit card, because there's like someone needs to help. I feel like, um, you know, if you haven't contacted like someone in HR, I think that's what they told you before, right? Get a hold of whoever's in HR and payroll and whatever, and I feel like you need their guidance because whoever you talked to or whatever did, I don't know if they gave you the complete process. And in order to have the fortune come in here with the Wheel of Fortune, the Eight of Swords is something else needs to be removed and changed to have things flow. So I feel like it's important, if you like submitted this and this, I feel like getting a hold of whoever handles finance, it's important to get a hold of someone that knows what they're doing. Because I feel like whoever you asked didn't quite know everything that they're doing, but you want to speak to the expert. They're like, oh no, no, you don't need to do all that here. All right, kind of thing. And then I feel like it does flow here. For March and April, you're thinking to apply for some, let's see. Oh, and then what about for March and April as well, right? So, what about Marches and what about Aprils? Oh, there's the same, they said. Yeah, they have the 10 of Wands, and I feel like you have to put in a little effort for it, but you do get the harvest. That's all the harvest they're carrying. So I do feel like they'll get it cut up here for you, but I do feel like gotta get someone involved because I feel like otherwise it keeps airing out is what they're telling me. It's like it's not the regular thing and it confuses the system, so they have to finagle something and they can do it on their end because 'cause they've got the access in HR or finance, whatever you guys call it within this company, and they can fix it. Because that's what they're showing me, all the stuff that I dealt with in my corporation. It's like I'd have to call HR sometimes and go, "What is going on?" I'm getting these error messages, and they're like, "Oh, I see. Yeah, let me just reset it." Sometimes it just gets confused, that's, I had a situation like that, and they're like, All right, I've re-entered it, and it should update, you should see it in an hour, and then they'll get it on their paycheck next week." And I'm like, "Okay." Like, "Okay, yeah, there it is." So I feel like that is kinda what, they're talking about here. And you're thinking about applying for some days in June. Will that be possible, and will you get it that way? Like, get the correct pay? Let's see here. You got the King of Swords, and you got the Four of Swords. So this is like, I feel like after everything with all this, Eight of Swords is done, I would wait until after that, even though I know it's June right now. But it feels like if you get a hold of this person, because this King of Swords feels like it's the person that holds the power to get things going. That if you talk to them and say, "I also want some for June," when is the best time? Can I sign up for it now, or is it gonna? Because I almost feel like if they're doing what they're doing and then you apply and do stuff, it might, impact it in some way. So I feel like wait until the old is completed. Um, I feel like they're gonna tell you, "Wait until we do this," and then it will roll going forward correctly kind of energy. So definitely consult the person that's in charge of all that before you request it. Because I feel otherwise you're just gonna keep hitting the same thing, and you're gonna be doing all of it for the regular pay and not getting differentials and all that kind of, what you're due, right? And then will they allow it? Eventually. Yeah, you got the Six of Swords. That's the moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. So all the swords energy, it feels like getting into getting everything to flow requires you getting that HR. I keep on saying it's HR because that's who handle our pay and everything too, in my previous company. But whatever department handles payroll and all that stuff, they should be able to get you squared away, right? But I feel like you need to speak to someone knows what they're doing, not just someone in payroll. "Oh, yeah, this is what you do," and then you're like, "That doesn't sound right," and then you talk to someone like a coach or a lead, someone who's been there for a long time, and they're like, "Oh, no. Who told you that?" Like, "Great. Alright, so let's take a look here. We do have unconditional love. Ah, I love it. So my heart is free from, I mean, like, I can't see that far. Resentment towards others. Yeah. I open my eyes of my heart and discover the light and beauty in every being. I'm aware that suffering can cause distress and hurt in people. I see the pure child in everyone and practice forgiveness. So I like that. I feel like it's just know that this is unfolding on purpose for a purpose for you, and it's not anyone's fault, nothing intentional. And when you go about it with love, then you get love back, right? If you go about it in then you're gonna get back, right? Right. So that is for your first two, and then we'll circle back around for your other one here in a little bit. So thank you again for your your multiple donations tonight. So All right. And then up next, we do have Sarah Taylor. Sarah, thank you again. You cracked me up about your comment, in case you didn't hear it earlier, about, well, I saw a makeup session. They thought you had changed to doing face makeup. You had to double check, like, what? What is he doing? I thought of that. I mentioned it that I was going to put a clown on the makeup because it's like, oh, look at the makeup. But that little dog popped up when I was searching for the images, and I'm like, oh, it has to be this dog because he's like a little clown, but not a lot of makeup, but it was funny. So you cracked me up. So thank you for that. So, and you're going to go to a Viking festival today, and it should be fun. How exciting! Yep, the Vikings. Beautiful. And thank you for your lovely comment that you said you love your work. And thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. And you wanted to know what the incoming energy for June is. So let's take a look here. Let's see what we got going on here for June for Miss Sarah. All right, we got those and that one and those. And then you got underlying energy here and here. And what about this here? Do you want that one there? All right. Put that over there. You kind of have a little bit of a message in how the cards come out too. Because whenever I get like one, there's like one card and there's two cards together and three cards together, that of course, 1, 2, 3, something is going, something is building. 3, 2, 1, something is counting down to something. And then when I get 2, 1, 3, or they're out of order, that means something is unfolding out of sequence in June. Something that's unfolding not in a way that you would think it would, so it's, you know, the second thing is happening first, and the first thing is happening second, and then the third thing happens like it normally does. It's like putting the cart before the horse. What? You know? And then you have underlying energy for each one of those little groups too. So we'll see what's coming in there. And oh, that's hilarious. I just now noticed. And then the underlying energy is 2, 3, 1. So even the cards underneath are unfolding differently, out of order. So it just feels like don't try to control how things have to unfold because they're not going to unfold as we would expect. And it's easier to go with the flow than it is to try to control something. It's like when man tries to reroute a river, soon as it floods, it returns back to its original course, and whatever they built in its way is washed away. They're like, nice try, humans. Try again. So I like that. This go with the flow and trust it for June. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Page of Pentacles, and so I do like this. This is a new opportunity, enhanced opportunity that's coming in the physical world. You're also kind of looking at your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way as this reward kind of comes in oddly, in this month. Your first two cards for your reading, you have the Empress and the Hanged Man. Yeah. So you are in a little bit of a cocooning stage starting off. The Hanged Man, of course, being like trying to see things from a different perspective. And the Empress is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, seeing things from your heart instead of your mind is this kind of energy that's coming in. I understand that because I was like, what's that underneath? Underneath the original Page of Pentacles, you had the Five of Swords, which is a battle between the head and the heart. So it makes sense here that they're bringing this up, that you kind of start off with your heart here in the beginning of June going, I would like to be heard, please. I would like to schedule a one-on-one appointment with you, Sarah, to talk about what I would like. And you're like, sure, we'll kind of put a pause on things. Let's look at it from your point of view, see what you're wanting here. The energy underneath that, you do have the Tower card and the Knight of Pentacles, because it does feel like either something just got removed out of your life or it's about to, and the Knight of Pentacles then kicks in with it as well, which slows things down a bit. And what this does is it removes something from the mind that the mind was wanting. That's removed out of the way because it's blocking the heart moving forward. And so, whatever this situation, whether it's with a person or a job or place, whatever it is, it's removed out of your way so that you can move forward in something more in alignment with your heart. The Knight of Pentacles gives you a little bit of time to adjust, to let go of some of these mindsets, but there's like a countdown happening where you're realizing there's something that I really want to get rid of and remove out of my life because I know it doesn't serve me anymore. And the clock is ticking 10, 9, 8. And we can either remove it out of our life before that gets down to 1 and the lightning strike comes and it gets removed for us. So we can do it or we can wait. There's no wrong. A lot of humans wait to get the electric shock treatment, right? The electric shock therapy of life because we want to experience things all the way up to the last minute. But there is something that needs to be removed out of your life so you can move forward into your next faded energy. And it's something that is of the heart, that the heart wants. Um, doesn't have to be like of like romance or anything like that, but it's the heart wanting, drawing you towards something. So this is the beginning. So there is this um, reflection into the heart and understanding that you're getting messages about having something removed out. And then we go from the 2 to the 1, and we have the Ace of Swords. Then the clarity comes in. It's funny. That makes sense that you're going into the heart and you're going and you're removing things, and then the clarity comes in, next in the beginning of June, where you're like, "Oh, that's why I was removing that. That makes sense now because you had your idea of why you wanted to remove it, but then the real reason pops in that you didn't realize what you were doing. That's why it feels like the cart before the horse when you realize, "Oh, I get it now." Underneath that, let's see what they'll tell us about this here. Yeah, it is a lot about letting go of um, old mindsets because the 4 of Swords, these 3 swords on the wall here, they're sleeping on the Ace of Swords, which is what you got here. The clarity comes in, it allows you to cut away the small t truths rooted in fear. And it does have to do here. This 5 of Cups is, you know, this fear we had before of I'm going to be disappointed, and the fear of, if I choose that which the mind isn't saying this is what you should do, everyone thinks you should do this, is how the mind works. We're afraid to do the opposite where the heart wants to take us because what if we fail? And I feel like that's some of the awareness coming in because that brings you that Ace of Pentacles. It brings you this new opportunity that's there to do something that the heart would love you to do, but that little inner voice that's saying, what if, what if, what if? You can replace it with what if, what if, what if, instead of fear of failure. Look, but what if we succeed? What will this bring? What's there to, experience, right? And then you end up with the 3 cards, and you have the 9 of Cups. Yeah, an emotional dream come true. So that's what your heart was wanting. The King of Swords, too, it's interesting because the King of Swords is the master of thinking. They not only rule over the mental sword suit, they all the kings get a second portion of swords. So he's 2 times swords, the only king that is that way. So he's the master of the mind, the master of the story. And I feel like a lot of what you learn through this is that you're the one that gets to decide what something means, not the outside world. They'll have their opinion, but you're the one that gets to decide what something means and what it doesn't mean for you. Everyone else can choose what it means for them, but you get to choose what it means for you. And again, they'll have their opinion on what this means about you and blah, blah, blah. But that's its opinion. Who cares? Because it's important with the Three of Pentacles is for you to be true to your authentic self, for you to build that which you are wanting to build. You are a mini creator and you want to create, not duplicate. You want to create. And I like this energy coming in. And underneath of that, you do have the Six of Cups. Six of Cups energy is this past life energy that's coming in with this. And it can even be a childhood dream, something that you've always wanted since you were a young child. But I feel like it's something that you've been enjoying creating in many different lifetimes as well. And I like this for you. I feel like you're stepping into a wonderful new way of living life instead of just existing in life. Because when we follow the mind, we check off all the boxes of expectations, and it feels that way. Okay, I'm at zero. I did it all. Now what? Whereas when we're living from our heart, we feel like we're living a dream, and every moment is joyous. Every moment that we're taking steps in the dream and with the dream, we don't have to wait to get to like a destination in order to be happy. We can be happy all along our merrily way, right? All right, and then for your fortune cookie, we'll do an animal apothecary since your donation was $5 or more. So let's take a look and see what we got here. Nope, none of those. All right, this one here. And you have surrender to receive. Oh, look at the happy tears of the otter. So cute. So we've got number 2 here. So the otter teaches us about the feminine power of reception through surrender. In the sea, otter is often floating on her back, stomach open to the sky, receiving the sun. This is an extremely vulnerable position. To be free from worry and not distracted by what may lurk in the dark waters below is a liberated state of being. That's the letting go of those expectations, right? The medicine of this card directly asks you to be patient, accept uncertainty, fully trusting that you will be taken care of no matter what. Be wary of the mind chatter, insisting that you need to know the outcome now. Universal law does not resonate with the ego's desperate need for instant gratification. Something is waiting to be received, but it can only be accepted if you open and allow it. When you're open to receiving, you become a magnet for that which you seek. What is the expectation or problem that you're holding on to so tightly? Imagine that issue as a tightly closed fist. When you unclench your fist, you open, so your open palm is able to receive what life has to store for you. Let go of the need to control what you cannot control. Surrender the idea of how you need the outcome to look. We were talking about that, right? Otter's power in the sea is her sensual flexibility. She bends and yields with the currents. Allow the moment to unfold without forcing it into the box of limited human perception. Otter swims in the dark, mysterious sea of the unknown. It is here that she receives all her nourishment. Otter's medicine is to surrender and swim with the current of uncertainty and receive something far greater than your immediate and limited desires. Ooh, I like that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. I love that. Hope you enjoy your Viking ceremonies today. Are you going to take your hat with the 2 horns? All right, so that's what they have. Thank you again, my dear. Oh, I'm sure you had a blast. All right. So let me catch up here. Okay, I did get stopped. I'm sorry. Stop stalking me. I got you on there. We got Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria. Get you on the free list here. And I did get two more donations here. Let me just see. That one's yours. Is this one yours too? It sure is. So I got your two. Whoops, what happened to my disappeared? Hold on. My little list went away. Here it is. Okay, it's back. I must have hit a button somewhere. All right, but I see. So there you are. Oh, I probably hit escape instead. I get it. Pay attention, bruddaZEN. All right, so I do have your two donations there. All right, so I got the PayPal there, and we got Cat Mia in the house. So Cat Mia, hello, hello. We've got you. We'll get you on the list here as well. Boom, boom, boom. Good to see you. And Crystal Ray, yeah, you are on the list here. Yeah, so for donations right now, I've got Alice up next, and then you, and Crystal, and then we have Sudeshna, and we had, hey, Isman Hadi, good to see you. Hello, hello. Just dropped by to say hello. Well, hello to you. We have Ismail Kanui. I'm probably murdering your name. You're up after that. And then May, and then two for Jojo, and then two for Maria P is where we're at. So that is what we got going on for there. So you're very welcome. And so yeah, you're going to be just one away here. All right, I think I've got everyone else. Yep. All right. So let me take a sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for all your thumbs up, and thanks for all your love. I'm so glad we're on this journey together. Cheers, cheers. All right. Let me turn that down a little bit. All right. So Alice, you're up. 10804 is for this one. Boom, boom. And you want to know, how was Kyle thinking and feeling when he saw your Instagram post today? Uh-oh. All right. So, and you're sure he saw it, right? Let's see here. Did he see it? We will take a look here. Yeah, I think 10 of Pentacles would be an affirmative that, yes, they did see it today. So I'll just put those cards back in here. So you didn't ask, but I felt like we just wanted to confirm. Yeah, they've seen it in the physical world. Do they see it with their mind and their heart? That's different. They saw it with their physical eyes, but did it register anything, right? That's what we're going to find out. What was he thinking when he saw your Instagram post? So what were the thoughts? And then what were the feelings? What did the heart bring in here? All right. Oh, you got 3 cards on either side. Interesting. Now, at the bottom of the deck, we have the Knight of Pentacles, which is, it's a slow-moving knight. You know, it's the slowest moving knight, and it's got its seasons that it obeys, and I feel like they're kind of slow in responding or reacting to it, which is interesting. It's almost like they saw it. Oh, look, you. I don't feel like this energy of that they're watching everything that you're doing. And I feel like they're, they have several people they follow, and so they're little scrolling and they see it and like, oh, wow. And then they keep moving on. And I only feel like it's later that it kicks in. So let's see what their thoughts are here. You got the 5 of Wands. So there's a little bit of conflicting energy there, the 5 of Wands. It's almost like, offended isn't the right word, but we're heading in that direction where they felt it was like they did feel their mind. They thought, oh, you're probably pointing this at me kind of energy. Like, "Oh, this is for my benefit, isn't it?" I feel like they're not stupid. They know games because they play games, right? Or they think they people play games. Even if you're not, they think you are because they play games, right? Underneath that, we have the Justice card. Their mind is trying to see it differently and trying to really it was trying to balance it, right? Going, "Is it or isn't it?" And it would provide proof that, "Oh, yes, it is," and like, "Well, look, maybe it's not, da, 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 da," in their mind. "Well, da, 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 well, maybe da, da." So they're going back and forth in their head around, "Is this about me or is" oh, blah, 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 you know? So I feel like it got their scales moving back and forth, right, in their head. And then the 7 of Cups. It did bring in emotional confusion a little bit, and I feel like that makes sense that it's going back and forth. They were just kinda confused about the intentions and, um, was it meant for me or was it meant for someone else? Or what is this? I don't know. Maybe it is. It is because of this. No, no, it's not because of this. Well, I don't know. Again, going back and forth in their head, right? And then their heart, what was their heart feeling when they saw the post there? They have the Hanged Man. Their heart is in a bit of a cocoon and a pause energy towards you. So it's like the mind is in control and put the heart on pause, or the heart wasn't even really. I feel like the heart has always been cocooned on pause, right? So it continues to be that way. And the Emperor, yeah, it's like the jury is still out on it, and the Ace of Cups. Yeah, this is the self-love. This is their heart going, "I wanna be filled and overflowing." So, their feelings are so I wanna feel like it's numb kind of energy, right? And they normally shared through passion, not through emotion, because their heart has always been cocooned off or in a padded cell, locked in the basement, not allowed to say things and feel things. What's this underneath here? You know, the 10 of Swords, which is expectations. Um, and I feel like this is almost like a mirror for you to go, what were you expecting to happen from that? And were you doing it to expect to get a rise, to get them to react, to respond? But they're a master game player and they won't fall into the traps or be, to do that. It's best just to let the expectations go. And if you're wanting to be real, be real. But it's not about they can't be manipulated to try to act the way you want them to and or react or respond because their heart is on pause, and that's what you're wanting. You're wanting the heart, right? And you're like, "Well, I have to go through the mind because their mind is, you know, ruling over their heart, not allowing the heart to do anything." Um, but I just feel like they were showing you who they are, and what you became kind of attached to is the possibility of who they could be, but that doesn't mean that's ever who they would be. That just means they might have the capacity, but they don't have the desire and the drive to be that now. So, hopefully that helps. Excuse me. And then healing energy. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. You've got faith, which says, "I am confident I will achieve my goals. I live in the present and have faith in the future. I firmly believe in my value within the universe." Your value is not defined by what they're doing or not doing, saying or not saying. Your value is in the universe, right? I like that. Right, so that's what they have for you, Alice. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Yum, yum. All right. Let me get your official name in there. There we go. So, Crystal, you're up. 115.55. Look at all those fives and ones. So, there's your timestamp, Crystal. And thank you for your donation. Hello, hello. So, we have 3 questions today. Greetings to you. We'll see what we've got going on. So, number 1, you told Corey that you were talking to someone else. What are his thoughts? All right, let's take a look here. What else? Not there. All right, let's see. What are his thoughts going on there? Well, the underlying energy, yeah, it makes sense. The queen, the empress, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Because as soon as I read your question, I heard, well, what about me? How does this impact me? That empress is all about me, and the nurturing themselves, and but then also underneath that, so both the queen of wands and the empress energy, it's like, well, does this, yeah, so you're talking to someone else, whatever, what does that mean? Does that mean you're you're gonna stop hanging around with me? What about me? Do I still get the fruits? Do I get the sensuality and the fire, the passion, the emotional energy? Do I still get to benefit, you know, from you? And, pretty much energy is on the bottom of the energy. So um, that's what's flowing below the surface. If they didn't mention it, that's a big piece of what's at the core of it all, at the core of Corey. So, what are his thoughts? Let's see what else we have here. So, we have the Six of Cups. It's an interesting energy of like, you'll be back kind of energy. Like, oh, you'll be back to me. You'll come back. Um, kind of, kind of this. It's like who you trying to convince energy, right? We got the Eight of Pentacles, and I feel like it's like this is a part of your adventure, part of your transformation and your evolution. So, oh, cool. I don't feel like uh, there's like this underlying feeling here of, yeah, you're talking to someone, but I don't know if this is a pattern that has happened before where you find someone else and then you come back and you find someone else and they come back. Like if you guys are intertwining throughout time, it kind of feels like that here. If it's not in this lifetime, then it's the Six of Cups is past lives. But I feel like you guys have a pattern either in this lifetime and others or both of you always come back. I always come back to you. You always come back to me. We always end up when we're in between serious relationships. We know we have each other hanging out kind of energy. It's like remind me of best friend's wedding for some reason. Yep, they had the Page of Swords, and they're kind of this is waiting for clarity. Okay, so you're talking to someone. We'll see what happens. Kind of energy. I don't feel like there's a lot of worry here. Um, you got the Queen of Pentacles and the Death card, yeah, so Queen of Pentacles is like the Empress. They're like the big thing here is, again, what about what you're giving me? Is that gonna stop? Is that what you mean? Are you meaning that you're talking to someone else? Meaning this is ixnade, or are we still gonna hang out and, fool around and have little adventures, or are you taking yourself off the market for this other person, right? So we had the Four of Swords. Here's that peace of mind, the rest of the mind. I don't feel like I don't feel like they're rattled too much, just questions. I have questions, about how this impacts what I'm getting, energy. Such a Corey, such a Corey. So I feel like that's that part. Let me put these cards back in and we'll look at your number 2 question here. Come on. All right. So let me move that one. And then you want to know what is Corey thinking about you overall? Not just with that question, but overall. So what's on Corey's mind here? Got that and that and that. Okay. Yeah. Ace of Wands. It's about the fire. It's about the passion, right? So there's definitely that kind of energy that seems to be at the kind of core of Corey, right? Let's see what they're thinking here. We got the Nine of Swords. So there is a little bit of fear of expectations. The Nine of Swords it's nightmare and insomnia energy, but it's like getting to the point of I'm tired of trying to be what everyone else wants me to be. I don't like expectations. I want to be able just to be who I am and not worry about that I'm disappointing people or people are being hurt by my actions or non-actions, my words or my silence. And I'm just, kind of it's like almost exhausted. The 10 of swords is I'm done, I'm at the door. The 9 is I'm done trying to be what other people want me to be. I'm going to be me kind of energy. So I do feel here there's a little bit of that. What was that? Was that the 10 of swords? Yeah. Because on the top of the deck, not the bottom, but the top of the deck is the 10 of swords. So that's kind of what's coming next is that they're um like I'm not worrying about it. I'm done trying to be and trying to live up to what other people want of me. And so like if we told them, "Hey, I just want to let you know that I'm talking to someone else." They're like, "Oh, were you trying to get me to do something with this?" I think that's what they're thinking about on the inside is, "Oh, this designed to try to make me jealous, to try to make me act, to try to make me jump through hoops." I'm not a poodle, I'm not a circus dog. He's so funny. He's so kind of crass on the inside at least. But he's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna jump through hoops. I'm gonna be who I am." And the more he is saying, the more that you push me, the more I go in the other direction. And which is so him. And that's what happens with any human, really. It's like a teenager. If you try to tell them, don't do this, what are they going to do? The exact opposite, right? If you try to push them, they're going to resist. You try to pull them, they're going to pull back. So there is this releasing the expectations and be real with them is how not trying to manipulate them in any way. They won't respond well to that. No human really does once they realize that's what's going on. They're like, "No," right? Let's see what else is going on in their head here. You got the 8 of Wands and the 10 of Cups. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the 8 of Wands is a lot of passion again. That's that energy that's, flowing in there. The 10 of Cups energy, they do like they do like emotion. It's almost like an avoidant personality kind of energy that comes in is they enjoy the passion, they enjoy the emotion, but when connection starts to be um, an issue or a desire or something that's being asked for, then that's when and they go in the other direction because connection is what scares them. Doesn't mean they don't care and they don't enjoy what they're doing and who they're with and what they're doing, but connection for an avoidant is scary. Space, space away feels safe. For anxious attachers, which I realize I probably was one in my relationships too. Um, we connection is what we desire, and if we don't have it, that freaks us out, so we push for it, but when we push for it with an avoidant, we push them away. When we, "Oh, fine," and we turn back, then they're like, "Okay, I feel safe," and then they feel safe to go forward again toward us, but then when we turn around and go, "Oh," and then we try to smother with connection again, that sends them in the other direction. It's just this repetitive cycle that happens, right? So it's interesting. And then we have the 9 of wands and the 5 of swords. So, yeah, this is that the little wall that they have up here with the 9 of wands and the 5 of swords is an energy of a battle between their head and their heart that comes in here, right? And, again, their heart wants to leap forward and it loves the connection of the emotions and the passions, but the mind is the one that freaks out, and they're the one that's flipped the switch, and that's when they run, and they withdraw, and then when they feel safe, then they come back, and they keep doing that, right? I don't know if you recognize that pattern, if that sounds familiar, with that. And then we have the 7 of swords. Yeah, so there is here, there is this it's not, like you're a deceiver or a cheater kind of energy, but it is a and I feel like this is where the sense from them anyway, that you're trying to manipulate and make them be something else, that's what "Oh, you're playing tricks, trying to get me to do" it's like a trickster energy. You're trying to get me to do what you want, like the fox in is it Pinocchio? The story of Pinocchio? They're showing a fox kind of energy, and I feel like they're like, "Oh, you're trying to get me to do something." And they're not stupid, they see it because they do it. Like you're talking about in the Alice's before yours. Game game players know games, so they're like, "Yeah, I played that game before." Like, "Damn it." Yeah, actually, I won state champ in that. Oh, crap. So I feel like that's kinda what's going on there. I don't feel like they're not wanting expectations, they're not wanting, intentions, because that makes, feel like a caged lion, and they want to roam free and go on adventures kind of energy. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. And let's see here. For number 3, you wanna know, what does Justin think of you? All right. He thinks you stood him up when that's not the case. Well, in your world, your timeline, you didn't stand him up, but in his little world, you did, right? Let's see. What does he think of you? Tell us. Whoa, almost lost that card. Tell us more about Justine. Got those and this here. All right. So the bottom of the deck for him, you've got the 4 of swords, which is like that, peace of mind energy. It's funny that the 3 of swords, because the 3 of swords is on the wall over here. Here's the 3 of swords card underneath the 4 of swords. So there is this um, kind of a mental stability energy of I don't know. We'll find out more here with these other cards, but I'm getting a unique thing of like a numbness to expectations from people, not just specifically you, but from people. Like, um, people expect me to be something. Oh, well, kind of energy. It's not quite as crass as Corey, but I feel like it's still there of like, I just don't want people telling me who I'm supposed to be energy, which is interesting. If you're drawing in a lot of people like this, what a mirror for you, right? Because you don't want people to tell you who you're supposed to be, right? You're tired of trying to please everyone else and trying to make everyone else be who you think they should be. And trying to be what you think everyone else thinks you're supposed to be, and you're exhausted too. They're a great mirror for you to go, "Yeah, I'm done wanting all this too. I just want to be able to be me and be true to my authentic self," right? So let's see what else is going on here with Justin. Yeah, I got the Ace of Wands. Yeah, so here's that passion energy too. So that also is kind of the same threads between both of the gents here. We got the Page of Cups. So this is unique to them because they do have the ability to share emotion and they do want emotion in their interactions in addition to passion. Whereas um where I feel Corey is an avoidant, I don't feel Justin is an avoidant. We'll find out. Well, let's see what these 2 cards below it here. Yeah, we've got the Hermit, we've got the 6 of Wands. So, they're fine alone, which kind of has avoidant energy to it, but the fine line is, I don't need to be alone to feel safe, but I'm happy alone. I don't need someone, but I don't need to be alone in order to feel safe, right? An avoidant needs to be space to feel safe. Justin doesn't. So that's why I don't feel like they have that avoidant energy here. What else we got? Yep, the Four of Wands, the Tower card. Yep, I do feel here they have had a lot of situations where when they were having this joy and celebration and all this stuff, um, with someone that suddenly it ends with the Tower card. And this goes back to this fear of someone rejecting them suddenly, disappearing suddenly without warning. And I'm kind of getting like you had best friend's wedding with Corey, you have the runaway bride for for Justin. It's all this bride because the Four of Wands is like marriage card, but it's like being left at the altar feeling, that Justin has. It's like, why do people always walk away? Why do people always disappear? And this goes back to their childhood too, is where the original wound was. But I feel like that's a fear that they have. So not, again, they want connection. They do want to go that direction, in their life. They're not an avoidant, like Corey seems to be. I feel here they love friendship with the Five of Wands. They love the passion energy. And I feel like they want to get to know you more with this Ace of Swords. So they want to know who is this chick, right? Who is this crystal? I want to know more about them because I feel like they're they're liking your vibe. They're liking, you know, what's I feel like definitely a draw, that they have for you here, because they wouldn't be having all this other stuff activating about peace. When I start to care about someone, they disappear. So, I'm concerned because I feel like, there is that Page of Cups energy, there is the Wands energy, so it seems good here. I like it. Um, but I don't feel like there's that, they're numb to expectations. They don't need to have a timeline and an itinerary and an agenda, and they're kind of just, "I wanna just hang out and get to know you and find out who you are," kind of energy. But, expectations ruin things, that sucks the life out of things, right? And so that's why they're just kinda like, "Let's just see what unfolds. Let's just see what's here," right? So I feel like that's what they have here. Let's see, because your donation was $5 or more, you do get an animal apothecary um, fortune cookies. Let's see what the oracle says here. I started having um, the battling banjos. Here's Corey, right, and then Justin. And then there's the battling banjos, right? I like it. So you got sacred boundaries. Look it, here's the it's a tiger jumping through a hoop, not a poodle. Jump, a boo boo, jump. Yeah, you might give Corey his space, right? Here, enjoy your space. So this is tiger palm. So tiger palm is the medicine of sacred boundaries. Tigers are masters of their territory. In the jungle, tiger says no means no to living near other tigers because she knows this will diminish the amount of food in her territory. The tiger's on the prowl. Look out. Tiger says yes to living near water, for she knows it's good medicine to relax and play in the flowing waters. Tiger is bold and never thinks twice about whether she should allow something toxic and dramatic in her environment. Nor does she ever feel bullied or coerced into doing something she doesn't want to do. Tiger is so strong because she creates firm boundaries. Tiger's power comes from knowing and honoring herself. Wow. We teach people how to treat us. Ooh, we teach people how to treat us. Never expect others to automatically respect and treat you with the justice, love, and consideration you deserve, even when you treat them with kindness. Articulate and create boundaries through courteous speech. For many people, conflict is draining and they would rather avoid it. Still, if you are presented with a situation that continuously minimizes or belittles you, you must stand your ground and ask for respect. The mere fact of sticking up for yourself is so admirable. It energetically creates a level of esteem from others. Even if the other party does not hear you, you will have strengthened your self worth by holding your boundaries, and this new level of deeper self worth will reflect in other areas of your life. Wow. Boundaries do not apply only to behavior from others, but also the way we treat ourselves. Do you have guidelines for the food you put in your body, the people you create relationships with, the words you say, and the topics you discuss? Tiger Palm's medicine raises its hand in your spread when you are also being asked to level up the energy you allow into your life. Start scanning what behaviors you hold that do not align with. I treat my body, mind, and spirit like a sacred temple. Tiger Palm's medicine directs you to set boundaries with not only others, but yourself. Wow. Powerful. Tiger Palm. Hey. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Wow. Powerful, right? I love it. So that's what they have, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation. I am so grateful. All right. So up next, we do have Sudeshna and then Ishmael. And then we got May, Jojo times two, and Maria P times two. And then I also have Sean G in the house. Hey, Sean, good to see you. Got your donation via the Cash app. So you'll be up after that. And take a look here. Oh, and then Michelle Smith. Thank you so much for your wonderful Just Because donation. You're so sweet. I'm going to put you up at the top here. I like to shout out when anyone gives me just a just because. So thank you again. Always makes me, it's almost like biting into a lemon or whatever. You just can't help but grin and smile. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Michelle. All righty. So I think, and then Jojo, are you still here? Let me just see here. Don't see your second question yet, but you might wake up. If unless you're watching right now and thinking about what you wanna put, that's all right too. All right, let me see. I'm gonna take another sip here. Cheers, cheers. Good stuff. All right. So, Sudeshna, we're up to you. 140, 35 for number 3 for you. Hey, Michelle. Hello, hello. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. All righty. So, Sudeshna, you want to say you've applied to some more job openings in different companies in the recent 3 to 4 days. So, will you get any positive responses? Anything will move further? All right. So, based on your current energies, so any of these that you applied for, will you get any positive responses? And anything will move in the future. Do you want that? And I do want these. And those two. All right. Let's see what they have here. Just okay, those are together. All right, let's see here. So, will you get any positive responses here? There's definitely a possibility with it here. You got the Chariot card, which is a victory movement card. The World card is also a victory card, which is a significant ending and a beginning. But I feel like I know that's enough reading over, right? So we've got this, energy here of the power of choice with the Chariot, right? You got uh this energy of that you can focus on gratitude for what you have, the power of choice thing we talk about all the time, right? I can repeat it all for the sake of if someone's hearing it for the first time, which is, every moment we make a choice of the story that we put to something, emotion, or soundtrack that we put to it, our energy that we put toward it, and our physical action toward it as well. And whatever we focus on is what we draw in. So higher vibration of gratitude for what we have and have had draws in things that match that. Focus in on fear and need and want and lack, expectations, all that is lacking energy. It pushes things away from us instead of allowing them to come in. So it's a good reminder. There's a lot of great opportunity for things to flow your way, but it's about setting into that the proper, not proper, but the energy that you're wanting to duplicate, right? To have it be drawn to you. Um, will there be movement further? We have the Four of Cups and the Knight of Cups. Feel like there's stagnancy in the others, but if there's something, again, we go back to that your heart's desire, right? With the Knight of Cups, that's where the movement really happens. And I feel like that's why there's that stagnancy of other things. It's like, I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting anything. It's like, well, you're not getting any nibbles because you're fishing at the wrong fishing hole. you know, that's a pool. That's a pool of, a swimming pool. You're not going to catch, what you're looking for there. You have to go to an actual pond or a lake, right? Or an ocean. Um, but that's the kind of energy they're showing us, with that, which is funny, but it's like the pool that's funny, the pool of jobs you're looking for is not gonna bring you the fish you're looking for. The fish you're looking for is in this other vast ocean of something else out here, right? So if you've been looking for the same things that you would have normally looked for, this is like there's something different, there. They did give you 1 card, 3 cards, 2 cards, so there is a bit of things kinda being out of order in your kinda job search here. The number 1 card is the 5 of Pentacles, yeah, which is this fear of not having enough, being left out in the cold, being abandoned. So, the lack energy is what has to be dealt with first, which that's the energy we're talking about, right? We may not realize we're like, I'm trying to focus on gratitude and all this, but I keep reverting back into my fear and stress of not having a job, and I need this, and I gotta have this. Strong desire, instead of surrender and then into gratitude, that's what was will bring it toward us. But if you're trying to control it and there's a lot of anxiety and stress around it, that's lower vibration. That's what's pushing, a lot of things away. And then the 3 cards that come next, you have the 2 of cups, which is the power of emotional choice. The King of Cups, yep, balance in your head and your heart. And then the Knight of Pentacles coming in, which is the quest for your self-worth and the foundation of your worth. And it is the slowness of things with these jobs. There's always a reason, like we said, the stagnancy, the slowness. It's not the universe, you know, looking away and going, "Oh, I forgot to keep it going. Sorry, my bad." No, it slows down on purpose to give you the opportunity to work on your power of choice, especially your emotional choice. Am I choosing fear and things that are rooted in that, or am I choosing gratitude and laughter and unconditional love and peace, that higher vibration, because that's what will make a difference here. And it's in our job too. It's our love life, our jobs, our families, our friends, our bodies, right? Our health, our possessions, our money, all that. All this is energy. Everything is energy. When you break it down to its magnification, everything is the same energy. It's just vibrating differently for us to be able to see things differently and to experience things differently, right? Which leads you to your last 2 cards, which is the 10 of Cups and the 4 of Swords. Yeah. Focusing on joy and resting the expectations, like I was saying. Um, just didn't turn over the cards, evidently. But that's the message that they were reinforcing there is it's about letting go of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, and then from the heart of the 10 of Cups is where it's gonna, take you. And it must be like a very big choice point in your life for so many of those other jobs not to be yielding things because that's like the heart and your spiritual posse and with your higher self, they're like, no, we don't want to go those directions. We want to go follow your heart. So wherever this is that your heart's drawing you toward, it really, really must be impactful to others as well, because it's the time they're like, it's almost like it's like, well, you can eventually get there. They're like, no, we're putting our foot down. You can't go to these other jobs. You need to follow your heart in this one. This is like a big faded, one of the big decision points that alters your life kind of energy. So I know. What is this? You're like, I wish I knew. Let's see here. What's your fortune cookie? Yeah, the path to light. I make the conscious choice to move toward the light one step at a time. I transform my weaknesses into strengths by mastering my thoughts. I overcome obstacles with positivity and acceptance. I develop my gifts and extend my light to every being unconditionally. Ooh, there you go. It's about sharing this light inside of you with the world. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. I know that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. Debbie. Oh, you're watching on TV. Oh, close up, huh? I didn't put on my makeup. Hello. Hey, Debbie. You're like, whoa. And I get like right in the camera. Can see my eyeball up close. All right. Let's take a look here. And it's a big screen too. Wow. Wow. Am I self-conscious now? Me. All right. I love it. I love it. On your TV, does it have a different border up above and below? Like, is it a giant universe up above the screen and I'm in the middle? I wondered because when I'm setting it up, it's different for phone, like on a phone versus a computer versus a big screen, like a TV screen. So I always wondered. I haven't had anybody that's told me that they're watching on there, so I like that. All right. So we will continue here. Hey, Alice, thank you so much for your additional donation. Get you on the list here. All right. It's not a zenith, it's a flat screen hung on the wall. Oh, that's great. You're so funny. Girl, what are you smoking? Are you drinking? Are you drinking wine? It is Friday night. All right. So we'll jump back in. So up next, we do have Ishmael, and then May, and then two for JoJo, two for Maria P, and then Sean G, and then Alice is up after that. All right. Sorry. Crack, crack. Oh, there we go. No drugs. Oh, I love it. Just all Debbie. All right. So Ismail, you are up 151.38. So there is your timestamp there. And thank you for your donation. So you want to know if you should be doing a degree in psychology, going back to college now, or something else. Oh, how fun. All right. Oh, because you're going back to college now, and so you're like interested. So with spirit, there is no, like shoulds or supposed to be's or whatever. There's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. They don't see anything as good or bad, worse or better, right or wrong. It's just all adventure. So what I'll do, usually I'll talk about like it's like asking spirit, what ice cream should I get? They're like, I don't know. What flavor are you looking for? There's not like a, oh, you must have this ice cream. They're like, oh, what are you hungry for? What are you craving? And it's like, oh, okay, so what they will do is they will give you the energy around what you would experience with a degree in psychology, or if there's something else that would bring you a heightened emotions and feelings of fulfillment in your being kind of energy. So we'll start off with psychology first. So, what kind of energy, based on current energy, would you experience with the psychologies? Okay, we do have that. And then, what about another option? Is there something out there? Is there a different energy? Look at that there. And do want those. And this one in the middle. Okay. So at the bottom of the deck, you do have the 3 of swords, and it's good to know just the underlying energy of the reading is on the bottom of the card, which 3 of swords it is normally like heartbreak, disappointment kind of energy, but it also can represent, which in this case, for you, it represents the unexpected. So there's something that is unexpected for you that really draws you in. And we'll see what psychology brings in here. But I feel like there is something because our mind will tell us this is what you should do and supposed to do. And we have our reasons why, versus we can also go into this. I've got my heart just is drawing me to something, right? And so if it doesn't feel like this, draw to psychology, then, it's your mind drawing you going, well, it would be good. And there's a lot of crazy people. There will always be crazy people. I know we don't use that word anymore, but it's just funny to say it that way. There's a lot of crazy people in the world. I'm always going to be needed. Um, right? um, so, it could be our mind having some good reasons why, but if we feel like we're existing and doing it, not living, then that changes things, right? So let's see here. We'll dive in. What does psychology bring here? The 9 of Pentacles. It doesn't give you this sense of financial independence. So maybe financial is a reason the mind is saying, this is good. Again, like we were talking about, right? Like, oh, there's always a need. and you can do so much with it and, you know, kind of energy. I got the Four of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles. So again, all of this abundance energy, is it all about the money? The security that comes with it? Maybe that is some of the stuff it's bringing in here. Yeah, we got the Three of Pentacles, and you got the Hanged Man. I do believe you like looking at things from a different perspective, and you like learning about human behavior in the brain and, kind of things too. I feel like you're very curious. The Three of Pentacles and the combination with the Hanged Man, I feel like one of the things that draws you is you get to create your own schedule, your hours. If you become a psychologist or a counselor, that I get to do this and I get to be true to myself. And in the process, I get to understand myself more too. But this cocooning and I get to control things more of what my life looks like, I feel like might be a reason underneath the surface there. And then we've got the death and the rebirth here. I do feel here that with psychology and that you wouldn't end up killing yourself, but I feel like one of the things that might be concerning for you is dealing with people who are suicidal, and that I feel like that's a big thing for you, a big pain point for you in your life, either something you've already experienced, or thought of doing yourself, which who hasn't? I know I almost offed myself when I was like 22. I'm glad I didn't. I wouldn't be here right now enjoying all of you guys. um, but I feel like that might be something that would end up being a difficult energy around that for you if you went into that particular field where you did counsel people who are depressed and someone ends up ending their life, and you would have to work through, the guilt and feeling like, oh, I should have done more. I should have noticed this. I should have, woulda, coulda, that you'd have to face that. So that's something to consider with everything here. Under the Three of Swords, you do have the Two of Cups. So we do have emotional choice again coming in here with that Three of Swords when they said, it's going to be something unexpected, but I feel like it's something, and they're reiterating with that Two of Cups what I was talking about following the heart, not the mind. Because it feels like a lot of the psychology kind of feels kind of rooted in that other energy of, you know, I have my reasons why it seems like it's a good field to get into, but it doesn't feel like you're calling. It doesn't feel like your heart calling you. It feels like, your mind kind of calling you, trying to check off some boxes kind of stuff, right? What's this other thing? Is there something else out there? Yeah, there's a different type of work. The devil card is Saturn, Capricorn energy, which rolls over the house of work. Yeah, but we have the tower. So there is going to be, feels like things would be consistently moved out of your path to open you up to following your heart. So this must be something. Well, you got the magician, something magical. There is something here, this calling that impacts people where that's why I feel like your spirit guides and everyone has an assignment from your higher self. And you don't, if you opened up, you would to your higher self and you saw the map, you'd be like, "Oh, yeah, this is the thing I signed up for." But we're veiled, so we're like, "What's going on?" Right? Um, our higher self is fully aware, but we're an extension of our higher self experiencing this lifetime. And so they're like, "Yeah, blast those things out of the way. I don't want those things." So whatever we would try to go and do that's outside of our calling for you specifically here, that these obstacles, they'll be considered obstacles and they will be removed. So that's why it's important to follow your heart, right? You're like, whoa, what's all this about, right? Where's your heart leading you? What makes your heart sing? What's in there, right? And if we haven't discovered that yet, then here comes the scavenger hunt. Below that, you've got two sets of cards. The first two are, yep, the Hermit and the Five of Swords. So there is something here. The hermit energy is consulting spirit. That's what's in the lantern here. That star card is your higher self in the spirit world. And the 5 of swords is helping people with their conflict between their head and their heart, but it doesn't feel like psychology. It feels like it's something else that you do. Let's see here. Yeah, we got the moon and the queen of swords. Yeah, I mean, this is about balancing the head and the heart. And the moon energy that's coming in here, though, it has to do with mother moon energy. And this can be rather than psychologically helping people, it's like you energetically help people get in tune with their emotions. So it's almost like it's not a psychological route, it's like a spiritual approach. Like spiritual it'd be like spiritual psychology, but it's not of the mind, it's movement of emotions, like maybe more of emotional release therapy, some sort of, along those lines where, it's, not licensed and everything like the state and all the psychology and stuff, but it's something more. And it's interesting, it's more of the heart, so I didn't need to finish my sentence because I've and this is something we're talking about in on my next podcast coming up. To deal with the mind and the thoughts, we have to do it through the mind, right? Our mental child from 7 to 14. For our emotional inner child, 7 years old and younger, that's our emotional inner child. If we try to go into our emotional inner child with our brain, it's a no-go. It doesn't speak the same language. Same as if we try to transform thought with emotional things, that doesn't work either. Now, emotions create thoughts. Thoughts are formed because of emotions. Like we have a wonderful emotional feeling of pleasure or happiness, joy. Our mind goes, "Ooh, we want that to happen again. Let's create all these rules and beliefs around this to make that happen again." Same thing if we have pain, we don't want that, so it creates a bunch of rules and stuff around, um, how to make that not happen again. So there's all these mind and thoughts and structure around an emotion that if we transform an emotion, it automatically starts transforming the thoughts. But you can't go emotion from an emotional state to go directly to the thoughts to change it. You have to go emotion to emotion that changes that, if that makes sense. That's why it almost feels like, because one emotion can have 1,000 thoughts. If you transmute that emotion, then all those other thoughts automatically transmute. Why not do emotional work, right? You get more bang for the buck. Of course, you can't. You know, uh, psychologists, you just keep people coming back for, decades, right? Emotional release happens faster, it transforms faster. So interesting. So I feel like that's what guidance they have there. And I'm not sure that the currency you have, I'm just going to assume that it's $5 or more. I'm going to give you one of these fortune cookies because I don't want to look up the converter and conversion, but I feel like it's close. So we're just going to give you one. So your fortune cookie is nourishment while waiting. Ooh, I like that. You have the transformative card number 5. So let's see what this brings in here for you as well for your fortune cookie. It's the baby hawk. It says hawk is a power bird with big medicine. Hawk is fearless, the visionary, the messenger, and the balanced one. Hawk is your highest self. Baby hawk in this image represents the part of you with an overwhelming desire to step into who you are fully and fulfill your purpose. No, no, no shit, right? That's what you're talking about. Mouse represents the nourishment baby hawk will need to develop into her most fulfilled self. Oh, the little mouse is going to go in the little baby hawk's tummy. Oh no. So, Baby Hawk teaches us the wisdom of nourishment while waiting. This is a moment for patience. What will you do while you wait for your vision to manifest? The flower blossoms in its own time, but the gardener cultivates the seed's growth. The gardener ensures the seed's fullest development by nourishing it, pulling the weeds that threaten it, and planting the seed where it will receive the most sunlight. While you wait for the next step to be revealed, you must similarly prepare yourself for success. Baby hawk needs to be nourished before she can achieve all her greatness as adult hawk. And this is why you must nourish yourself on every possible level. Ask yourself what skills your future self holds that you currently do not. Then start researching and practicing them. Once you grow and develop these skills, you step into your highest self. Wise old hawk looks back on her past self and shares the medicine to not just wait in patience, but to learn while you wait. Stay persistent on your path towards growth and develop and strengthen yourself. For it is in the consistent nourishment to become your greatest self that magnetizes you towards dreams unimaginable to you now. Wow. So I do feel like it's something emotional release kind of energy, dealing with your inner children. If any of that resonates, because it doesn't feel like psychology. It feels like, you know, maybe more of a spiritual root in it, energetic root. So very interesting. So that's what they have for you, Ishmael. So hopefully that helps, and many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Oh, thank you so much, Loka. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. Let's see. Um, so I do have Alice. I got Alice's on there. And we do have Jessica in the house. Hey, Jessica. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Get you on the donation list here. Thank you so much for that. We'll give that a love and a like. All right. And I think that is it. Let me just make sure. All right. So where we're at, up next we have May for the second one, and then two for Jojo. Jojo, if you're here, I only have one question that showed up. So I'll do one, and then if you're not here yet, I'll throw you to the bottom because depending on how long the sesh goes, you might be awake by the time the second one is the session's done. And then we have two for Maria P, and then Sean G, and then Alice, and then Jessica is where we're at. All right. So let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. Try that again. There we go. All right. 208. 47 is what we have for your second one here, May. Here's both of your timestamps together. And you want to know, how does Max see you versus other women? You're interested in knowing if you're sort of set apart from others in a special way or not. All right, let's take a look here. So let's take a look and we'll see their view of you. Got those versus the others. Let's see what comes in with that here. All right. Yep. So the bottom energy on the deck here, the King of Swords. And the King of Swords actually, they roll over the sword suit with the Queen, but all kings get a second portion of swords. So they're like the master storyteller is one of the energies of them that's coming through for your reading. And it's like they have a different story for each individual. And so it doesn't feel like they compare like this one next to this one next to this one next to this one kind of energy. They basically look to see what they enjoy about each person. And it's interesting because with that all that swords energy, it's almost like wouldn't they be in their head about all these expectations? Excuse me, but it feels like They're just more about because they don't have expectations on themselves, so they're just kind of going like, what is there what is there I don't wanna make it sound like they're a pirate, but it's it's funny how they're saying that, what booty is there?" You're like, "What? What?" You know, it's like, "What treasure does each person have?" Kind of energy. Um, and so let's see here. What do they feel from you here? Yeah, they got the Hierophant. So there is this energy here. Um, they're a master teacher kind of energy. They're the master of change and growth. And I do feel like they feel I would I would grow with you and more even a more accurate way of saying it is I would have to grow if I was with you. I couldn't stay stagnant. I would have to grow because it's like they know that about you that you're not just wanting just to stay. You would always want to evolve. You always want to, what's next? What's next? What's next? Wow, wow, wow. There's so much to do and to learn and da da da. And they're like, I would have to grow with you, which they see as both a, you know, a benefit, but also uh, what it's like it also take work. So they're like, "Wow, it's not just something that's you just get for free. It's an experience, but it takes a lot of energy to do that too, right?" So it's kind of like, both things, right? It's both like, "Wow, this is really cool," but, "Oh god, all the energy that I'd have to invest to do that," right? And then we have the World card, yeah. So an ending of an old cycle, beginning of new adventure, energy that comes in with them when they look at you here too, which does seem to be kind of a set apart, like you're not their normal cycle. You're different, um, with that energy. And we got the Queen of Wands. They do see you as a passionate person, definitely a lot of fire and a lot of intuitiveness, she's like a lot like the high priestess she is, empathic abilities, but energetic and gifts, and they do pick up on that, you have an energy about you, and I feel like that's kinda one of the things that sets you apart differently too, is that you know things. They're like, "How do you know that?" And you can pick up on stuff, and they notice your energy is different than others. We have the Two of Swords, which is the power it's like the power of story, but I do feel with you, there is a battle between their head and their heart because I feel like their heart is just like, "Wow," right? But their head is concerned. And I feel like it makes sense here with, with this especially this growth, like, the mind is like, "What if we fail?" That there's risk here because that's what our mind helps protect us from risk. Our heart is like, "Risk what? What's risk? Let's go," it rushes in, the mind's like, "Get back here," like a dog on a collar. Um, so I feel like that there is that there. And we got the Six of Pentacles. And I do feel like one of the things that pops in for them in kind of evaluating, if I feel like this is their file they have on you in their brain and, in their being, is that you are an overgiver, with the Six of Pentacles. It's like a codependent awareness energy. And it's like you tend to be an overgiver and they don't. That's one of the little things that they're like, "I don't think I can keep up." So this is another one of the concerns of the mind is, what if I can't keep up? And then I don't wanna look like a taker. I don't wanna be a child. I want to be an adult to adult, not a parent to a child relationship. And I feel like they've had a lot of those that they're kind of brought into this. They attract overgivers. They kind of turn into that mama bird, and then they feel useless and a failure. And then that's when they end up ending a relationship where, you know, I feel like they more end relationships. They might, end up spending time with other people. Don't know if they've cheated before, but um, that's a tendency that would happen when you're feeling that way. You either become a workaholic or you go to the gym a lot or you give all that energy to friends. You give the energy, they don't give it to the other person because they can't compete. So they're like, I'd rather give it to someone else that would appreciate it, that would think, oh, wow, this is a lot, instead of, oh, that's all you're giving me. That's the kind of energy they've experienced before. So I feel like, it's not that you haven't done that stuff, but that you're an overgiver in their mind, and that's what's kind of there. Right. And then what about conglomerate of all the other women? Just what are other things that are there? They got the Queen of Pentacles, some others, and this is that energy. Some of the others are um this is like grateful for what they're able to give. That's the opposite of the overgiver, that, you know, and if we choose someone that is below us, then we don't have to work hard. If we choose someone that we feel like we would have to grow with and to keep up with them, that's work, right? The others, it's not work. You just get all the stuff given to you for just existing, right? So that's very interesting. But that's kind of some of the women, and that sets it apart, right? And you're like, yeah, I get it. Um, and then we got the Four of Wands, energy. There is some, um, I feel like this is just one of the others. They're kind of like a Sagittarius energy where they're just like happy, happy, upbeat all the time. Go, 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 woo, woo, woo. And they like that about them, that they're just, and the reason why that's attractive to them is because they don't feel like I can disappoint them, because I would constantly, they would just be happy. If I didn't do something, they'd be fine with it. They're just in this kind of euphoric, you know, endless positive energy, kind of joy energy, is how they perceive them anyway. Doesn't mean that's what reality is, but that's their perception right now. And it could be that they haven't faced anything big, because you know, with a Sagittarius, if you go over the line, they will let you know. So I feel like it hasn't gotten that serious with that person to where they've had experience serious talks yet. So you have to understand, this is all their perception through Max's mind of how they're perceiving everything. And we don't see the world clearly. We see the world as we are in our through the filters of all our past. So this is their mind. This doesn't mean this is anything that's real, right? We just don't know. And they got the Ace of Cups. Um, the you know, some other women seem attractive when they don't know them yet. The Ace of Cups is that newness of the mystery kind of energy. So there is that, you know, and it's like having an air of mystery with them seems to be something that would be great, to do, and something fun. Can tell me you're a spy. No, I'm just kidding. But, that kind of energy is there, and so, I feel like they're just kinda showing that there's all these different experiences and timelines when you meet someone, how it changes, and depending on how interactive you are. It's like you think you know someone until you start hanging around with them, and then it blows away all of your preconceived ideas. So he has got all these ideas, and this is how it works, but, so hopefully that helps. Um, Yeah, and then we have here below the I feel like it doesn't this is like a commonality between both because the 9 of swords is the fear, is a fear energy, nightmare and insomnia, and the death card, which is about being abandoned, being left behind. That's one of his greatest fears, which is most humans' fears. That rules us a lot, this fear being um abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, made to look like a fool, what will people think? But the fear of failure runs in there and that's kind of their risk assessment is what they look at is what's the likelihood that I'll have pleasure and not pain with individuals? And that's kind of how they kind of look at it. I feel like, you know, you are different in that you are more aware of yourself, that growth energy, those things kind of scare them a little bit, and that's all right. If it does, then that just tells you, that that's um, what you need for a relationship that feels like life to you and not just existing with. You want to be able to grow with someone, and if that's a fear for someone, then they're telling you, "That's not me." And you're like, "Thank you. Please come again," or "Don't come again. You can go that way," you know? All right. Yep. And your fortune cookie is you are a shining light here. It says, "My desire to improve myself transforms fear into strength. I raise my thoughts above doubt and find faith in the goodness of the universe. I love and accept myself as a soul, and I discover the light that dwells in me." Can't make that up. Improvement, right? And it feels like that's like an important thing, right? So hopefully that helps, May. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. So we got some more donations in here. Thank you guys so much. We got Jessica for an additional one. Thank you so much for that. I'll get you on the list here for number 2. And then we've got Lauren Smith in the house. Hey, Lauren. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Get you on the list here. And there is your question. Very good. And then Alice. Thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 3, right? Yep. Because we got number 2 there, and this will be number 3. All right. I got you. And we got. All right. I got your question there. Oh, and then let's give these 11 a like since it lets me do that on those. And I know I have them on the list. All right. All right. Let me take a sip here and we'll dive back in. So thank you guys again. Cheers. Cheers to everybody. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So, Jojo, your first one, 22356. So, here is your first timestamp. And if you're here, I didn't see a second question yet. So, if you're here, let me know and we'll get your second question there. Otherwise, I'll just kind of throw it to the end. And then as soon as you come in, we'll get you squared away one way or another. So you want to know, oh yeah, did the crow you rescued actually need help? Let's take a look here. So did Mr. or Mrs. Crow, we'll call them, we'll just call them they. Did they need, did they need assistance here? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, I feel like they did. We had the 6 of wands on the bottom here, which was, it's like, this is a kind of a hero energy. So I do feel like this is they were in need of a hero to come in here as I slipping off my chair here. So I like that. There's something about underneath that too. We had the 8 of wands, the 8 of cups energy here, the flow. I feel like there was something that might had startled them, and but they needed a special type of hero, which was, which was you. And, because you were able your energy was able to help them calm down and to feel safe, and your energy in a way allowed them the space to recover and kind of realign. Because I don't know if you really needed to do anything physically a lot to them. It just feels like they kind of just went into, you know, they just needed support, your support in a way, and you gave it emotionally and energetically, and because of that, it helped align them, and then they were like, "Okay, I'm at a fight or flight mode. Now I can go back into I'm realigned, I'm rebooted, and now I can go," kind of energy, if that makes sense. These 3 cards came out together. That was on the bottom of the deck. Yeah, the Full card, which is a new adventure, and this was part of your adventure too. So, the physical crow needed you, to realign and reboot kind of energy, but you needed them too. They showed up for your adventure with this Full card and the Strength card. Yeah, to show your connection, I feel like, to animals. Um, that's not normally the energy of the Strength, but that's the your Leo energy. But I feel like it you needed connection and interaction with animal energy, especially theirs. Yeah, just with this Ace of Pentacles, this is about to really see your worth differently, and that's why I feel like with the Strength card, that's that Leo energy, and it's like really to step into who you are, and I feel like it was an important thing just to reconnect to the natural world to help bring in a little balance, that comes into here, right? So, I like that. Um, and then we've got here the King of Wands, yeah, and the Six of Pentacles. So, I feel like this is your energy, the King of Wands, and the Six of Pentacles is the balance. So, when I went further into the bottom of the deck, I feel like this is them confirming that energy here, that and then also it helped you step into your power, and if you didn't do energy work on them as well, I feel like, there's this there's this kind of nudge to use more and more of your energy on animals, because they're so open to receiving and they give so much energy back to us too. It becomes this beautiful, like plants are that give us oxygen, we give up carbon dioxide, and how it's this, you know, beautiful symbolic, not symbolic, symbiosis, right, between the two, symbiotic relationship, and I feel like, animals give us so much too, and I know crows are important to you, but I feel like they're like, "Yeah, I needed you, and you needed me too. You needed me that day." So, I like that for you. So that is what they have for you, Jojo. Let's get you your fortune cookie here too, and then if you don't give me a second question here in a few seconds, I'll just take your second donation and put it toward the end. And then as soon as I get your question, we'll pop it in there. Or if I don't hear it towards the end, if I finish all the other donations, I'll give you a general reading. And that generally works out, at least in the past, right? Let's see here. So you've got, yep, action energy. Look at that. Boom, boom. And it says, "My divine action incites love and harmony. I am aware of my thoughts and driven by positive forces. I listen to my heart. My desire to manifest light transforms" does that say tests? Oh, transforms tests into growth, challenges into opportunities, and fear into love. There you go. So they were in fear, right? They were shocked by something, and then you were able to, through your love energy, it transformed, their fear. So I love that. So, um, they did. Like I said, they did need you and you needed them. So I like that. All right, Jojo. So I'll move your other one to the end for now. And if you do pop in, we'll make sure you get scored away. All right. So let's see. I did get that one there. Very good. And then Lauren Smith, thank you so much for your additional donation there. So I'll get you on there. Give that a love and like. Boom, boom. And Chelsea, would you say we love men? To me, it sounds like this person likes things superficial and gets scared if there's anything serious. I say, yeah, you could be right. Thinking out loud. May says, "No, you're fine, Chelsea. I thought you thought the same thing." So, yeah. Yeah, I get it. I get it. All right, and then obviously Cancer. Hello, hello. Good to see you again. So welcome. We'll get you on the donation list here. So thank you for that. Boom, boom, boom. Yo, give that a love and a like. I'll get you on the list here. And Minnie Heel, hello, hello. I'm doing good. How are you? Good to see you. All right. So I think I'm down to right there. All right. So I think I've got everyone on the list for now. So we'll continue on here. Up next, we got two from Maria P. So 23205. It's for the first one here. So Maria, here's your first timestamp, and you are on in here. Do believe we got that one here. Here you are. All right. I'm taking another sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings after your date. All right. Then what's coming towards us next week? All right, got these two. And then after your conversation today, like what was the result of that? After conversation, and then work for you. What's coming next week? And a message from Wally to you. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings after your date, Ace of Cups, really focusing on their self-love. I feel like they're realizing a bit that I need to do self-care because if I'm not taking care of myself, one, you worry, but also it's not healthy because if I'm not feeling good, then I'm not being present. I'm not helping our relationship. I'm harming our relationship. So my self-love and me taking care of myself is important. So I feel like that's what they got from after your date. So that's interesting that they were like, yeah, I need to take care of myself. So I like that. Um, so we've got that. And then what's coming towards you guys next week? You got the Seven of Cups and the High Priestess. There's a lot of emotions flowing next week, a lot of good emotions, but also some lower vibration. The High Priestess, I feel like there's a little bit of alone time here. So you guys might have a little tiff next week based on current energy. That doesn't mean it has to happen because knowing that it's possible now, the more you focus in on unconditional love and joy and laughter and higher vibration, gratitude, right? Then it doesn't have to happen. But there's a lot of different emotions that are flowing. It's almost like seven different emotions for every single day. And some of those days are not too happy emotions because um, and it feels like stuff is going on the outside of your guys' lives that impact how you snip at each other or something. And if instead of taking it personally that, wow, they were shorter or wow, what did they just say? Realize, oh, there's something going on with them. They're in fear. They normally wouldn't say something like that in that tone or whatever. So rather than go, "Oh, I'm," you know, it's, "Hey, babe, are you alright? Do you need a hug? Do you mind to bring you a chocolate shake from Dairy Queen," or whatever, "Oh," so, you know what you can do to help them feel loved and supported instead of whatever they're going through, right? Because 'Cause they're in fear, you can help draw them back to love by giving love to them. So I feel like that's important. After your conversation today, ooh, there's a ending energy here, but it can be an ending of old ways and the beginning and rebirth energy. But it feels like whatever this conversation was very serious, where it almost feels like things need to change or this needs to end kind of energy. Um, I feel like their perception of this and and it does feel here after the conversation today, you want to know what's coming towards you is things can't stay going the way they are. Like you can't keep approaching the relationship the way you are, and they can't keep approaching the relationship the way they are, or it just keeps on a conflict will keep coming up and up, it feels like here. And then work for you, you got the 10 of cups, so there is a focus on gratitude, and they're kinda telling you, "What is your joy?" I feel like you're gonna keep getting joy cards. Follow your joy, follow your heart. Work, work, work. Work is all about have you found out what your, joy is yet? What's coming next week for you at work? Yeah, the 2 of swords. Again, the power of choice, like decision making next week. I feel like there's more of this coming, and it's important for you to be able to choose the story that you're wanting to live because it doesn't matter what's coming next week. It's the story that you put to what you experience that's going to impact you. It's going to determine how it impacts you because you could have a choice of joy, like, oh, this is good stuff that's coming. This is for me. And then we have a wonderful experience, or we're like, oh, this is happening to me. Then we can have a low vibration experience. So I feel like they're saying for next week, it's important to know that you are the one that carries the power. And then a message from Wally to you, Knight of Wands. I feel like he's, you know, this is an energy of passion and, um, and I feel like it's a little bit of, I hope I'm enough for you. And and I feel like there is a little bit after your date. I kind of feel like they're kind of tired and they're not themselves and they're kind of like, I hope I'm enough for you. Sometimes I'm just tired, kind of energy. But I feel like that's something, especially around the passion. They're like, I hope I'm enough for you. All right. And then you got I am light is yours. And it says, I always have hope. No matter the ordeal, I have faith in a better future. I turn darkness into light. I open my heart to others and to God and am spiritually strong. I draw light to me and shine with all my being. Yeah, I like that positive energy, right? So that's for your first one there. We'll circle back for your second one here and lickety split. Let me just grab Mini Heels. Free question here. Get you on the list there, Mini Heel. All right. I think that's it. All right. And then so for number 2, we're at 239.26. All right. Get rid of that over there and jump into your second one here, which I believe is this one. Yes, it is. All right. And then you want to know Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you today. So, Jeff's thoughts and feelings after you talked in person. When I told him I enjoy talking, oh, to him, said to home, what? What were you doing? But, when he said that you enjoy talking to him. And then he said, thanks for being honest. and anything that you can see for Jeff and you. Okay, well, that explains why Wally was picking up on this. I hope I'm enough for you because he sensed that there's something. He always can sense when your energy is pulling back. And yeah, that makes sense. All right, Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you. Yeah, I got the Eight of Cups here. There is a sense of, I don't know, there's this like walking away from emotions and that don't serve you anymore. I kind of feel like his thoughts and feelings towards you is this is like them wanting you to walk away from Wally, right? There is this like, I feel like that's the big thing they have because they don't want to be that person uh being with someone when they're with someone else. But he doesn't mind being the person trying to take someone from someone else. Interesting, right? And that, it's something to be aware of, and sometimes we miss this when someone's showing interest towards us, that if I'm in a relationship with someone and they know it and they're flirting with me, what makes me think when they're with me that they won't be flirting with someone else? Because they don't honor the boundary of a relationship. Are they going to honor the boundary of ours? So just saying. And then after you guys talked in person, yeah, I feel like he felt really good. The King of Pentacles, he felt like a winner. And the Eight of Pentacles is like this hope for transformation. Eight of Pentacles is like put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and get things to transform and change. So I do feel like they have been doing things to try to get your attention and try to get you to rethink your situations. And I feel like they'll continue to do that. And I feel after your talk in person, I feel like that just encouraged them to do it more. Um, when you told him that you enjoy talking to him, yep, Queen of Wands, so very attractive energy activated here. This is that Queen of Wands, the fire, the passion. So they, that ignited their energy towards you because that's encouragement, right? Like we're saying. And then he said, thank you for being honest. You have the Knight of Pentacles. Yep, it's the slow roll, it's the slow play energy. They know what to say, they know what to do. But this is still, they want to still, take their time and bid their time or whatever that's called, where they're bide their time, right? Where it's all right. Well, let's see what unfolds here. But I'm I'm patient. I can wait for things to unfold the way I want them to unfold, kind of energy. And anything you can see about Jeff and you here. Yeah, we got the Nine of Wands. So there is a barrier there um, between the two of you there. Um, and and so I feel like there is the energy here. I mean, they have a bandage on their head, but it's not as dramatic as a lot of bandages. But the Nine of Wands usually has someone with a big old bandage on their head because they've been hitting their head up against the same wall over and over again, expecting a different result each time they hit their head up against the wall. So I feel like if you go forward, and I feel like this is what they're saying is until you do that inner reflection, if you go from like Wally to Jeff to Dr. David, this person, you're repeating the same cycle over and over again, expecting a different result. That's hitting your head up against the wall over and over again, expecting a different result, right? And until we go, why is there this block? What is this? It's something in here to be looked at because, we're drawing in these individuals that we're going to have the same experiences with over and over again because they're the same mirrors coming into your life to show you what you want to see about yourself till you see it. And then you're able to set yourself free from it, right? So I feel like that's kind of what they're wanting you to be aware of at this time. So we'll take a look here and then your fortune cookie for this one. is yep, it's all about learning to love myself. That is the journey, right? Which says, I choose to see the beauty in me. My wealth lies in my nature and potential. I transform my weaknesses into strengths. I realize that I am being a light and I allow myself to shine. But yeah, it's all about finding your self love. So hopefully that helps, Maria. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then up next, we do have Sean G. We got 246 even. So, Sean, thank you for your donation via Zcash app. There we go. And guidance for the weekend. Everybody is working for the weekend, right? All right. So there is a message in that alone, kind of that uh, about enjoying yourself is an important aspect. And you get that often because you are very driven and a workaholic, right? Free time. Oh, I can do another task. But you do have the world card on the bottom, which is an ending of a major cycle, the beginning of an adventure. And I like this. It's like look at the weekend as a world of possibilities instead of a lot of expectations that need to be accomplished, right? So it feels like an opening kind of weekend. Yeah, you have the Seven of Swords. So there is some mindsets here that kind of steal opportunities. I almost feel like this steals your joy that there's this, well, I got to do this and this and this, and it's like realizing that, um, you don't have to keep that same story going and going. It's interesting that, the Seven of Swords, they leave two swords behind and they have 5 in their hand, right? And so what they're doing is the 5 of swords is the conflict between the head and the heart, and they carry that conflict with them, leaving the 2 of swords behind, which is your power of story. So when we leave our 2 of swords behind, we're kinda at the whim of the conflict, excuse me, of all the stories we were given growing up on supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be, all those expectations, right? And I feel like there here again is this energy of the world card, which is leaving expectations behind. It's you start off at the full card again, the 0, which is a world of possibility, no expectations. Let's see what the weekend holds and let's just enjoy it and not have a bunch of plans, bunch of tasks, but let's see where my spark takes me. I like that. You have the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, it's time for Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So this goes right next to that here. So there is a nurturing energy. It's important for you to nurture yourself this weekend. And that does look like the King of Wands. Yeah, and this is getting out of your head and into your heart and you choosing what you want. Again, the King of Wands kind of clears the throne room of all these people with all their suggestions and blah, blah, blah. So they can sit still, look into their heart. What is that I want? And then kind of make a plan and take action toward it. But I feel like it's a weekend of following your heart seems to be the recurring theme here. Got the Page of Wands and the Knight of Swords. Yeah, it's like there's this battle, excuse me, between the Knight of Swords, who's you know, the quest for the thinking and clarity, and the Page of Wands, which is passion and action energy. So I almost feel like it's like a boxing match. Ding ding, in one corner we got the Knight of thinking and expectations, and in the other corner we have the Page of passion, of action energy. And I feel like that's kind of the battle that happens this weekend. Oops, but you have the Strength card. So this is an energy of being seen and, um and it is that Leo fire energy of, you know and I like this energy with all the Queen of Pentacles and everything you have because One of the expressions of Leo, which we can embrace, is it's me time, me. It's for me, because they're on the other side of Aquarius energy. Because so Leo is me and Aquarius is we. That's the energy, and that's a wonderful balance because we can be so involved in the we of the world, we forget the me. We don't take time for us, and it's important to balance that. And I feel like that's what's coming in here is this is a weekend of do fun stuff for you. Go get a massage or take time to get in a nice hot bath and just chill and put on some music and, take a nap, go for a walk in the park, go to, I'm gonna say a music store. They don't even have those anymore. Remember the olden days? You'd have to go like listen to the CDs and the little microphones that everyone had on their ears. It was so gross. But it's like go to your favorite tea shop or, I just feel like there's that kind of energy this weekend. It's time for you to enjoy your life and what you're building because it's needed. You need to recharge yourself. Yep, and come into the here and now is your fortune cookie. The future does not exist and the past is gone. I focus on the present moment. I have confidence in life again because here, now, there's no danger. Everything happens when my soul is ready. I love that. Here, I'll show you it here. Beautiful. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So enjoy your weekend. So many blessings. All right. And then we've got Alice coming up, 25210. So, Alice, here is your number two. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you want to know why don't more people like your photo? I was looking very attractive, right? Maybe that's why. Jealous. Let's take a look here. Good. And they do want this one here. All right. So you do have a countdown 3, 2, 1 here. The bottom energy, you do have the Wheel of Fortune, which is the tune of For You here. And, you know, of course, there's the big message of it is that everything that unfolds in our life is for us, even when we can't see it yet, right? Um, Eventually, even our human, when the Wheel of Fortune comes out, sees, oh, okay, I see how this is for me. Because the right if it's like a photo on like a dating app or somewhere where you're trying to get attention and trying to, get people interested, we don't want the wrong, you know, weirdos. I have keep it weird as I'm weird. I don't want weirdos like me, commenting. But, it's for us. We can trust that the right, people that are matching my energy will be drawn toward me, right? And so that does, bring in something like, um, if my energy is off or their energy is off of mine, then I'm not going to be drawing in I'm only going to draw people that match my energy. And if there's if your energy's at a higher level and there's a lot of people with lower energy, you're not going to draw them. If you draw them, you'll draw them in their energy level. And you're like, I don't want creepiness. I want people who are appreciative of beauty and, um, attractiveness and everything. But let's see what this. You got 3 cards and 2 cards and 1 card. There's a countdown for something here. Um, yeah, so you do have here, you got the 3 of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. You have the 7 of Wands, which is being true to your authentic self, standing up, shining bright, being you, and the 9 of Pentacles, which is a time of hermitude. So it does feel here 2 things with this. One, I feel like the block is happening from spirit because I feel like it's important for you to be kind of pocketed away from all these individuals because I feel like it's a growth time for you. And if you do what you've always did, you're gonna just end up getting what you've always got, and so when there's, I'm attractive and why am I getting more responses from people? It's like, well, because it's a time of being pocketed away. So you kinda have like this hedge, this boundary around that's keeping people away for you. Again, Wheel of Fortune, it's for you so you can spend time with spirit and release some expectations. With that 3 of Swords, it's expectations equal disappointment, and if we're expecting people to more like the photo, then that creates lack, right? Because when we are expecting something and we don't have it, this lacking energy is what pushes it away. When we're in gratitude for what we have, who we are, and we don't care about the likes, and we don't have expectations, not care, but we don't have expectations around it, because our human does appreciate, the validation of people, but when it's important to us and we have expectations around it, that's what sends it in a different direction. That's why I feel like these 3 cards together are pretty much like saying it's having this pocket and this growth opportunity to really realize, doesn't matter what other people think about me. Their actions or non-actions, words or silence don't mean anything about me, but what comes up within me tells me how I feel about myself, right? And that's the whole thing, is when we're inward and upward and we, with that 7 of Wands, it's I don't dim my light for anyone. I'm a bright sun, I shine bright. If someone doesn't like what I am, that's fine. If someone likes who I am, that's fine. But neither changes your worth, just changes your experience of your worth until you realize and align with this fact that you are attractive, you are powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. You are priceless. You're perfect in the eyes of the other world. These humans, we see through dirty glasses. We only see the world as we are, not as it is. So they will never be able to truly appreciate the pricelessness of who you are, because it's going to be based on how they feel about themselves. And so I feel like it's an important growth period here, and it's an amazing reminder to go inward and upward in gratitude, and realize who you really are. So I feel like that's a big piece of it here. Let's see. The next step you have is the 8 of Cups and the 7 of Pentacles. Yeah, another slow time. Whenever we get a slow card, it's giving you the opportunity with the 8 of Cups to walk away from emotions and relationships that don't serve you anymore. So there's also this, I'm putting out this very attractive, I want to get a reaction, I'm not getting one. It's like, well, because it's being muffled with that, again, that barrier around you, so that you won't attract people back and attract those that aren't meant for you, right? And this 8 of Cups is realizing it's time for me to let go of relationships and emotions below the surface that don't serve me anymore, so that I can move forward. But the slowness with the 7 of Pentacles gives us that space to be able to work through this. Otherwise, if we're always having activity, we will stay in the loop, stay in the cycle, and the cycle doesn't break, right? Which leads you to, yep, the Hanged Man, which is cocooning, transformation, seeing things from a different perspective. So it feels like that's what's going on here. That's why the like, you know, amount is not what you would normally expect or see, because it's time for growth. It's time for change for you, not to you, but for you. So hopefully that helps, Alice. That's what they have for that. Let's get you your fortune cookie here too. We will circle back around for number 3 here for you in a momentito. We got, yeah, listen to life. What a perfect card. Beautiful, right? It says, I am attentive to the world around me. Signs and symbols guide me to success. I listen and discover the way to the eternal. Wow, I love that. All right, so that's for number 2. Thank you again for your dual and triple donations this eve. All right, let me take a quick sip here, and then we have up next, we got 2 for Jessica, and then we have Lauren Smith, and then back to Alice, and then back to Lauren, and then to obviously Cancer, and then JoJo. Um, and if JoJo pops in before then, she gets priority since hers was right earlier. So cheers, cheers. Let's see here. Turn that off here. All right. And then here in a few, I might need to take a quick break. I've been on for 3 hours and my little buns are numb. I got numb buns. So might need to get up and grab some more coffee and get some movement going here. It'll just be a quick break and then we'll jump back in. But first, let's take care of Jessica's 2 at least. So we got Jessica at 30118. So Jessica, there's your first time stamp. And you want to know um what a new person is feeling for you. All right. So based on their current energies, what is the feelings that's going on here with them here? Get that. Get those, none of those. Okay. Is that it? I feel like there's at least one more. Yeah, there it is. I want that one too. All right. What do we got here? All right. Well, we do have a little bit of the star card energy, which is Aquarius, dream come true kind of energy is the underlying energy under there. So I feel like right now they're kind of have this, hey, I haven't seen anything yet. This is looking like pretty good. I feel like it's like that wishing upon a star kind of energy. Underneath that, they have the Knight of Cups too. So I do feel like there's some emotional movement that's there. But with that Aquarius energy, you may not see a whole lot of expression of it at first. Because Aquarius energy like this, they like to process emotion, understand it before they express it. So it's there, but you may not get any indication that it's there yet. You might be like, I don't even know. Did they like me or not? They did, definitely here. Or they do. What else? So that was the bottom of the deck. You have the Ace of Pentacles, the Queen of Cups. Yeah. Positive energy, Ace of Pentacles. It's an abundance energy, a new beginning kind of energy. One of the big things with the Queen of Cups there, she's very intuitive, huge heart. And I feel like that's one of the things he really likes about you is you just vibrate emotional energy. And so there is this wonderful, uh, you know, sense of nurturing energy that they really like. So they do like emotion. I mean, they are the Knight of Cups underneath the surface who serves the Queen of Cups. So I like that energy. Let's see what else they feel. You have the Nine of Wands. They're not a fast mover with the Nine of Wands. There is a little barrier that they keep up, a little wall that you might be feeling in the beginning. But they also have the Nine of Cups, which is again one of those that's the other wish fulfillment, dreams come true kind of energies that's there. And they also have the Knight of Wands, which is passion and movement here. And so I do feel here that they tend to, keep their heart safe behind the wall in the beginning. They might express themselves through action and motion, but not emotion and passion, attraction energy. But I feel like that's how they start off. And then they eventually will expose their heart little pieces by bit, but I don't feel like they're an all in at once kind of person. I feel like they're tidbits, and kind of move along like that. But I don't feel like it's like here's one tidbit and then here's 3 months later another tidbit. I feel like it's a lot of little tidbits that they give because I feel like it's important for them. And it's funny because it's like there's like bars, the bars that keeping things the distance between, but there's enough space where if they go, "Well, I can give you a little bit in between. I can't give you the full heart." It won't That's like their how they work right now doesn't allow them to do all that at once. So they throw a little crumbs through, like breadcrumbs through, uh, you know, pieces of their heart over and over and over and over and over again to make sure that, someone's aware that they're interested, even if I can't give you the whole thing right away. So it's interesting. How else do they feel here? Yep, 7 of Cups. Tons and tons of different emotions with the 7 of Cups. Bunch of different feelings, and there is some of the hesitancy, some fears. You being very empathic, you probably pick up on different emotions from them, but it's them working through the fears of sharing their heart. And because of course, like all humans, they've had some pain in their past, so but they're hesitant in giving their full heart because they did it once and someone just put it in a blender. That's probably why it's in pieces. Oh, the heart can't do that, but that's just a good analogy. And now they're like, and I'm just going to throw out little pieces here and there and see what unfolds. The 2 of Pentacles, it does feel like here that there is another, like they're getting over another interest. I do feel like they had someone that they were talking with and talking to, and that's dissipating though. And so I feel like he realized that they're not um, the person for them, and they're um, easing out of it. Um, and they weren't dating exclusively or anything like that, but there was, some good connection between them, but it's on the outs. It's like it fizzled out, and they both kind of know where it's headed. Um, but I feel like it's important to know that they're like, yeah, I'm not I'm not going to pursue that. And so you're the choice that they're like, yeah, this is more my style kind of energy. So I like that. You have, yep, one step at a time is your energy here, which is them, tidbits, right? I see the mountain ahead and I dedicate myself to taking one small step at a time. I make progress by staying focused on the present moment, the current task. Thus, I regain my ease of living. Yeah. Not intentions and this and this and this in the future, but what am I enjoying in the now? And what does that bring forward? Right. So I like that. So that's for the first one there. Hopefully that helps. And then for your number 2, we got 30836. There we go. And then you want to know, why do you feel attracted to him and you dream about him? Is he the person that should come into your life, or is it just a test? Right? Let's take a look here. We can find out. They're just a stepping stone, or are they like a soul partner that, will, that you'll be with the rest of your life or something like that, right? Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, why do you feel attracted toward him? Okay, got those. And then, why do you dream about him? And then, is he the person? So, we'll take a look here. Is he a stepping stone? Is he a choice? Or is he a fated soul partner? Because that's kind of the choices that we have. If you're ever interested in digging more into that, I do have a podcast series I made about it called Fated Love. I dive into all that. There's the timestamp if anyone's interested in kind of knowing all the different energies around it. And we'll kind of touch on them as I talk about them there. But bottom of the deck, You got the 2 of Cups. It is an important relationship for your life, so it's gonna be one of these. It's not just a quick, you know, um, ships passing in the night energy. There is a significant piece in here. It's either gonna be an important stepping stone that you learn something major for your life, or it is one of your choices. I guess we're talking about it now. Or one of your choices where the map of your life, if you make these choices, you can end up with this person. These choices, you can end up with this person. These choices, you can end up with this person. Or if you go way over here, you could end up choosing, I just want to be alone. I want to become a nun or whatever. Um, or the third option is the fated love, which is we decide before we come down here that this is the person I'm gonna end up with, and they're across every path. Just a matter of when. The earliest we'll meet them and the latest we'll meet them depends on the paths we take. We might have a short time with them as our fated love, or a big one if depending on the choices and energy we have, we can meet them sooner, be with them a long time, or a short period of time. Um, and then we're not with anyone else the rest of our life kind of energy once that one ends kind of energy. But we'll see what that is. Well, let's just look at now since we're talking about it. They're like, "No, let's just do it now." So are they just a stepping stone? No, we go, well, you do learn self-love through them here with the Ace of Cups, but it feels like they are more than just that here with this Ace of Cups. Are they a choice? Oh, we got 3 of Pentacles. Yeah, got 3 of Pentacles, which that would be more of this is being true to your authentic self. I don't feel like that doesn't give me the, "Yeah, it's that." But, are they a fated love? You have the Knight of Cups, which is, again, romance. It's some movement of the heart energy here. Let's see what else we got here, but with that 2 of Cups on the bottom of the deck and this other one, I just feel like it's such a strong connection between the 2 of you. So let's dive in more here. Why are you attracted to them? Why you feel so attracted? You have the 4 of Swords. I feel like there's someone that's so unexpected, so different from anyone that you've met before. Yeah, and you've got the 7 of Wands and the Knight of Wands, which is attraction energy. Um, I like this because, the Knight of Wands is energetic and energetic attraction and physical attraction. It is that passion. It's yeah, activated. And the 7 of Wands, is an energy of um like someone who is shining bright, being themselves, not dimming their light, not asking permission to shine, not defending who they are. They're true to who they are. And I feel like that's very attractive for you as well as a human. The confidence that's there, not arrogance, but confidence that's there, um, just rumbles something deep within you, right? But there is something with this Knight of Wands, this attraction energy, um, energetic attraction. Let's take a look here and see if we get why you're dreaming about them. We'll see if there's anything about past life energy or, um, and I kind of feel like that's where this is kind of trying to go, I feel, but let's take a look. Okay. Yes. So you're dreaming about him. You got the Lovers card and the 10 of Cups, 2 relationship energies. And underneath that, you do have the Hierophant and the Tower as well. And I do feel here, um, the Hierophant is the master of stepping stones, and the Tower card is someone having been removed out of your life to make space for this. So I don't know if it was how recent it was, but you had someone that was there. And it sounds like someone did we talk or the previous reading? It feels like they had someone too, though, because they kind of brought it in as they had someone that also was taken, like they out of their life suddenly, and like both of you have this space that's been created because you had stepping stones where you guys learned something from these past relationships that you didn't want to have to learn and bring into this relationship. So you guys both had some release energy, but I tell you what, I mean, I had a feeling you were going to get the Lover's card. You got the Two of Cups and the Lover's card and the Knight of Cups. So there's a lot of romance energy here. There's a lot of destiny kind of energy that comes in with all of this, and I don't get that very often. But you both have had, yeah, the and you have the Eight of Cups with the Nine of Cups. This is cool. In the Death card, yeah. So there was this, energy of walking away from relationships that didn't serve you guys to move into something that feels like a dream come true. And it was death energy. And I don't know if it was actual death itself. It's definitely ending energy. But I had like this feeling like someone, it almost feels like, unless it's you're dead to me, but it feels like there's sudden loss, someone suddenly out of someone's life, and I almost feel like it happened to both of you guys with this energy, but it left you both in this wonderful hermit energy, and again, this space where you guys learned and grew separately, and now it's this coming together kind of energy here. So, it does feel that's why you're dreaming about him, because I feel like you guys have had past life connections, and you guys have this kind of faded kind of energy around the both of you here for this lifetime, and that's why it's coming up in your from your subconscious through your dream world, and in a way with this energetic attraction that I talked about with the Knight of Wands, you guys are meeting in the ethereal realms too, and your higher selves and your higher spirit selves are meeting, and there we're not male or female and all that, in the ethereal. So there's nothing spicy going on there, but great connections that are there as well. So I like this. So that's what they have for you. And then because your donation is $5 or more, for this one, you do get an animal apothecary here, right? And not responding to your messages yet, right? So let's take a look here. All right. So you've got, yeah, action leads to success. And this is a number one, the number one card here. So, yep, he's just watching you, and that's all right. I feel like, you know, if you check out the video that I the faded love, there is some energy, there's some hints from spirit on there and how we can go about love and stuff in there too, because when we have an energy of like, well, I want this, I need this, I'm afraid I won't have it, that kind of energy is kind of lack energy and it'll push away. But if we change our energy into this energy of I'm grateful, what am I grateful for them? I am grateful for this about them. I'm grateful for this about them without the expectations, without the, because that's the energy that pushes away. But when we sit and we're just like, you know what, I'm grateful about them. I love this about them. I'm grateful for this about them. Not focusing in on what's not happening. Because when we're focusing in on what's not happening, our energy brings us more of not happening, more and more of it. When we focus in on what we enjoyed, what is happening and has happened, then we attract more of that and it grows. But expectations are what suck the life out of it. And we talk about it a bit in that, I believe in that episode as well there. Yeah. Well, it's energy, right? So it's the more that we're like, I am wanting it, our energy is kind of pushing them away. But when you take this action leads to success, I feel like the action you're taking is I'm changing what kind of action I'm taking to this. With all these cards, I didn't get that he's a test. I get that there is a definitely faded energy between the two of you, but I feel like you're learning a lot in this moment by going, yeah, I'm not going to push, 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 and I'm not going to focus on what's not happening. I'm learning in this moment to focus on what I do love about them and what I am grateful for around them, right? Let's see what this fortune cookie says too. It says it's called the Six Dragons. So the Six Dragons reference to the I Ching's first hexagram, the creative. In Chinese tradition, dragon creates great fortune for those who encounter him. Dragon is of service to those in need. His acts are benevolent and not self serving. Dragon assists humans on their journey towards ascension. So, the presence of six dragons, one of the most promising cards in the deck, foretells a successful outcome if you take the inspiration running through you and turn it into action. The collective power of the six dragons holds the medicine of the first six cards of the deck. All humans hold dragon power. It is the energy within that we direct outwardly to create what we desire. So that's that energy I was talking about, right? It can be considered a masculine energy, one of the initiator, the doer, the spirit of action. So commit to overcoming any roadblocks. And if fear rains down on you, do it anyway. The medicine of this card is assigned to fully submit to what you want to manifest and then initiate. Know, however, that self centered desires will have limited success. Work diligently and do not expect an immediate reward. Dragon does not focus on fantasies or future possibilities, but acts in the now. Disciplined persistence is required. Do the work, but do not focus on how the outcome will manifest. Again, that's that I need, I want, that's lack energy. When you're focusing on the now, what you do have and what you have had, then that draws that more of that. But the more you're focusing on what's not happening, you get more of it, right? Do the work and life will guide you. Six Dragons Medicine shares that what your heart deeply desires, you can achieve, but you're advised to be wise in your creation. Any man can create heaven or hell on this earth. It is your choice as to which, right? Higher vibration or lower vibration. The six dragons ask you to make sure your wishes are in alignment to what is best for you and for all the creatures of the earth. If you truly come from your heart and take dedicated action towards your goal, the six dragons will assist you and lead you to supreme success. Their medicine calls for you to come from your heart and take action now. Abundance and prosperity follow. So, this isn't about taking action toward them, but taking action, right action with your heart, which is that higher vibration, gratitude, joy, laughter, peace, and not the fear of what they are not doing and all that, right? Because those are those things. But I highly recommend that podcast if you haven't checked that out. I feel like it'll bring some good guidance from spirit for you there too. So that's what they got for you, Jessica. Hang in there. I know, but it doesn't feel like a stepping stone is what we would call, because no one's really a test. It's more of a stepping stone to help us get to like our soul partner who would be with, for the rest of our lives kind of energy. But we learn through people. And sometimes it's non-romantic people too. Could be friends, family, whatever, but we've got all these stepping stones that help us challenge the things, because everyone's a mirror reflecting back to us things that we're ready to see and to release so we can go forward, right? Yeah, he definitely does look like it with all those cards. Got Lover's card, the 2 of Cups, the Knight of Cups, all that energy. So there is like this connection that's there, but you're learning a lot about like not being an anxious attacher, right? Um, because if we try too much, we push it away, but it's like a smothering energy instead of, um, it's like if there's a candle and we get too close when we blow it out, we're like, "Oh, no." Instead of we honor the growth and the timing, and if we feel like we have to push something, then that tells us we're in fear and we're trying to control instead of going, "You know what? I'm gonna I'm gonna focus in on my self-love." We talk about all this in here too, so oh, yeah, and so that's good too. So, since you're in a healing process, we'll do that, right? Yeah. So that's good. Good, good, good. Because then you don't wanna move into something else, and so this pausing is happening for both of you. I feel like they're still working through their last relationship, and both of you are, so you don't wanna go into something super quick. You allow it. The connection's there, so you can still communicate off and on, but not push, push, push kind of energy, but I definitely check out that video there, right? You are very welcome. Thank you again for your dual donations. I appreciate that. All right, we got Gracie in the house. Hey, Gracie, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Let's see, I had another donation come in over here too. All right. So, Maria, we'll get your additional donation onto the list here. All right. So, what we have next, I'm gonna take a quick break here since I've been sitting for 3.5 hours, and today, I think it's because I almost walked 5 miles. Um, I need to move these muscles. I'm gonna grab some more coffee and hit the facilities. So I'll take a quick, we used to call it in corporate life, a bio break, and then I'll be back. And up first will be for donations, Lauren Smith, and then Alice, come back to you, and then back to Lauren, and then obviously Cancer, and then Maria P, and then Jojo, if there's no one else in between. And then we'll eventually get to free readings here. I do complete them every session. So we'll eventually get to those too. But for the moment, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for your patience and getting to your readings. And thanks for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. And I'm so grateful for that. It does help the algorithm when you guys are attending these sessions, watching my videos, commenting on the videos, liking the videos, all that stuff that you can do for free does help spread the love. So you're part of the love tsunami, and I'm very grateful. So I will be right back, and thank you again for your patience. We shall return. Now, hear me. I sound like an old man getting up. Oh, oh God, yes. Crack, crack. All right. All right. Thank you guys so much for your patience here. Let me get situated, get my pillow up here. Here we go. All right. Can now fill the buns again. All right. So get all situated here. So again, thank you guys so much for your patience. It's stretched out a little bit too. Get older, you work out, it just isn't like it used to be, right? Probably if I quit talking about it, it would be better. All right. So up first, being back here, we have Lauren Smith. So 3:33:03. Perfect. So Lauren, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. Uh, your first one. And want to know, how does PJ see you? All right, let's take a look here. So how do they see you? Now, of course, they're just having a friendly service announcement around, you know, when we're asking how other people see us and feel about us and different things, of course, we keep in mind that they're seeing through their own eyes. And, we don't see the world clearly as it is. We see the world as we are through these eyes and these filters of our own experiences and conditioning and our own energy, how we're feeling in the moment. Like if I'm feeling crappy, my opinion of everyone else has changed that day. And if the next day I'm feeling great and happy and more than normal, then the opinion of everyone has skyrocketed. It's fluctuating and it changes. And so it's, good to go in with our eyes wide open, knowing that how other people see us, we don't know what they're seeing when they look in the mirror of who we are, because they're seeing so much of themselves reflected back to themselves, just as we are. We think we know, oh, this is who they are, but we're seeing a lot of what's inside of us, right? That's why when we connect with spirit and we find out, who we are from a higher point or who other people are from a higher point, we get more clarity there because they're seen through pure eyes. And so it's important to know. Right. So at the bottom of the deck, we do have the Page of Swords. So there is this change of perception that's happening here and there. It's almost like a quest. It's like they're wanting, in a way. So that's more the Knight of Swords is like the quest, but the Page of Swords is still the seeking, and they feel like it's new. Um, Not really new, but new-ish, where they're wanting to see new perspectives, and I feel like they're seeing you in a new way because of something. But let's see what that is. They have the Nine of Pentacles, which is a big hermit energy, very independent, and I don't know if you're an introvert, but I feel like they relate to you on that because this, Nine of Pentacles is kind of like that hermity, being alone with spirit energy. But I feel like they feel that you're an introvert and you like to do things in small groups, not in big groups away from things. I feel like they definitely do, it seems like here. So if that's not true about you, that would be a pure reflection of themselves. But I feel like that's um, one of the ways that they see you, and they're okay with it. They actually are like, yeah, I don't like too many big events and too many loud things with bunch of loud people. I kind of like, more quieter kind of stuff. That's one thing. And then also the Four of Swords. Yeah, this kind of peaceful, restful mind energy that comes in here. And again, they feel like you have a restful mind. Little do they know, right? No. But it is. They're resting and sleeping on the Ace of Swords. It feels like that you're open-minded. You're you like learning about people and things too. And below that, you do have the Magician and the Page of Pentacles. And I like this. Looking for new opportunities to grow, and this is where they kind of see you in that that's that open-mindedness and this restfulness, but that doesn't mean that you don't like going and doing things and initiating and wanting to try something new, um, especially if it doesn't involve a loud, crowded place. I feel like they love that kind of energy. So it's almost like they're kind of focusing in on a lot of the stuff that they like in you, that they appreciate that in themselves, and where they feel like this is a good, uh, like something that's compatible, so they like that kind of stuff too. The third thing is the 6 of Wands. Yep, they see, this as this mutual attraction energy. This is more passion, more energetic and, physical attraction, and they kinda see you as that you're interested in them like they're interested in you, with that passionate side. Um, what's underneath that? We do have the 6 of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles. Just feels like it's, again, a balanced energy, but also taking time, like the Knight of Pentacles, it's like it's there, but they feel like you like to take your time, and they're okay with that because I feel like they like to take their time before we, um, go into too deep of a committed kind of energy with this 6 of Pentacles. It's the balancing of the scales. They're like, let's not, go crazy, but it's steady. It's good balanced approaches to things. And he feels like that's who you are. And I feel like a lot of that is what they have for themselves too. And I feel like they're liking that. So um, I don't see cups energy here yet, which, you know, which would mean because we're asking them how they see you, which makes sense because 'cause they're like, I don't know if they're, with it appearing here, I'm not sure they know if there's emotional connection, from you or not yet. And they're okay with things, but I feel like there's a bunch of other stuff here that they're matching with here. So, I like that. So that's how he sees you. And we'll do a fortune cookie here, and then we'll circle back around for your second question, which kind of asks the ultimate question, right? Dun dun dun. Stay tuned next week when we get into your second question. Actually, it'll be up here after Alice. Just one away. It's not next week. Okay, your fortune cookie for this one you have is freedom through faith. And it says, I calm my thoughts and rise above fear. I free myself of all doubt by entrusting my doubts to God, the Creator. I have faith in God's perfect timing and placement. I trust His will and find freedom, which is an amazing place to be. I know, we have so much drawn into I need love and want to control things and we need it now. And what if I never have it? We want it ASAP. But when we know what we want and why we want it, and then we hand that over to the creator, we ask them once because they'll remember it forever. Then we just trust them. They're going to bring the perfect person, the perfect timing, the perfect way. And then we focus on gratitude for the love we have in our life, not just romantic, but all the love we have in our life and the love we have had. We just draw more love into our life and then it unfolds, right? But when we're in our fear mode, we're control, rush, let's go. Oh my God, what if I never find love? And it's like, I know I was there. I get it. All right. So that's for that one there, Lauren. We'll circle back around here in a momentito. All right. And then Alice, number 3 for you. Thank you again so much for your multiple donations this eve. And here is your timestamps. Boom, boom, boom. So I want to know, how is Kyle thinking and feeling about you since you haven't responded to his film pictures messages last Sunday and now saw your Instagram photos? What does he think about his chances of reconciliation now? Ooh, all right. Let's take a sip for this one. Cheers, cheers. Ooh, it's hot. It's coffee. It's supposed to be hot, right? All right. So, how is Kyle thinking? Let's get into his mind first, right? And then how is he feeling, right? Since you haven't done all that, blah, blah, blah. And so, okay. And then what does he think about his chances of reconciliation now? What are the chances? And desire, I feel like, is in there too. Does he want reconciliation? Let's take a look. So, what are his thoughts? I feel like there's a little bit of, the Ace of Wands and the Five of Wands. Five of Wands is like it's a drama energy that, that is coming in there. It's like a firestorm energy. But the Ace of Wands, is this, I don't know. I mean, it almost, not almost, this is what they're showing me here, because the Ace of Wands is a new passion, and the Five of Wands is this, it's a friends card, but I feel like there's five different, these individuals around them. And so I don't feel like they're sitting around pawning and going, and we'll find out more about reconciliation here if they're even wanting it. But the bottom of the deck, they have the Magician card, which is, you know, a divine masculine energy of action, 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 action. And it matches like that Ace of Wands where it just feels like their mind isn't on going backwards. I feel like their mind is always on who's next, what's next, because that's kind of how they, went around it. Um, so, it's very interesting with that here. Let's see what's in their heart here, because their mind feels like, all right, it's over. I did my thing, and I'm moving on to other possibilities, and you know, with that as well. Yeah, and their emotions, I don't feel like they were ever much in their heart anyway, but we got the King of Swords, which is really in their head a lot, and the Two of Wands, which is their, power of their energy. Again, all this going back to this, um, it's like a change of plans, or it's they've been doing other planning and looking at other things. So I don't feel like they're, because they haven't followed up any more since then, right? It doesn't feel like they're actively pursuing and going, "Why haven't you answered me? What's going on?" Da 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 da, right? It doesn't feel like that here anyway. Um, so what does he think about chances of reconciliation now? And what do we have here? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Three eights. What's the chances of that? You got three eights coming out all together with three cards, which this is them walking away from relationship. This is passion movement. And they got the Eight of Pentacles, which is them focusing in on, building their own. But all this is flow energy, which I feel like that's just them. I don't feel like they want reconciliation, with this energy. I just feel like they're um, like, all right, so you broke up and um, and it's okay because I knew this is where this was headed anyway. We talked about that before. I believe they're bringing back and and they're just like, I'm going to flow forward and and it's okay. I feel like they've kind of have left it behind and have moved on and entertaining other people already. Kind of energy. So And I like that. And even at your previous reading, I felt like was that energy of letting go of energy in relationships that don't serve anymore was part of your energy in your reading, right? So it is that, yeah, this is not serving you. It's wasted energy. It's not for you, you know. So I feel like it's, time to not like the more that you're focusing on them, the longer it takes for you to move forward into the relationship that we've talked about in the past. That is someone who's more in alignment with you. But it is about you doing that, inner work as well, right? Letting those things go because because they're bringing back your reading was about what are these mirrors? What is the commonality of all these ones that I'm drawing in? And yeah, what's it showing me so that I don't keep drawing them in, that I'm moving into something else, right? Yeah. Because you're ready to elevate. Elevation, baby. I free myself from fear and trust the universe. I direct my thoughts to the beauty inside and around me. I use my spiritual strengths and knowledge to create light, and I rise above all doubt. It's like, I'm ready. Zoom, zoomy, zoomies. All right. So that's what they have for you there, Alice. Thank you again so much for all your donations. Okay. I get it, Jessica. Yeah. I'm very proud of you for doing that as well. All right. And we got Lauren Smith up for number 2, 3, 49, 15. So, Lauren, thank you so much for your additional donation. Anyone to know? Yeah. Does PJ see you as a potential long term partner? Drum roll, right? Let's find out. So, right now, their current energies, do they? And what else can we know about that here? Let's do that here and here. And that one too. Well, I feel like they definitely feel here. They have the Wheel of Fortune as the underlying energy. So definitely a fortunate feel. So it does feel uh promising here, underlying energy with all that. We have the Temperance. So again, that energy of taking time, letting things unfold, letting it, uh, temperance is like we can turn anything into a golden opportunity, but it is this, allowing the things to unfold and eventually it turns to gold. But it's about the patience energy, um, and trusting that things, what's meant for us will come to fruition. We just kind of have to keep putting the magic into the alchemy. Um, yeah, and then yeah, we have this death and rebirth energy here with the 3 of Pentacles. And this energy is what is this energy about? Because I know the 3 of Pentacles, it's coming into this. It is like the Empress, it's a creation energy, and it's about being true to one's authentic self. Oh, okay. I was like, what does this got to do with the death card? They're like, they're hoping and they can see potential there. But I feel like what they with this temperance is like, we'll see. It's like they're trying not to get their hopes up because they're like, as I am more truly my authentic self, they're afraid that, that's like a checkpoint. It's like when you get to know me, a lot of people, because I feel like they're kind of quirky and unique in some ways. And sometimes when they show people like their Star Trek, you know, um, figure collection, people break up with them, you know? I don't know if they really have that. That's just a joke. But, their Mr. Spock tea set, It's like, whoa. But I feel like you don't mind uniqueness. but I feel like they're kinda quirky in some ways, and that's usually they're afraid when they get it they because they got attached in the past and then people ended the relationship when they were them true selves and showed more and more of who they were, and they kinda do that over time going, "Okay, here's more weirdness, I like this," keep it weird." And it's like and you're like, "Oh, trust me, honey, that's not weird at all," and they're like, "Uh-oh." And you whip out your Spock ears and put them on, and they're like, "Ah, I'm in love," you know? But I feel like there is this, they see the potential, but they're also afraid that as they expose more of who they are and show you more of who they are, the things that were deal breakers for other people, which it would be other people that had a lot of deal breakers. It's nothing I don't feel like it's anything spookier or like, "What?" Um, I like role play, and I dress up as Snow White, and you're one of the 7 dwarves, you're like, that might be a little too much for me," it's not anything weird like that. So, but I feel like that's kind of what's going on here. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, got the King of Pentacles. They do see the abundance energy, there, so they do like that. Like, if we can get past this quirkiness, they're like, they can really see that here, yeah, and the dream come true with the Star card. So they do see long-term potential here, and the Four of Pentacles. Yeah, this is their sense of self-worth, but this is also this feeling of home energy with the Four of Pentacles that they feel from you, and there's just, like, this comfort level that's there, and the Emperor, as well. So, I feel like they're, um with the Emperor energy, this is this, um they usually clear the throne room and they get out of their head and, have everyone clear so that they can, from their heart, decide what they want and then take action. And I definitely feel like this kinda Emperor is kinda like that energy of, I'm 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 hoping, but I haven't decided and gone all in yet because we need to get past that checkpoint of when you get to have my quirkiness and you don't and it doesn't change the relationship in a bad way or in a lower vibration way where it starts separating things, then I feel like that's where they start making more action. But the Temperance card is they're waiting and they're slowly showing you different sides of them and seeing what you think and how compatible it is, as we're going along. And I don't feel like they're afraid of any of your quirkiness, but we shall see. All right. So let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. Yep. Got it. Success. Boom. I grow and thrive in the universe. I discover the purity of my heart and the higher wisdom that guides me towards victory. I direct my thoughts towards clarity and nurture wisdom, love, and goodness within me. I am free now and I succeed in my life. I like that. But it's success energy. So I like that, overall there. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Again, thank you so much for your donations. I appreciate those. All right. All right. And so on Schumann, I did have yours from earlier. When we get to the free readings, you're like number 7. So I have that exact question already. So we're good. You're on the list. It'll just be eventual here. I've got 3 more donations. And if I don't have any others come in, I will start in on free readings here shortly. So thank you for being here. All right. And we've got obviously Cancer and then Maria P and then Jojo are the 3 that are left here. So obviously, Cancer, we're at 357, 13. Boom, boom, boom. Here's your timestamp. So thank you for your donation. And you want to know, who are you spiritually connected to right now, and why, why? Let's find out here. Let's give it another shuffle here. Let me just get a quick swig of coffee here too. All right. So who are you connected to? Find out that. And then the why. Why? All right. All right. So who is it that you're connected to here? Wow. Yeah, I kind of felt like there was two. You got the Page of Wands coming in here. So this is a spiritual connection. That's the spiritual energy. And it's interesting that it is twins that you're connected to. And I don't know if it's twins that you knew in this lifetime, but it feels like it's twin energy, not like twin flame and all that kind of stuff. This is feels like it is two individuals that are like twins on the other side. They're reminding me of my host. Her father and uncle are on the other side. They weren't real twins, but when I first ever did my first reading for her, she was a friend of a friend of a how I met her, it was just this all these events, and we became best friends. But the first reading, I channeled her, and I'm like, they're standing over here, and I call them frickin' frack because I'm like, they are like twins, but they're not. But they're. She goes, yeah, they were like they could have been twins, how they acted and everything. And this is the kind of energy I'm getting in here, that there's these two people that you're spiritually connected to, but they're not here in this realm, in physical realm. They are on the other side here. And the energy on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Four of Pentacles, which is an energy of something that feels like home. So we'll find out what this is here. And it could even be here with the star card underneath. This could be your star seed collective energy as well. We'll find out more here as we unfold here. I just feel like it feels like, because it feels like home energy, but not earth home. Are you an alien? Shh, we won't tell anyone. It's just between you and me and everyone else here that's listening. But there's this, you know, connection. It feels like it's of a starseed collective kind of energy. Interesting. Let's see what the why is here. We got the Chariot. Well, here's the Cancer energy, right? Got the Cancer moon energy of the Chariot and the Page of Pentacles. So there is this new opportunity that they're bringing in here, a heightened opportunity. And this Page of Wands, it does feel like there's some sort of um, download, some sort of upgrade in spiritual energy, spiritual gift, even that's coming in here, that's heightening things here for you. So I know this is kind of, I don't know if you believe in star seeds and all this, but this is a big thing. I feel like you do. But let's see what else they have here for you, because there's like these pockets. The next little pocket of cards is this one, which you have the Emperor, Aries energy, action energy, decision energy, bringing in, it's like the King of Wands energy, but you're drawing this uh, fire spiritual energy in through you, and you're expressing it, but it's you get to choose how you want to express it. They're just bringing it in for you here, but they're telling you this Aries energy of new beginnings, this energies of action, and fire is what's coming in here. And then you have these four cards underneath it. And you got the Three of Swords, and this isn't like a heartbreak and disappointment card. It's coming to you unexpectedly, which is interesting. With the 10 of cups, yeah, you got this big joy, 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 and a flood of emotional energy coming in, along with the 7 of swords and the page of cups. So, I feel like what's coming in here, this upgrade again of this, and it's coming through emotional energy as well. So they're saying they're bringing the fire energy through, but they're also bringing it through the heart at the same time. So it's like it feels like it's dropping, but it's also flooding out from your heart to meet it. And the 7 of swords, it's like they're telling you here that the reason for this stronger connection and this upgrade and download and the stuff that's coming here is because of you have been doing the work and letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that would have restricted you and kept things cut out in the past. And now, like if a year ago you wouldn't believe that you this could happen for you. You'd be like, no, no, that's for other people and I can't do this. But there is this power energy coming in here and it is about sharing it. Let's see what these other two cards are here too. You've got the 10 of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune. All this 10 energy that's coming in here because you had the 10 of Cups too. Is that it? But there is this kind of legacy energy with this Wheel of Fortune, and it just feels like the wheels of fate are turning, and it's time for this. It's almost like you watch the movies where, suddenly this clock that hasn't worked in, centuries starts up and be like, oh, what is happening? And here it comes. Little things are starting to click for you to have you share this. And I do feel like it is whatever this is that's coming through with the Knight of Swords on the bottom as well. This is about you, questing and search for knowledge, but it's sharing it too. Maybe through writing. It can be through, podcast or talking. But it feels like writing might be your thing. But it's sharing it, the information that you glean through this upgrade from the spirit realms. And it's sharing of knowledge that does help. And it's like you've been built for times as such as this, is what they say. And it's like, yeah, it's time. And I like that. So don't undersell yourself, which I know you don't, but they're telling you anyway. Don't cut yourself short. You are here on purpose for a purpose at this time in humanity, and you're you know, part of the plan. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And yeah, in God's hands. My trust in life is implicit. God's greater knowing and greatest love guide my heart and my choices. My faith is steady and I remain true to my light. Everything unfolds according to God's will. So that's what's unfolding here. It's like, this is part of the plan. So I like that. For I'm not sure if that's the spiritual connection you were looking for, but that's what they wanted to hijack and tell you about. So hopefully that helps there. Again, thank you so much for your donation. All right. Hey, Phoenix. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the donation. We'll get you on the list here. You'll be up next here after Maria. We'll give that a love and a like here. All right. So let's find you, Maria. There you are. So, Maria, for number 3, we're at 406.50. So here is that timestamp. Remove that there, and you're on here. Boom, boom. All righty. Let me just take a sip here as I read through your questions here. All right. Wow. So that what I gave you in your previous reading kind of uh jives, right? So um yeah, every time you guys hang out, you end up arguing and talking about the same things, right? So he had a look that he was tired of you and that we always end up talking about it. Let's take a look here. What are his feelings around that? And then based on that energies, are you guys going to continue? And does he want to end this? And a message from Wally. So, he thought he was tired of you, and about what you guys always end up talking about here. We got the Hanged Man. You know, there's an energy of transformation and pausing, and being in the cocoon and facing the fears with the Nine of Swords here. You know, and that's the expectations, right? And I feel like he's not tired of you. Uh, I feel like he's just tired in general, and there's a lot going on in his life right now, and he's just tired. But the Nine of Swords is the expectations. That's the source of the arguments, right? And I feel like that's what we always end up talking about. What's not happening. Instead of, we talk about that sucks the life out of any relationship, and the more we focus in on all that, "What you're not doing this, when are you moving? When are you doing this? When is that happening? Da, 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 da," then they end up, because 'cause we're not focusing on what we're grateful for and what is going on, right? And and that's the thing to know is if you bring that into any relationship, it will suck the life out of it, no matter who it is, because that's what happens, right? And so I don't feel like he's tired of you. He's just tired in general, but then he's he's um he's tired of arguing, and we've talked about this in some of your other readings too, with that getting a lot of the Five of Swords, and that we can't keep going on the way we are because we're arguing, and this is what's happening now. It's you're realizing, yeah, what it's the fears that come forward, and like, when we're in gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter, we get along with people so well, right? Everyone does. It's we have such wonderful interactions. It's when we go into our fears, when we feel unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, we go into that little child self and we act like children. That's when we fight because we're acting like kids, not like adults. And the insecurities and all those whatever we're feeling takes two to tango. So if there's arguing, that means both sides are going into fear. If one person goes into fear and one person doesn't, they can hold space for the other person to help them out of their fears, and then we can come together. But when both people are triggering into their fears and neither are doing great things to get and stay out of their fears, we're just going to keep triggering and keep doing the same thing, getting the same results. But, that's why anything we can do to help get to our root of our fears, either counseling or whatever, helps us individually and as couples. If we ever do couple counseling, or individual counseling, it just helps build our ability to communicate with others because we're not going into fear, and we can communicate from a loving, compassionate, intelligent mind instead of a unintelligent, uncompassionate, unloving child energy, right? So I feel like that's what's happening there. Will you guys continue based on current energy here? Yeah, there is possibilities here. If you end the cycle, you have the Fool card and you have the 10 of Cups here. By the way, you also have the Lover's card on the bottom. So there is potential and possibility here to do that if we end the cycle of keeping going into our fears, right? So you guys can continue and there is chances here. Does he want to end this? Well, he has the Strength card, Leo energy. He feels like we can get through this, kind of energy. I mean, he's been through worse with the dragon. Um, and he's still alive, and so are they. But of course, they had a child, as well, and the responsibilities of the home and everything that makes it, you know. But and of course, they're not making it though. I know, but I don't feel like they're wanting to end it. They feel like they have the strength to go through there, but it's a matter of, do you want to end it, right? If you're like, "Well, I want them to be the one to end it. I wanna make sure," but you're the one that has to decide if this is the relationship you want, and if you don't, then I wouldn't jump into a relationship with anyone else without first dealing with your fears and insecurities, because 'cause you're just gonna keep repeating the same cycles over and over again too, right? Unless you and I won't judge you, I went through 5 times with 5 different people. Repeating the cycles, I like learning my lessons really, really good, so no judgment, just information, right? And then a message from Wally. Yep, Queen of Pentacles, this is that mother nature, mother nurture energy. There is that that's that sensuality, that mothering, that nurturing, that he loves that about you and who you are when you're not yelling at him. He sees you, the 3 of Pentacles. He loves creating with you, but he doesn't like, destructing with you, because it hurts to, to uh, try to deconstruct something through the words and in that, and it's like, getting to the root of it. The Judgment card is like, if we could see things from a different perspective, we can resurrect this, you know. So there is hope there. There is strength there. I don't feel like they're a giving up kind of person, obviously, because they've been sticking it out over there for how long? But I do feel like you can't keep going and doing what you do. So you have to decide, if this is what I want, then I need to do something to change how we interact. And and then if I don't feel it's worth it, then end it. But take responsibility for your side and what decisions you want. Because if you're like, well, if they want it, I'll keep trying. Well, but do you want to, Or are you like, "Ah, I'm kind of tired of arguing too. Maybe it is best for us." But you get to decide. There is no wrong choice, and there is all these possibilities here. There's not a supposed to or anything from spirit with all that, right? Right. And then your fortune cookie is open to the universe. Look at the alien. I am discovering my worth and my abilities. I have confidence in my value and my potential. I reclaim my inner power. I accept and love myself completely. Thus, I am open to the divine light of the universe. This is the energy of what you're working on, is your self-love, right? Because our fears are activated because of our the insecurity that's being activated around our self-worth. And, when someone acts a certain way, we think, "Oh," and that's why we get feel unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, because we're feeling like I'm failing at something, and then we get defensive. We either fight or flight. You don't flight, you fight. You're a fighter, fire starter. So, um, so hopefully that helps there, Maria. So hang in there, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Phoenix Oracle Healing for 1724. So Phoenix, here's your timestamp. Thank you again for your donation. And you want to know who is your person? Who is your person, and when will you meet? So your person, not just your person, but your person, that person. I get you. So who is your it's not your forever person. We don't have forever people, but like your soul partner, right? Who's your soul partner? Who am I going to be with? And when am I going to meet this person? Let's take a look here. So who is it? What can we know about them? You want that one, that one too. All right. Yeah, all right. And then the when, based on current energies, when will you meet? Of course, the futures are fluctuating, right? You know all that. Being a tarot master or oracle master, it's the same difference, right? All right. Well, the bottom of the deck, the reason you might have seen me smirk because my face hides nothing, is you got the Four of Wands on the bottom of the deck, which is the marriage card. So you do have marriage in this lifetime. You do have a soul partner, is what it's saying. That's in the cards, literally. So, and you knew that already, I'm sure. But confirmation is always nice. And then who is this person? Yeah, we got the Tower card, which this is Scorpio energy, right? Pluto, Scorpio energy. Um, and so we like that energy, right? And I do feel like it is someone, with the lightning bolt of the tower. I don't know if I held that up long enough. It's a beautiful card because they don't have people being blasted out. It's almost like they're empowered with electricity. There is this like phoenix rising from the ashes energy, but I feel like they come into your life like a lightning bolt out of nowhere. And you're like, whoa, wasn't expecting you. And we'll find out more about who they are with these other eight cards here. But I feel like there definitely is that, the Pluto, Scorpio energy, death and rebirth, you know, uh, kind of energy that comes in there. I believe that's right. That's what I feel. You got the Knight of Wands. Again, they come in out of nowhere. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Um, Fire horse energy, right? Passionate individual. Um, and and they do have a lot of fire energy as well that comes in with them here. Action energy, movement energy. And we like that. We like that kind of energy. A very passionate person, you know, um, and shows their passion. So I feel like that might be an important. Let's see here. So these four cards came out together. What is this? Yeah. We got the World card. So we definitely have this, you know, ending of a cycle, beginning of new adventure, full of possibilities. And what else do we have here? I don't know. I don't think I don't think Scorpio is a fixed sign. There's fixed sign energy. I was just getting fixated on the fixed signs that were here. But there is this energy of that they've been through transformation in their life. Like they reached a cycle of I'm ending that old and I'm beginning and I'm living my dream full of possibilities. So, and again, that makes sense with Scorpio energy because they are the sign of transformation. They move from the scorpion to the snake to the eagle to the phoenix, right? So they've been through a significant transformation. It's like maybe they were a lawyer and they decided they wanted, to be a Reiki master, or, I don't know, something where they left something that they've been doing for a while to transform into something that's their heart's dream, not, you know, what they originally were doing that was someone else's dream. So I feel like they've been through that transformation. Got the 6 of Swords. That's a beautiful energy. They've really been leaving behind old ways of thinking and moving into new ways of thinking. They've had a lot of transformation again, a lot of transition, a lot of movement in their life because of the change of mindsets resulted in change in their world. So I do feel like they're open-minded energy that comes in here too. You have the 10 of Cups. Yep. They definitely want a relationship, a family, a loving family full of love with a 10 of Cups. So they definitely that's a big piece of it, which makes sense if with being a water sign, 10 of Cups, they love the emotional uh, of it, and the Knight of Cups. So they are romantic as well. So we definitely like that you have the Knight of Wands and the Knight of Cups. So they're passionate and they're loving too, full of emotion, full of passion. Yum yum, right? And I do feel like, the 10 of Cups is wanting children, wanting legacy in a way. Um, so, I feel like they want the full shebang with the 10 of Cups. And then the 3 cards underneath that, yeah, we got the Death and Rebirth card. So here again, the Tower card, the Death and the Death card. I feel like these both are. Now I want to look here. Sorry, I gotta check now. Where's my little cheat sheet here? Is it here? I thought, yeah. So Death card is Scorpio. What was the Tower? Maybe the Tower I'm off. Oh no, it's Mars, emphasis on Aries and slightly on Scorpio, so it was there. So Scorpio twice, just saying. Hell yeah, we like this. So you got Scorpio energy twice with the Tower and the Death card. Very transformative, and yeah, and I like this. You got the Queen of Swords, a beautiful balance between head and heart. Such a compatible individual that, they definitely, they like learning. They in this very Scorpio energy, they're all about the secrets, but they balance it with the emotional thing as well. And they can be big thinkers. But it's very compatible energy. They are not so much in their head that they don't know what an emotion is, and they're not so emotional that they're unstable. They can communicate their emotions and they can express both, and it's beautiful compatible. It just is like it fits like a glove energy. So I love this. And the 6 of Wands, equal passion, victory energy that comes in. So we definitely it's in the cards. I like all this. And then the when, dun dun dun. Let me just put these cards over here. The when you have is the King of Cups. So, and it's the astrology is also Scorpio. So you can't make it up here. I'll show you. So you got the King of Cups, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, but the timing is February 9th to March 20th. And that's, of course, can always alter and change, but that would be next year is when you meet them. And again, the King of Cups is the kind of the unlikely divine counterpart of the Queen of Swords, because the King of Cups rules over cups, has swords behind the scenes. The Queen of Swords has swords up front and cups behind the scenes. So they're an unlikely pair, but they're very compatible because people don't realize that even though one shows emotion outward, they've got great thinking behind the scenes, and the one reflects a lot of thinking outside. They got a great amount of emotional um, emotional pockets of motion, I was trying to think of a word like an aquifer of something below the surface. So I love that for you. And let's take a look here. For your fortune cookie, let's grab this and see what we've got here. All right. So for this one, yeah, we got inner work. Maybe this is giving you both time between now and then for some more inner transformation. Probably them. You're already, it's them, right? God brings me ideal situations for my inner healing. As I become aware of my weaknesses, I turn them into strengths. I direct my thoughts toward the light and see the positive side of every stage of my life. Darkness turns into courage. Thus, I get stronger. I like that. All right. So that is that one. Thank you for your additional donation. We're just going to head right into that one. So we've got 428.14 for that one here. Boom, boom, boom. There are both your timestamps. We'll give that a love and a likey poo there. All right, let me take a quick sip and we'll find out what do you need to know from spirit. Absolutely. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, what do you need to know from spirit? All right. That one for that one. All right. So we got a little countdown going on here. Oh, how funny. That this last card it ended in strength, right? Darkness turns into courage, thus I get stronger. And then your energy on the bottom of the deck is you have the strength card, Leo energy, right? So, excuse me. um, and of course, this is the connection with your higher self and realizing you're so much more than this human character and you're connecting to that higher realm with your higher self. And that's where you find the source of your strength, knowing that this is a small expression of your higher self and that you have this unending sea of strength that you can pull on um, from your higher self when needed. You got 3 cards and then 2 cards and 1 card. So they're telling you about a countdown to something. And so the first 3 cards here, you have the 2 of Pentacles, a little bit of balance of something in the outside world with the 8 of Cups. All right, I see here. And the Knight of Wands. So it is that you're in this preparation here. It's like on one side, you're stepping into your power of energetic choice, knowing that every moment you're making an energetic choice of story, emotion, attraction energy, and physical action. And all of that is drawing something to you. You are learning to step into the strength of I am creating my life and I'm drawing everything to myself with all my choices. And I feel like that's part of the balancing is you're realizing and it's becoming your practice to come back to realize what am I focusing on right now? What am I focusing on right now? What's my focus? What's my focus? What energy am I in? And when we find that we're in a lower vibrational energy, we have grace with ourselves, we have compassion, patience with ourselves because we're like, you know what? I came down here to experience all the lower vibration. But I'm not in that right now. I'm kind of done with that for a while. I'm seeking higher vibration because I've done enough of that. I want to try some of this for a while. And if I get bored, I'll try some of this again. But I can bounce back and forth because I have the power to choose with this Knight of Wands energy. The Eight of Cups, on the other hand of the scale, is your kind of doing an emotional inventory of where you're investing all of your emotional energy and you're realizing those relationships with people that don't serve you anymore. We might have talked about this before, but it is this acknowledgement that you're letting go of relationships that you were the one keeping it alive and you're realizing this doesn't serve me anymore. So I'm backing away Um, I'm like, I'm totally backing away, or I'm backing away to 50%. Like, I'm only giving 50% of the energy into it instead of 70, 80, 90 all the time. I'm backing off and I'm getting this energy back into my emotional bank. And you're also transforming some old emotions of anger and sadness from your childhood, 7 years old and younger, that you had to stuff, that you weren't allowed to express because, "You better stop your crying or I'll give you something to cry about," or, "If you don't stop your tantrum, I'm gonna beat you," you know? And so you suppress those, you were allowed to have joy and happiness most of the time, but these other ones you had to push down because you didn't know what to do with them. They've been charged. It takes energy to keep them suppressed and down there, but now you've been releasing those, and all this energy that you're getting back from all this emotional energy that you've been investing and all that other energy that it's been taking to charge all those old emotions and to keep them down is filling your emotional bank up, which is preparing you for your relationship, right? So they want you to know this is the process, and the things that you're doing will only make your relationship just a higher vibration kind of relationship instead of a low vibration. And you're preparing it because if you don't have all this emotional bank full, your heart goes, no, we don't have time, or not time, we don't have the funds to fund a new relationship. So denied, So once we fill that up, then that can also help speed things up, especially if on the other side they're doing the same. Then we have that emotional energy that can draw us together. Under the surface of those two, we have the Five of Cups. So transforming some old emotions through emotional choice. So that's underneath there. So that's just saying below the surface, you are doing a lot of that movement and change and transformation of old emotional wounds, and it's you're filling up your emotional bank. I like that. Then the next step, I feel like where you're heading into, yep, and then you have the 5 of Swords and the Lover's card. So you have the power of emotional choice you're stepping in with there. And the 5 of Swords too is this is more so, questioning expectations that you have around who someone's supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, realizing expectations suck the life out of things, right? And rather than focusing on what's not happening, there's this beautiful, the Lover's card, emotional choice energy. I can choose to focus on the low vibration and what's not happening, and then I get more of that, or I focus on what I love about what someone's doing. Um, and then that grows, and that, has an amazing, abundance kind of energy that comes in. So I like that. Underneath the surface of that, you got the 3 of Wands, yeah. So you end up going a different direction with relationships than you would have in the past, which makes it feel more like an adventure instead of a job interview or, work. It feels like adventure, so I really like that for you. And then it's bringing you down to 3, 2, 1. You got the Page of Cups, yep, higher vibrational love, with the Hierophant, yep. Seeing things from a higher perspective energy, realizing it's interesting because the Hierophant is the master of stepping stones and the master of change, and it feels like that you realize when you have this high vibrational relationship, you look back and you understand, oh, now I understand why I had all of them, you know, happen to prepare me for this. And what's wonderful is like if you meet someone wonderful, if the first person you meet is amazing and wonderful, we don't appreciate them as much, um, compared to if we have several relationships where they were not so amazing. That contrast just makes us enhance our appreciation of, people. You're like, "Oh my god, thank you so much for, making coffee." And they're like, "Yeah, that's not a big deal." Or you're like, No, it is. They don't realize it, right? So, I love that. And then because, your donations add up to more than $5 for um this, fortune cookie, you get one of these, Animal Apothecary. So thank you again for your donations. Hey, Jojo, you woke up now. Hey, good. Well, you're up next for your, second question because I didn't see a second question. So if you're awake enough, you can pop that in. Hey, Jean, good to see you. Hello, hello. All right, so your fortune cookie here, you got evolve into your complexity. I love it. Number 3. Wasn't that new movie with Sally Field and the octopus? Wasn't that called Complex Beings? That's funny. The movie, it's your movie. So, Octopus is a shapeshifter, able to change the color and texture of her skin to camouflage her appearance. She's an excellent escape artist and exceptionally intelligent. Octopus evolved into her greatness, her profound complexity, through all the difficulties she endured. Her need to survive and endure every situation that caused her fear and suffering is literally what evolved her into this magnificent creature she currently is. There you go. That's what we're talking about. Octopus's medicine teaches us about the difficult journey toward the evolution of our highest self, who is our true self. There's that strength energy again. This card represents the moment of sprouting, the seed ripping open to blossom into what it has always been destined to become. This may not be an easy or comfortable moment. The fortitude of Octopus is needed here. As scary situations, self doubt, and challenges approach, stand strong in the inner knowing that difficult moments are the catalyst for evolution. See the test, and even if you're shaking, yell to the world, I will keep going. See the limiting beliefs on your knees, crying and screaming, I will still keep going. See the loss of something special with a shattered heart and profess, I will keep going. All ventures will be faced with limitations, difficulties, and tests. Instead of resisting the inevitable hardships, accept them for what they are, catalysts for growth into a much more complex and profound version of yourself. When a mother resists the pain of childbirth, the labor takes much longer. When the mother surrenders and allows the pain to move through her, the birth progresses much faster. Once you accept the universal law that all beings suffer for growth, you will pass through suffering more quickly. Octopus's medicine asks you to have steadfast endurance in moments of difficulties and to understand you are rapidly evolving, and this is just a test in the school of life. I love that. That's all about what we're talking about with the master of change and growth, right? So I love it. You love the octopus. Boom. There you go. Get one last picture. And beautiful number 3. So that is what we have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your multiple donations and what an adventure ahead. I like this for you. Right. So good to see you. All right. And so Joe, we'll look for your question in a momentito. And Jean, you're very welcome. I'm glad you got to see your reading. So I like that. Oh, good. I love that. You are very welcome. Okie dokie. So let me take a quick sip here. And then Joe, that will be my last donation. And then I'll jump into free readings here. I'd only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 this evening. So far, compared to I think I had 35 or so last night. That's why it was an 8-hour session, and and why we had an extra hour and 15-minute or so session this morning to do it. So overall, it would have been like a 9 hour and 15-minute session. I'm so grateful. I know we're a little lighter tonight. We're only at 5 hours coming up, um, but we we'll just roll. We'll roll with it. I'm so grateful. That's why I don't sweat the longer ones, because sometimes we have less longer ones than that, and that's all right. Oh, thank you so much, Phoenix. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's why I'm bruddaZEN, right? Living up to my name. I gotta bring the receipts. Otherwise, why my bruddaZ? All right. So we will jump to JoJo whenever you put your question out there. So just for the sake of timing, I will jump into some free readings now. So Swaroop Bobby, you are up for 43. Woo, 16 will be yours. So boom, boom, here is that. And so the interview has been put on hold again. You don't know the reason why. So what's coming towards you for a career? Let's take a look here. Yeah, wow. You definitely have a little bit of being pulled alone time. You got the high priestess and you got the hermit. Both of these, the hermit gets pulled away, alone with spirit to connect with them, for them to guide him. And the high priestess goes into her high priestess temple to connect with spirit, to look behind the veil, dive deep into their own emotions. But both of them are about seeing things from a different perspective energy here. And, it's trusting that, you know, there's a purpose for everything, and delays happen on purpose for a purpose. But this brings in an energy of, um, especially with the high priestess connecting to your heart. What is it that your heart wants to do, right? The interviews and the things you're doing are these things that feel like right for your mind, like the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be. Because whenever we get like, why does this thing keep being delayed and why am I getting being kept from something? It's not by accident, right? It's, hmm, let me go into my heart. Is this where my heart is leading me? Or is this where my mind is leading me? My heart might be leading me in a different direction, and they're putting up this barrier going, no, no, not that way. We want to go this way. And so sometimes that door gets kept closed because we're to go a different direction, kind of in this. And if you've been having a hard time getting into jobs and stuff, it could be that it's because it's, what we feel comfortable with or what the mind is telling us we're supposed to do and the expectations we have and those beliefs. But consider stepping back, like with the hermit and the high priestess, to step into your heart and go, what is it where's my heart leading me? Where is it drawing me? And you can look into that. But I feel like that is what they want you to kind of look at right now, because if you've been experiencing these blocks over and over and over again in a variety of different companies and everything else, it's a sign to maybe look to the right and go, what's over there? If this isn't working, look to the right, look to the left, and see, which way you're being pulled by your heart, not by this noggin up here. All right. So hopefully that helps a little bit, Swaroop. That's what they have right now. So many blessings. And we got Butterfly. Butterfly, thank you so much for all of your assistance in the chat as usual, and your sense of humor, your creativity, all your lovely things you say. I'm so grateful for you. I appreciate it. And I did rest well. And I went for a big walk, and I think it was just walking today. Yeah. So good stuff. So thank you so much. Um, yeah, keep plenty of coffee beside me for sure. All right. Anyone to know, what does spirit wants you to know at this time? All right, let's take a look here. So they do want that one. What else? And this one here. All right, you got the 9 of Wands and the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, I feel like there is a little bit of time here. Not solitary confinement, even though there's bars right there, right, with the 9 of Wands. But you got this time, this invitation to step away and be alone with spirit. Both 9 energies. It's a number of the Holy Spirit, but it's also a beautiful, like I said, an invitation to step in with spirit, step away from the outside world and connect upward. And and in doing that, I don't even feel like this is about blocks. I feel like this 9 of Wands is about a barrier that's just kind of bringing you into this space of solitude in a way to connect deeper with them. Because it's like this invitation, special invitation. What's on the bottom of the deck here, too? Yeah, Page of Cups for higher love vibration. And this makes sense. I think we talked about you getting upgrades and downloads, and I feel like it's important. They're like, now is the time. We're preparing you. We're preparing your body. We're preparing your energy. And you're going to kind of feel like this kind of hedge that kind of just moves out. That creates it where some people aren't responding as fast as they normally do. A lot of people are quiet and less active, and there's kind of this eerie silence that kind of comes into your life just for a few days. And it's given you the opportunity just to sit with yourself and hear clearly because it's so quiet. But that won't last long, so don't worry. But I feel like they're preparing you. You might be feeling something within your physical body. Of course, if there's anything concerning, definitely get it checked out by a professional. But I feel like you might feel like something changing inside you, but they're preparing you physically for the energy that they're going to be bringing in with that 9 of Wands too. So I like that. That's what they want you to know right now, butterfly. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Divine Soul, you're up 44924. So there is your timestamp. And you want to know his feelings for you. Let's see here. No, any of those. All right. Come on. Cards. There we go. So you've got the Hierophant and the 8 of Cups. This is the Hierophant is the master of growth and the stepping stone. And the 8 of Cups is about, walking away from relationships that don't serve anymore. I I feel like his feelings for you here, it does feel like there is this, you know, it wasn't meant to be more than a moment, a season for you as well. Um, and but I feel like they're kind of in the way out kind of energy. And I mean, when we look at the, stepping stones as we have all these relationships, and they don't have to be romantic, it could be friends, family, whoever too, but we have all these stepping stones where we're learning about ourselves as we make our way, along, kind of like the stepping stones here, that we make our way towards where the fulfillment of the full moon here, but where we're heading towards. So it does feel here, I know, that they're kind of seeing it as, I think I've learned what I need to learn here, and maybe it's time to think about an exit kind of energy. And just know with it happening, it is happening for you because they were a stepping stone for you, and you are done learning what you need to learn from them. At least you have the experiences to learn from. You don't need to keep experiencing things over and over again with them. But I feel like there is reflective energy there, whatever's bubbling up, especially with the ending and the departure, that's for you as a gift to be freed from it. So I feel like that's what is kind of coming in there for you right now. So I'm sorry, dear. I know, but it is for you. That's why, we just do our best. So hang in there. All right. All right. So Jojo, yay. I see your question. So thank you for your donation. Your second one. And let's see. You're up here. There you are. And so we're at 4:52:17. So I hope you got some good rest. Here's both your timestamps just in case you didn't see your other one there. And you want to know, were you a mermaid ever? You hear they are real. In a way, um, like it's, of course, all the fairy tales and everything like that. It's different, right? But it's very, um, especially around the times of Atlantis, they were really experimenting a lot with merging genes of different beings and creating these things that they would inject their DNA and then they would do it. Like my elemental spirit guide, um, water elemental spirit guide. I don't know if I said water. She was from Atlantis, and she was like a marine biologist. Is kind of what we'd look at it. She lived in a floating kind of ship, home little structure above the water, and she lived like out on the reef because she wanted to be near all the animals. She had a great uh, connection with the collective, and she actually did allow experiment of DNA with fish, and she had gills where she could breathe underwater, but she could also breathe air, and that's kind of like the mermaid energy. And so I feel like it's more so that than it was, um, an actual race, maybe at least on Earth. It could be somewhere in another planetary system or dimension or something. Let's take a look here. Were you a mermaid ever? And what else can you know about it as well? I feel like they do get all these three, and then these two, and these two. All right. Yeah, we got the hermit energy on the bottom of the deck here. And it's interesting with this Virgo energy of the hermit, which has to do with the body and health kind of energy. That I'm getting kind of that. You might even have been like, the doctor from the island of Dr. Moreau creating mermaids. but but we'll see what that's about here. You do have the Eight of Swords. And the Eight of Swords, I'm getting here, there's like eight stories, meaning like eight experiences. Because they're showing me interesting here. It's like this is like your Akashic records, and there's eight books about you as a mermaid like being, both male and female, and things in between. And that, you know, again, there's um, a variety of different places that you experience these, and they're not all on Earth. In fact, I feel like maybe like one on Earth, you know, and then the rest of them are in a water planet in, Sirius B star system when it was before it got consumed, and, went over here and went over there and in another dimension. That you have this Akashic records of this aquatic type of humanoid beings that would be considered mermaids. But I do feel like you have at least one here, maybe two, but I feel like, yes, one. So the question is, yes, you have. Let's see what they want you to know about this here. Yeah, here's your Leo energy. What else about this here? The Chariot and the King of Cups. Yeah, I was going to figure. So these three coming out. Here is the King of Water, Neptune energy, right? Um, and maybe, I don't know, was Neptune, was there ever like a civilization, a water civilization on Neptune at some point? So I got startled. The dog dropped a bone on the hardwood floor upstairs. Whoa, oh my gosh. If you saw me flinch. But I like this. There's this, even the Cancer moon energy behind the Chariot. Um, I like this type of leadership, energy within whatever, like, mermaid clan or whatever civilization. I feel like you were in leadership with this, with that strength card of the Leo energy and the movement energy and the King of Cups, of course, as well. So I do feel like you were, um, a leader, and in fact, it I feel like they're telling me kind of a lot about the stories here, because I feel like in one you were a warrior, another one you were a leader, another one you were a leader. So it's like twice you were a leader and one you were a soldier or a protector, warrior kind of energy in, um, in those as well. What else do they want you to know here? Yep, 7 of Cups, 3 of Swords energy. I could have swore I saw, like, seahorses in that 3 of Swords that were jumping out at me. But, yeah, a lot of different emotional energies coming in here, and I feel like here's the 7 other cups, the 7 other lifetimes as a water being, and the 3 of Swords, and they're kinda saying here with that, it's not disappointment, heartbreak, and everything, it's unexpected. They're like, it's these other 7 are unlike anything that you can imagine. It's not like the standard mermaid, you know, myths, but definitely the one here was more along closer to that, like we're talking about, like Atlantis. But these other ones, they're like, yeah, the other ones are very unexpected and different. So they're not all 8 of the same, right? And you got the High Priestess and the Hanged Man. Yep, High Priestess energy. Again, all that water energy that happens with the High Priestess and the Hanged Man, transformational energy. And I do feel here, I do feel that, I don't know, this transformation energy, it reminds me, you might even have been a part to my elemental spirit guide, which I feel like you went through a transformation to become a mermaid in the human life, and that makes sense that they're kinda confirming that. And, um, being the high priest is very connected to water. I feel like, there was a several microbiologists and several Atlantean scientists and, the scientific community that wanted to be such a part of this collective of different coral reefs. But I feel like yours, where mine, they were like in a reef near Atlantis. It was close enough to, they could get to Atlantis pretty quick, but they were far enough away where they didn't have to be involved in everyday stuff too. But I feel like you were way far away, like maybe even in like the Australian, coral reef, the one outside the Australia, but you were in a different one because you wanted to be away, way, way, way far away from Atlantis and all the politicalness and different things you liked. You were That makes sense with that hermit energy you got, because you wanted to kinda be alone and be away from all that, stuff. So that's what they have for you, dear. Let's see your fortune cookie here. I feel like both of your donations do add up to $5 or more. So let's take a look here and see your fortune cookie here. Comes from the animal apothecary. You're gonna get a fish. Nope, but you got Leo energy, lion energy. It's in you. Oh my god, you got a mermaid in you right now. Let's see here. It was your twin that was supposed to be born. The not so cowardly lion. So, in the story of The Wizard of Oz, the cowardly lion traveled the yellow brick road to get to the Emerald City to request what his heart most longed for, courage. Little did he know that during his entire frightening journey, he already possessed that which he sought so desperately. For in his heart There roared a courage that was always his to claim. The cowardly lion needed the outer journey to understand that what he most desired was always within. What you seek, you too have in you. Do not give up the journey, persevere and endure the uncertainty. Remember that having courage does not mean that you're fearless. It means you do the thing despite being scared. Cowardly lion, who now has transformed into confident lion, shares his medicine with these questions. What if everything you've been searching for is not only right in front of you, but is in you? What if everything you've been chasing outside of yourself was the part of you that you couldn't see within? What if you were looking in others to find the you that was screaming to be self actualized? What if every beautiful quality you deeply want, you already possess? What if the sweep you off your feet love is your own love within reflected back to you? What if the gift you have been waiting to actualize was crying out, I'm right here, I'm right here, please, please, please see me? What if the whole entire time it was you that you were searching for? What if you chose you and stopped waiting for others to choose you? And what if you stopped running toward external validation to prove your worth and instead went within and became yourself? Wow, I love that. Beautiful, beautiful energy. Little little moon with a green heart in there too. So, all right, my dear, that is what they have for you. Thank you again for your donations. Always good to see you. All right, everybody. So we'll continue here on the free readings. Let me just take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everyone. Thank you for your patience and getting to your readings. All right. So we will be to free readings back here in a minute. Sorry. I know you guys, oh, you had to have coffee, bruddaZEN. It's all right. I knew a donation was coming in. So, Kat Marie, hey, good to see you. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I'll get you on here. Let's give that a love and a like here. You're up right now. Boom, boom. So we've got 5:05:05 is your timestamp. Look at that. I like it. I like it. I like it. And you want to get an update on the connection between Dorsey and you. All right, let's take a look here, see what we got going on. So tell us, what can we know about this connection between Dorsey and Kat Marie? All right, and what is this about? What is all this about? All right. Yeah, just it feels like I don't see any of the cards yet. I just see the formation of the cards because you got 2 cards, 3 cards, and then 1 card. So it's not 3, 2, 1 or 1, 2, 3. It's out of order kind of energy that's coming in here. So it feels like something's out of order. Of course, we'll figure it out here in a moment. We'll see what they have to say about all this. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 3 of Swords and the 3 of Pentacles energy, which does this, both of these cards combine bring in this energy, of course, of the unexpected and being true to one's authentic self, and that there's a little bit of conflict going on between what each of you are expecting from each other, and it's not aligning, and but it doesn't feel like a deal breaker kind of energy. It just feels like, oh, this is different. This is out of order. I see all this stuff, but it's just not organized the way I think it should be organized kind of energy, right? So it just feels like there's a little bit of, I wanna say confusion, but it doesn't feel like, it's just more like, "What? Is that really how it's supposed to go? Isn't it supposed to go 3, 2, 1 or 1, 2, 3?" Well, in my planet, it's 2, 3, 1. Nothing ever unfolds the way it's supposed to, you know? So let's take a look here and see what's happening here. Um, so we'll start with the 2, energies here. Let's see what this is about. Got the Page of Wands, and we've got the Judgment card. So there is some energy here, this pulling energy. The Judgment card is like a higher self, an angel blowing a trumpet, calling us, drawing us, and the Page of Wands is this passion energy that's pulling here. What's the energy below that here? And we have the Page of Cups, energy that's coming in. This is interesting. Have you guys been apart for a while? I'm sorry that I can't remember. I've been doing so many readings. They're not bringing it back to me, but this energy feels like there's this pull that you guys are pulling back toward one another because the Page of Cups is kind of like a return love energy, but it's like this pulling, it feels like that you guys are being pulled. Whatever kind of feeling that you're being drifting away, there's like this pull coming back here. Let's see what this is here. The 3 cards in the middle. Yeah, you get another page. Page of Pentacles. Oh, okay. This is interesting. So, because you got the Page of Wands, the Page of Cups, the Page of Pentacles, and it's could be going back to, it's going to a, like a new level here too, new opportunities. You got the Ace of Pentacles, this abundance energy. There's a little bit of 5 of Swords that's here as well. So it does feel like there's a little bit of conflict between the head and the heart here. And it can be maybe, like you said, we've been hanging out a lot. And it might be like the heart wants to move super fast, but the minds are going, whoa, 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 kind of energy, right? You don't know if you like your answer. um, and but then underneath there is this death card energy. And so there is a little bit of rebirth and all of this, the all the pages are like wanting to go to something, to a higher level, right? And so there is this energy of, you know figuring things out, a little bit of conflict, like the heart wants to go one way and the mind's going, wait a minute, isn't it supposed to go this way? And wait, this is what I want. No, heart, get back here. And you know trying to control it, but it just feels like things have been going kind of fast, 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 right? And it's like, "Whoa, Nelly, whoa, horsey." You ever see the little kids in harnesses where parents pull them back from the toys or whatever? So that I see, like, both of your minds doing to your hearts and going, "Alright, come on now, you can't just do this," right? Because the of course, the mind is built to protect, and it's kinda wanting, to slow the roll a little bit, right? Yeah, yeah, and you got the 4 of Pentacles, so there's a little bit of balancing energy that's coming in here, and the King of Cups, yeah, balance between head and heart. So and it's okay, it can't, go at ludicrous speed unless you guys, end up moving in together and, think, "Oh, this is it. This is the one. This is gonna be forever. Let's do it." You know? There's never any wrong choice. It's we always learn through everything we do, you know? I know I moved out of state, left all my friends, and job and everything else to have them cheat on me 6 months later, you know? Yay. We learned and we go. So, I like that. But it does feel here, I mean, that things seem to be flowing and it's important that balancing energy that's coming in, you know, with it um, because you don't want it to be like those little sparklers at the 4th of July where they're "Psst," and then it's over, you know, we don't wanna burn it out, we wanna kinda slow our roll and, um, just a little bit, and, um, balance is key, um, and because if we rush too much, you know, red flags or not even red flags, but disagreements and like those conflicts, you had the 5 of swords, right? Conflicts all come to a head at once. You know, when we're taking our time a little bit, if something comes up, we, you know, any kind of disagreement or difference of perspectives or whatever, we talk about it, we work it out. Okay, going on, moving on. And then we have another one, and then we talk about it, move it on. But if we rush, we have like 5 of them happen all at the same time, and that is difficult, right? Because then it's bam, 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 bam. It's like a fight. It's not a discussion because we become uncomfortable and things start to, you know, like I said, kind of get out of control. But it looks good. I don't see anything. There's a lot of movement and progression energies, things progressing fast. And, you know, at some time it levels off and I feel like they're wanting you to know that so that, you know, when we meet and we're going, "Whoa," you know, at some point we can't keep going or we go out of the planet into space. So at some point we level off a little bit and this leveling off can feel like, "Uh-oh, what's going wrong?" It's like, "No, we needed to level off and that's part of, you know, this." So I like it for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here too. Since your donation is $5 or more, you do get one of these animal apothecary. So let's take a look here and see what we got here. This one? Nope. Run away. Okay, there we go. Oh, I like it. So you got a victory card. Do 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 do. And card number 40, which is the Falcon. So Falcon heralds victory on the horizon. She dares to accept all challenges. Now you must focus like Falcon on the end goal and discipline yourself to actualize your inner vision. There's no time for mindless activities. Focus like a laser on what needs to be done and do it. Something special is waiting to be developed, but it requires your steadfast commitment. What you most desire may take months or years, but do not rush for completion. Timing will play in your favor if you endure the long journey. I love it. Falcon's medicine shares that the key to your victory is discipline. Do not lean on motivation to carry you through, because on your journey, motivation will often vanish for a time, and you must discipline yourself to push through no matter what. It's like what we were talking about, right? What you desire is attainable, and what you long to do in this life is yours, but you must work for it. Falcon's medicine suggests you create a commitment of just 20 minutes a day working towards your goal. Now, more than ever, is the time you must take steadfast action and have unwavering faith you will succeed. Do not give up. Keep going. Something beyond your wildest dreams awaits you to capture it. Falcon's medicine is an honor to have chosen in your spread today. It brings the medicine of victory, but remember, it comes to you through your discipline. I like it. The Falcon victory. You get the crown. All right. So thank you for that donation there, Kat Marie. I do see your second one. And Jojo. Oh, thank you so much. I'll give that a love and a like there. Appreciate your extra little tip there. So thank you. So grateful. All right. Let me see. What's this over here? All right. So, Cat Marie, let's go on to your second one here. So we've got 5, 17, 15. So for number 2 here, thank you again for your additional donation. We'll give that a love and a like. And Maria, I just saw your additional donation come in. So I will add that on. You'll be up here after Cat Marie. All right. So you want to get a message about how your kid's dad feels in this situation of you being with someone else. All right. His name is Tyler. All right. Just take a quick sip here as well. Cheers, cheers. All righty. So how does the T-Man feel about this? Oh, yeah, of you being with someone else. Well, you guys are not together anymore, right? Awkward. Let's see here. And got these and these. All right. Yeah, I get it here. You know, the energy on the bottom of the deck, you do got the 5 of wands. Um, you know, oh yeah. We got the little bit of drama, you know, a little bit of conflicted energy that's there. So, I definitely feel like there is that underlying energy. Let's see what more specifically we got here. Yeah, I mean, we've got the Sun card, these 3 cards together. We got the Sun. We also have the Ace of Wands and the 8 of Pentacles. And it's an interesting energy in the combination. It's a victory card, the Sun card, but it shines a bright light on things too. And and we'll see what these other cards bring in, but the energy I'm getting is like, you know what? It shines a light that, okay, I needed to see this. I needed to see you with someone else so that I could, you know, the 8 of Pentacles, transform my own self. And with the Ace of Wands, you know, that I can look for someone else too. And not out of a, well, I can be with someone else too, but that I feel like I needed to see this so that I can, you know, kinda let that hope go, right? It's like, well, I needed to do this and, you know, it'd been nice if we could be a family and all that, but I can see that, you know, I feel like you've been telling them no, 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 but now this helps them go realize, "Oh, yeah, you've been telling me, but now I get to see it, and I need to see this so that I can let go, and I can pursue my own transformation of my own life," kind of energy. And then there's 3 sets of 2. Yeah, and so I feel like he's, you know, he's trying to understand it here. He's trying to see it from a different perspective. The 10 of Wands is like changing from burden to abundance, and that Knight of Swords is on a quest of seeing things from a different perspective and see the clarity, which I feel like you kind of were talking about in the beginning here. So I do feel like they're trying to, you know, um, see it from a higher perspective, right? Been that too. Yeah, yeah, and that's all right. And this is good. I feel like it's important for them. And yeah, the first cut is the deepest. Our first love. There's always a special place in the backyard. I mean, in our heart for them. My first almost ended up buried in the backyard. I was, I was, in the process of making our 2nd koi pond in the backyard, and it turned into being, like, 15 feet by 18 feet long, and its deepest point 5 feet deep, and they came out one day and said, "Well, that's awfully deep." And they're like, "What, are you gonna bury me in there?" I just looked at 'em. I said, "Don't give me any ideas," 'cause they cheated on me in my first relationship, and I was like, "Mm-mm, you might end up under here." But I like this that, of course, there is sorrow there, that they're working through with the 5 of cups, but they're also working on changing the story with the 2 of swords. So I do feel like they are looking at, you know, changing perspectives on this, but they need to it's okay for them to feel the loss and to feel that energy, right? It's necessary for them not to stuff it, but to process the loss that they're feeling, and it's all right, they will do it in their timing, and then when they're ready, they'll change the story. Um, but for now, it just and it's okay, you know. Um, yeah, and we got the 4 of Pentacles and the 6 of Wands energy here. There's something about changing residence. Do you guys live together? Because there's this change of residence kind of energy that I feel is coming in, like, it's like this would be best if I lived somewhere differently. So I don't know if you guys live very close to each other or in the same place, but I feel like they're kind of in that thinking of making this change. The 4 pentacles being the 4 walls, and the 6 of wands about changing location, a little bit. I don't feel like they're, like, they wanting to move away. Okay. Yeah. So I feel like that's a big it's the hard piece of it all there, and I feel like that's on their mind, of, like, "That's so hard, maybe I can live somewhere else." And I feel like that's kind of a reactionary energy, which they might rethink that when they rethink the other things, but, you know, if, and that makes so much sense of why it feels like even more so because I don't know if you bring them over to your place, or not, but if they showed up with someone and, you know, but you're like, "I can't be with them," that's different, but if you put yourself in their shoes, you know, it's like it's in their face all the time, and it cuts each time, but it cuts less and less because their heart is becoming chop suey at this point. You said 7 weeks, it's been 7 weeks, but I feel like they'll work through it. They just need to go through the mourning of it, but I feel like they might be thinking about, well, you know, maybe me living somewhere else is for the best if you guys I feel like they're, like, kinda waiting to see if this continues to unfold between the 2 of you, then I feel like they'll be looking at that, but I definitely feel like it's on their mind right now. 'Cause it does, yeah. Haven't been together, but you've been together, At least in his heart, not in their mind, and I get it. Let's see, my number 4 relationship, I had just gotten out of a 3-year relationship, they had gotten out of a 7, and we both didn't wanna get into another relationship, and so in our minds, we knew, you know we're not wanna be in a relationship, but we ended up very quickly. I was either at their place or they're at mine, and before we knew it, we're like, "Oh, crap, we're in a relationship, aren't we?" And my heart didn't know any better. My mind knew, But then when they were like, "Well, we're not though, right?" And we're like, "No," because there was someone they wanted to sleep with, and we weren't in a committed relationship. We just happened to be hanging out, and it turned into that. But my heart didn't know the difference in it. Trying to pull back from my heart was like, it's not a claw in it that you could unclaw and then it's done. It's like scrapes it all the way out, and it hurts all the way out. And even though my mind knew, my heart didn't know the difference. That's kind of what they're going through. They know, but their heart is like, "What's going on?" you know. So, you know, it's all right. You can release the guilt. It's their journey, their adventure. You can just, give them love from a distance. And your fortune cookie, yeah, is better than you can imagine. So this eventually will turn out better than you can imagine, with Tyler. Um, and this is the dragonfly, and this is about a quick transformation where a butterfly goes from, a egg to a caterpillar to a chrysalis to a butterfly. A dragonfly goes from the egg to a water nymph to a dragonfly. It skips cocooning and chrysalis. It and then suddenly it happens. So I feel like he'll have a faster transformation. And it says before Dragonfly becomes her most authentic self, she spends about 4 years underwater as a creepy little nymph creature. The dragonfly nymph has no comprehension of her greatness. How could a creature that lives underwater even remotely fathom that there existed an atmosphere she had no perception of, which she would not only live in, but fly in as well? Dragonfly brings a sacred message about your belief in your future self. And I feel like this is like his energy. Or it could be both. You can accept it too. She says, your perception of reality is quite limited and naive, and your image of your future self is incredibly narrow, but that's okay. Just be aware of this. If you have a dream, Dragonfly is telling you, all you have to do is work on it, and life will do the rest for you. Don't try to figure out what's supposed to what it's supposed to look like with your limited perceptions. Don't look at setbacks as the end of the world. They were meant to happen to propel and stretch you. Just keep working on your dream, and life will create something so much bigger than you have the ability to currently understand. Dragonfly's medicine teaches you to first surrender your need for something to be like the limited view in your head. Second, have absolute trust that life will deliver something greater. And third, be patient. Last, get excited that something bigger than your dreams is destined for you. So I like that. I feel like that's good for his energy. Trust that this is happening for him and that his life will end up being so much more than he could have imagined. So it will end up being for them. You just have to allow it to happen for them and try not to feel guilty. All right. So that was what they have for you, Kat Marie. Thank you again for your dual donations. I'm so grateful. All right. So we do have Maria P coming up here for number 4. So we got 5, 30, 53. And then after this, I am going to do at least 30 minutes of free readings. I got like 3 done, but I feel like I've only got like 10 more. I'll finish up the free readings after Maria. Any other donations that come in, I'll finish up after that. All right. So, Maria, thank you so much. We got into your PayPal here. All right. So let's dive in with Jeff. You might as well get this out of your system. Ask these silly questions and dive in. You're so funny. Let me just, because I'm curious, and that's what you do, right? It's like when you feel like things aren't going well over here. Well, what's it like over there? You know, it's the flight. That's when you're doing the flight. You fight when you're doing the flight. You start looking at who's next. Where can I jump out of one frying pan into another, right? So let's dive in. What's he thinking of you now? So what are his mentalness around you right now? And what are his emotions around you right now? Let's see, I want that. I want that. I do want that. And then anything else that you need to know about Jeff right now? All right. So, bottom of the deck, it's good to know that they are a Knight of Wands. So, they are a very passionate person. And they do, that Knight of Wands is kind of like, we'll see what these other cards bring in, especially the war, what else you need to know about them over here. But it's, it is an energy of they have a lot of passion, and which can lead to that they end up having a lot of you know, passionate needs, and they act on them, whether with the person they're with or otherwise sometimes, depending on the relationship, right? But let's see what's going on here, which seems to be the challenge of your biggest fear, right? Of course, they're going to bring it right to your face, right? So, what's he thinking of you? Yeah. So, he has the Queen of Swords. You got this with Wally, too. Queen of Swords. What a great fit you are. And they're realizing here too, that's that compatibility energy. So their mind is like, it would be such a good fit. We fit so well. There's a lot of common things, and the Six of Swords is, you know, they've been changing the way they've been um, thinking of you, letting away of some old things as they've gotten to know you and seeing you in a different perspective, which has brought him to this. Wow, I think we'd be really combative, probably so too, but compatible. And they see you as the Queen of Pentacles, this nurturing energy here. They do have the Eight of Cups underneath here. And that is that, again, the energy that we got when we asked earlier, that they are like, you need to leave Wally. You need to leave relationships you're in. And because I don't feel like they want to do anything or get too friendly with someone that's in a current relationship. But and that's Jeff saying that, not Spirit. Just to clarify. um because though they will flirt and pursue and interact with someone, not honoring a boundary that someone's in a relationship, they may not go completely all the way yet anyway. That Knight of Wands does show that energy, and that's a big red flag, you know, for, if someone, it's like, um so if someone, it's like exactly the same. So you're always asking, do I need to worry about any woman flirting with, you know, them? Well, you're flirting with someone and you're in a relationship. So, that's the red flag, is like, mirror, right? Anyway, so let's see. How their emotions, what are Jeff's emotions towards you, right? So we got the 10 of Swords. Yeah, they don't want expectations. They don't. Uh-oh. Well, aren't they in for a surprise, right? But this is, they don't want expectations. Supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's. They just want to be able to flow and be who they are and not need to have a certain timeline of things, right? Which goes against your current belief system, right? You're like, no, I have timelines. I have expectations, buddy. We have the Ace of Pentacles. So they do, their heart does want a new beginning with you. So they are definitely there. There's a lot of different emotions with the Seven of Cups. So they're feeling all the feels, all a variety. It's a variety of pack of emotions. So there's, the love, there's the fear, there's all of that, energy that's there. So the variety of different ones. And I got the Two of Cups. Wasn't surprised for that, because they've been doing the stuff. Um, and you invited the vampire into the house. You gave him permission. They have to have permission, right? And the Sun card. So, there is this big, bright, emotional, energy that's there, uh, and passionate energy with the Sun, big fire energy. So, what else do you need to know about Jeff here? Yep. So we have the Devil card. There's this shaking and rattling energy that comes in here, and the Four of Pentacles. So this has to do with work. Don't you work with them? And um, so, there is this, I would say, hesitancy and being, having this relationship going on at work because, you know, it's like a concern of theirs that if it doesn't work out well, you know, and I feel like that's kind of something that is in the back of their mind because the Four of Pentacles is like, their work really matters to them, but they want to make sure if it has to be like very, very solid for them to pursue a relationship, like a true committed relationship at work, because the Four Pentacles talks about defining yourself by the three buckets of the outside world, which are, you know, job, relationships, and things. So I feel like that's important to know there that a relationship may not move fast outwardly to be, again, this hidden relationship energy that you're drawing in, right? We got the Knight of Pentacles, there you go, and the Queen of Wands. So it's like they want the action of the passion with the wands, but the rest of it goes slow with the Knight of Pentacles, right? and and also the Empress. So they see you again, there's this, the passion, the sensuality, the emotion that you can give, but as as your grandma used to say, or your great aunt, is it your great aunt that passed? She's coming through. If you give away the milk for free, they'll never buy the cow. She's funny. But that is what they have for you right now. And we'll see what your fortune cookie is real quick here, too. My goodness. My goodness. Sorry, that was a lot of cards. Let me put all these in here. Come on, come on, come on. All right, and one more. There we go. All right. And then your fortune cookie here. It's this one here. And it says manifestation of light. Beautiful. It says, I see the beauty in me. I grow and develop my inner self in harmony with light and beauty. I free myself from negativity. My heart transforms. My intellect shines and my inner light grows. It's all about inner, inner, inner. And I really feel like that's kind of the nudge from spirit, which is just a suggestion, for your adventure. It's about not going from one relationship into another, into another, into another, that it's important to take a time out and learn about why we're drawing in these same type of relationships over and over, because you're just going to keep doing it until you do take the time to do that. And you're young, there's no rush, you know. Like I said, I'm not going to judge. I've had many, many of those same relationships over and over again, at least when I had them, 5 of them back in the day. So Cheers, cheers to you, Maria. Thank you again for all your donations. Hang in there, my dear. What adventures. Woo woo. All right. All right. So I think that it is for my donations right now. So we are gonna jump into free readings, and I'm gonna finish all of these. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I've got 10. I'm gonna do all these 10. Any donations that come in, I'll complete them after that. So that's what we're gonna do. Right. So Ashish, you are up 542.30. There we are. So there is your time stamp. And we've got here, where am I most likely to find your soulmate? All right, let's take a look here. What kind of guidance can we get about where you'll most likely find your soulmate? Yeah, I got it here. It's going to be a little bit of time here. You have the Three of Cups, and um, the Three of Cups represents like with your friends. And it feels like here that you're most likely going to find your soulmate when you're doing something you really enjoy with your friends. And that's kind of energy of when you're doing something that's your passion and you happen to be with friends and you bump into someone who's also, hanging out with their friends doing something they love, and you guys kind of all start talking, and there's a spark that happens between the two of you and you're like, "What?" And it's something that kind of grows over time. But I feel like it's like, wow, it's doing something that you feel passionate about that, you know, um, is how it happens. So, that's where you find it, doing something that you truly enjoy, and you're not looking for love. It's you're doing something you love and you find the spark of it there. So, that's what they got for you, Ashish. So many blessings to you. And then Debbie O, my Texan friend, you are up 544.17 is for yours. Here's your timestamp. And yeah, you listened to the Ho'oponopono prayer again and you spit up a little again, but it was very little fluid. What was this? Let's take a look here. Details, please. We got that, and we've got that there. Wow, I just put that back in and it came back out. But you got the Three of Cups and the Strength card. So this is the Three of Cups is your spiritual posse, and this is your higher self. This is your human self coughing up a fur ball, being the lion there. So I do feel like, and it's interesting that the Strength card usually has someone opening up the mouth of the lion to um, to help something release. So I do feel here with the Three of Cups too, it's joy energy, it is emotional energy, and I feel like, uh, I definitely feel like you're dreaming a lot, and there's this release energy, and this is part of a physical release of an emotional release that's coming in here. And there is forgiveness, and I feel like they're bringing in here the Three of Cups is also represents your tribe, which I feel this has to do with family. And, oh, this makes so much sense that it's has to do with siblings, right? Because that's your tribe that's left here on earth, and I feel like this forgiveness for this one has to do with one of your other big areas of the Ho'oponopono, could be Ponodon, right? So I do feel like it's more so, um and it could be both siblings. I don't know if you remember dreaming about family or whatever, but I definitely feel like it has to do with those forgiveness of them and that you're working through that within you, and you're doing this release in your sleep, and it needed to come out, and I feel like you're doing that with that energy, as well. So that is, I feel like what they're wanting to guide you toward there, and you can sit with that and see, what you have released, and you can imagine yourself, doing the Ho'oponopono with them in your mind at least, right? So I feel like that's what they got there for you, right? So many blessings, Debbie, and sleep well. All right, Livier Vagata, you're up. 5:47:12. Oops, that's not right. Try that again. There we go. So, Livier, here is your timestamp. And you ask, will you have possibilities of working in the research team, or what news would you be having towards your career matters? All right, so let's take a look here. Will you have possibilities based on current energy working on the research team? And then anything else? Do you have possibilities? Oh, you have the Nine of Swords. I feel like you got this the other night, right? That there is some expectations, some fears and expectations to let go of regarding that, to allow that to flow towards you. So, when we're looking at, what's the energy below that? Does it feel anxious? Does it feel like I want, I must have energy? Or are we releasing that to the creator and going, you know what, I'm grateful that you're going to bring me the perfect job in the perfect time in the perfect way. Gratitude for what I have and have had. I feel like that's an important energy coming in here right now. Because I feel like they're telling you that because you can have possibilities for it, but you got to get out of the head and into the heart with it, right? What news towards career? Yeah, we got the 10 of Pentacles. So there is abundance coming your way towards career matters, but I feel like that 9 of Swords needs to be eradicated, not eradicated, but transformed because, you know, there's an there's so much in the outside world that keeps pulling us out there. I think I've talked about how I put alarms on my phone, silent vibrating alarms to get my attention every hour because I'd get sucked right back out. Moments later, after I'd come back and focus on going, yes, gratitude, I'm so grateful, and da da da. And then it's like, oh, what's that? Oop, there I go. Vroom, And then an hour later, or less, like 59 minutes later, I'd get drawn back with my new alarm. And then 2 minutes before I go, and then 58 minutes. But it came easier and easier for me to be focused on gratitude and less out here. That's what allowed things to be drawn in as well. So hopefully that helps. Looking good though, Olivier. Just that those old mindsets, they are screwed in tight in there, aren't they? I know. All right. So many blessings. That's what they have. And then Ashuman, you're up 5:49:51. There's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And what's coming towards you in love? You're currently single, all right? Based on your current energies, what's coming your way here? All right. Well, a little bit of alone time first with the 9 of Pentacles, but then the Lover's card. So you do have love headed your way here, but there is a little bit of solitary confinement you're in because there is some uh I guess wisdom that spirit is bringing you in reflecting. It's about letting go of, mindsets and emotions and energy and physical things that don't serve you anymore so that you can move your, love vibration, your self love, self worth to a higher vibration. So you draw in something different than you had been in the past. Because if we do what we always did and then we end up with what we've always gotten, and you're kind of done with that, right? So you're having this little pocket of time to kind of question, what do I expect? What are my expectations around, excuse me, who someone's supposed to be, what they're supposed to be in a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start, how it's supposed to unfold, how it, anything that sounds like should, supposed to, need to, must, energy is expectations. And those are the things that suck the living life out of a relationship because we end up focusing on what's not happening instead of having gratitude about what is happening. The more we focus on the what we love about what's happening, we get more of it. It's like going into a donut shop and you point out all the donuts you hate, all the things that are missing, you get a box of of donuts you don't love, or there's no donuts left. If you focus in on all the things you love, then you get a box of donuts you love, right? And that's what we're looking for, is a box of donuts. I must be getting hungry. But that is what they have for you right now. So, that comes first, and then the more you raise your vibration, the faster love comes towards you. Because lower vibration, slow moving, higher vibration, faster moving, right? So, hopefully that helps. And if you want some tidbits and different things, I do have a podcast series, a free one called The Easier Path, where we talk about a lot of different tools to help things come to us easier and how we can release things as well. So, enjoy if you desire. No expectations, just information. All right. And then May, you're up 552:46. So May, whoops, May. Here. Oops, let me undo that here. Just punching stuff. There we go. Let's try copy and paste. That tends to work better. So May, thank you for your donations earlier. And then you want to know, how does Max see you versus other women? Oh, wait. Um, that actually was your question from earlier. So I put it down there, and then you made a donation, I believe. So ixnay that. Zoom, zoom. All right. So we've got Stop Stalking Me, 553:28 is yours. There you go. And so, hello, sweet bruddaZEN. You're so sweet. Thank you. You want to ask, when will you get a tenant for the back house? All right, let's see here. We'll pull a when card here based on current energies. All right. There we are. So, wow, June 1st to June 10th. So it feels like here's going to be lickety split here. You got the 9 of Swords. So there's a little bit of fear energy here. But I mean, this is like right now, within the next 5 days, right? So there's great possibilities here. The 9 of Swords is about, if we focus in on, I need it, I want it, I must have it, I'm afraid we won't, that energy pushes it further away. So something you can do is have focus on, of course, you ask spirit, you can just ask once, right? Is all we need to do. If we start asking like every day and a lot, that becomes lack energy, which pushes it further away. So we ask spirit saying, hey, you know what? Can you send me a tenant, a perfect tenant in the perfect timing in the perfect way? And you hand it over to them. Then you can focus on gratitude for all the tenants that you've had, the things you've loved about the tenants that you've had, and the gratitude you had for those moments of things that you loved about them. And then that helps draw it towards you. And that's what helps with swords energy and that, because that'll block it. And when we have fears, that's what draws in our fears. So they're like telling you that that's what you can do to have that happen there. So I like that for you. Boom, boom, boom. Was that the 8th, 9th, and 10th, the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week? Maybe there'll be an interested party. All right. So that's what they have so far for you. So thank you and good to see you. Many blessings. All right. And then Maria P, you're up 555:48. Thank you for your donations earlier. Here is your timestamp for your free reading and a general for you for love and work. So love, and I want this one for work. So for love, yeah, we got the Page of Pentacles. This is an energy about, they're saying here with love in a lot of our relationships, a big piece of what happens is we find a more heightened sense of our true worth through them, because we tend to, of course, it's one of the buckets that we are pointed out at, is your worth is defined by other people's actions or non-actions, words or silence, when really that is not how we're defined. It points us back to us so that we'll turn inward and upward to find our true worth, which is rooted in the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. You're priceless. You're not this retail price of what other people will think and how it's constantly changing and, fluctuating depending on what's going on in their lives. And they see you through their filters. They don't see who you really are. So they're going through their whole journey and you don't know what's going on over there. You don't know what they're seeing when they look through their lenses at you. And you don't know who they really are because you're seeing them through your own eyes. So it's all points you back to your self-worth. And that's the journey that they're kind of nudging you toward, right? And then work, are you gonna get a hearts card? No, close. Queen of Pentacles. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. You've been getting the lot of Pentacles energy about abundance at work, but this one is, about because behind the scenes she's got cups, so there is cups energy below the surface with this one, which is your true abundance you're going to find when you look for something from your heart and not your mind energy. So they're bringing that in there. The abundance seems to be diminishing at the job that you're in now because it feels like your heart is making it more and more and more uncomfortable where you're at so that you will pursue your heart's desire there. So um, that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Cat Mia, 55828 is your timestamp here. So there you are. And then will you be able to find 99 or 100% one with help of TD and you? If yes, how? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, will you be able to find that? And then if yes, how? If not, what else can they tell you here? So is there success? Could be. There is an opportunity. You have the 10 of Wands here, which is an energy of it's a burden, or we can switch energy and it can be, to or harvest. So there's something about the energy focus that we have that can or cannot. Because if we're focusing on the lower vibration of need, want, lack, it pushes it away. If we focus on gratitude for, successes and what we do have, then it kind of draws it in here. What else can you know here? You got the 9 of Pentacles, which is, I feel like this is independent success. If that means something to you here, well, with help of TD. So this is without help. So it's possible without help, it says here. Because the 9 of Pentacles is the hermit journey, and you're alone with spirit here in the garden. So I don't feel here that you need help to do it, but it definitely depends on the energy that's being put forward. It's like, am I desperate? If I have a lack of need, a drive, it has to be, or am I grateful for the results I have? And then, we go that direction as well, right? So that is what they have for you, Katmia. So hopefully that helps. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Yash Kumar. I see your question. It is first come, first serve here. So please do not spam the chat. I see your question and I'll get to it in order, but I'm unless you want to make a donation, then you get prioritized. Otherwise, it's first come, first serve for free readings, right? So I'll get you on the list here in a moment. But I have 2 more that I'm completing, and then I have a donation. Stormborn, I see you, so we'll come back to you. I'm doing these 30 minutes of free readings, and then which I'm ending here. I have Minnie, Hill, and Gracie, and then I will be going to Stormborn for a donation, and then Hey, Plate of Spaghetti will be up after that, and then Yash, you'll be up after that. So, all right. But I do see your question, so, you don't need to put it out there anymore. Oh, thank you. All right, so we got Mini Heal up next. So Mini Heal, you're at 60202. There we go. So there's your timestamp and your current situation of your future spouse, what they're doing currently. All right, let's take a look here. So what's going on with your current spouse? What is happening here? All right, yeah. So they're going through a bit of a death and a rebirth here. And the Two of Wands, they're kind of like at a decision point in their life right now. And I feel like there's a significant ending that's happening in their life, and they're altering course to go into a different direction. But I do feel like this is them that's doing it. I feel like they are making a change in their occupation, like where they're working. I don't feel like they're changing what they're doing, just where they're doing it. And I feel like they have a great opportunity that they've been planning, and so they're planning the departure from one company and going into a new company. And so that's where they're at right now. They're getting things going, and it's part of their plans of, um, doing things that they love and going in the directions that like their big plans because they've got this. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this, and they're like, all right, here's phase one, boom. Then I'll do phase two and do phase three, right? So I like this. So I feel like they're in the midst of that big transformation, but a big planner. That's good energy to know about them, right? That they don't just go one day, oh, I'm gonna go do this. I feel like they're a bit of a organized. They like, they're flexible, but they're not willy-nilly about it. So I feel like that's what's going on with them right now. So hopefully that helps Minnie Hill. That's a little bit of a tidbit of what is happening, right? So many blessings to you. All right. And then Gracie, we got 60420 for yours. Here's your timestamp here. And so who's coming towards you in love next? All right, let's see. What can we know about them? Based on current energies, who's heading towards you next? Yeah, you definitely do have the Page of Cups. So it is a heightened love here that's coming in. I don't feel sometimes the Page of Cups can be someone returning to have a higher relationship, but I'm not sensing that here. I feel like this is a heightened relationship that you haven't had anyone like this before because you've been doing your, inner work and you've been raising your love vibration. So this new individual is someone that's being drawn in at that level. It's not anyone you've known before. It is someone with this Four of Pentacles that feels like home. So there's a big comfort level there, and it can be, I don't feel like huge past life energies, but I do feel like there is that comfort level of past life where, how you, when you meet someone and you just are like, why am I feeling so comfortable? They feel like home, and they feel familiar. And as you're, sharing that with that, and, you do all that, you know, um, openness, and that, sharing that as well. So, I like that. So I feel like that's who's coming in next. I don't feel like this doesn't have a feel of a forever, like the um, soul partner who you'd be with like for the rest of your life kind of energy. But I feel like it is, you know, a good familiar kind of energy that comes in, and it's a nice love energy, but I don't feel like it's a long, long, long one kind of, but it's an important part of your adventure. So I know. Right. So that's what they got for you, Gracie. So many blessings to you. All right. So Let me grab here. Let me make sure. So we had Cat Marie. We did all those. So Stormborn, let me get you on the donation list here. So Stormborn will be up next because the donations do get priority. So that's why they'll be up next. And then plate of spaghetti. I saw you there. You had come in first. And then Yash Kumar, then you're up. So that's where we're at here. And I'll get you on the free list here as well. Whoops. All right. So Stormborn up next, and then Plate of Spaghetti, and then Yash Kumar is where we're at, I do believe. Oh, what happened to my emails here? Hold on just a moment here. Sorry, be just a quick sec here. Something weird happened. Let's make sure nothing else came in here. Oh, okay, good. We are good. All right, false alarm. All right. So, Stormborn, thank you so much for your donation. You're at 608.17. So here's your timestamp. Give your donation a love and a like. So yay. Good to see you. Want to know, is Jordan really is he as happy as he's trying to make himself out to be kind of energy? Let's take a look here. Let me take a quick sip here, sorry. All right. So is Jordan as happy as he's making himself out to be? Let's take a look. We also want this one here. Below the surface. All right. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Two of Swords. And the Two of Swords is an energy of like, it's the power of the story. And I feel like the story changes. So I feel like sometimes, but sometimes not either, because the Two of Swords is the story changing, and going back and forth. You have the Four of Wands. We have the Three of Wands energy here. So there is joy and celebration, with the Four of Wands, which is that happy, happy energy. Then there's the Three of Wands, which the Three of Wands is a change of direction too, which that makes sense what we're just saying. It's like there's joy and then there's a off road. We go off road and then we get back on the joy road and then we go off road back to the joy road. So it's fluctuating there. So they are happy at times. Just depends on when you catch them, right? And then what else do we have here? We do have the High Priestess. Yeah, there is hidden things with the High Priestess. So there, there is the hidden and the unknown that's going on there. Of course, you knew that, right? This is good confirmation for you. I have the Wheel of Fortune, and at other times they do feel very fortunate, right? So there is that again coming in, and of course the Five of Wands, and then there's the heated rivalry, like the movie, like the TV show, right? But there is the drama and fighting too. So no one's usually ever happy 100% of the time, but I feel like it's like it could be worse. I feel like that's kind of how it is, right? Underneath the surface, we do have the Knight of Cups. So there is movement of emotion and the Knight of Wands. So, at the core, there is a lot of sharing of passion and sharing of emotion. So, I feel like that's like their barometer. It's not about, well, it doesn't mean I have to be happy all the time, But as long as this is existing somewhere, then that's fine, isn't it? And I feel like that's more, um, let's just say the bar is low. You know, it's kinda like they're reminding me, like, when someone says, "What are you looking in for someone?" Well, as long as they're breathing, the bar is low, right? It's like, it's okay, as long as that, but it's because they're not wanting high maintenance. That's their mindset. I don't want high maintenance. I want someone who's easily pleased. Like, I don't have to do a whole lot. I just have to show up and they're happy. I'm happy with that. And that's why they're happy, is because currently there's not, and they still have the 5 of wands, which is they still have arguments, and there's still that kind of stuff that happens, and there is drama, but um when someone doesn't expect a whole lot of you, it's easy, and it's a sort of happiness, right? Because I don't have to work hard at this, but you also, it's almost like you get what you pay for, right? If it doesn't take a whole lot, then it's not bringing you a whole lot of benefit either. So, you're like, well, you have the cheaper model, you're gonna get cheaper results too. So, hopefully that helps, Stormborn. That's what they got for you there. See what your fortune cookie says here. Get one of these healing energy oracles. And you have, yeah, be at peace. I like this. It says, I am unwavering in the face of fear. I come to my senses and embrace challenge. I am determined to think with gentleness and calm. I find inner silence and become a manifestation of peace. It's your new mantra for a while, right? Because, you know, we don't have to worry about them being unhappy or happy or whatever, because they're not a part of us anymore. You get to focus on your happiness, um, and not allow them, not to give away your peace and your happiness because of them, because they're not thinking about yours. So, it's okay for you to release any attachment you have, to defining your happiness or your peace by them if you want, right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. So hang in there. Many blessings to you. Then we got plate of spaghetti, 6/14/43. So plate of spaghetti. Here's your timestamp. And does Will still care about you? All right, let's take a look here. Tap into their energy. Got that in here. Do they still care for you? I feel like you're the high priestess energy, that she's a very emotional energy. There's a lot below the surface, right? But the high priestess, they're also, up in their high priestess temple, away from everyone, the 8 of Pentacles, focusing on their work. So I feel like this is like, there is care there, but they are so, and I think we had this the other night, right? They're so consumed with being alone and being away from everything, doing their own little work and working on that, that they're not focused outwardly. They're away in seclusion, you know. Um, and I feel like that's the important, not the important, but that's important to know, that this isn't about you. This is about where they're at and what they're going through, and they're doing their inner work and their transformation and working in on those, inner things. They're deep into their emotional state. So it's like when you're going to do heart surgery, you can't have your heart out there. You have to take it in. You have to close everyone off so that it's, you don't do open heart surgery in the middle of the cafeteria during lunch. You do it in a hospital with secure doors, in the, clean room, in the surgery area with all the supplies, right? And I feel like that's kind of the energy that I'm sensing with where they're at. So the if you're doing heart surgery, they kind of take it. It's almost like they have to go on, they have to stop the, something happening so that they can, fix it, and then they start it back up again. So hopefully that makes sense there, but that's what they got there for you, right? So many blessings to you. All right. And now, Yash Kumar, now you're up. So thank you for your patience in getting to your reading here. 6 hours, 17 minutes, and 9 seconds is your time step. So, and thank you so much for giving uh, a like. I appreciate that. So, you want to say, tell you about your future life partner. That's here. Uh, out wear Western outfit comfortably or bikinis without feeling any shame or not. Okay, let's look here. So Gupta. All right, let's take a look here. So tell you about your future life partner. Um, so first of all, let's ask about the wearing Western outfit or bikinis without feeling any shame. And then what else can you know about your future life partner? Free readings are just 1 to 2 card readings, so they're not as deep as others. So just an FYI. If you ever want a deeper dive, a donation gets you that as well. So are they comfortable? Well, we got the 6 of Cups energy. And that does feel like that they are comfortable because like kids, it's kid energy, which is like not childish, but kind of childlike where they enjoy doing dress up. I'll dress up in a Western outfit. I'll dress in a bikini. I'll dress up as a bunny rabbit. I feel like they enjoy it's kind of like a childlike Sagittarius, maybe fire sign kind of energy, but Sagittarius is kind of this fun energy though. It's reminding me of my dad who would in the days before 9/11 and everything, when people would meet you at, like, at the gate, he would show up in an ape mask way behind everyone else. I look for my dad, and I'm like, "Oh, there he is." Walk over to him, "Hey, dad." He was like, "How'd you know it was me?" And I'm like, "Come on." So I feel like they have that kind of playful energy that's there. What else about your future partner? Yep, Queen of Wands. That makes sense. Here's that fiery Sagittarius energy. So a very fiery, passionate individual, has an energy that just draws you to them like fire signs do. Very motivated. If they want something, get out of their way. They will get things done. They will move and do this. But I feel like they're very outgoing. Um, n- you know, Probably very beautiful with the Queen of Wands because all the fire signs kind of have that energetic draw, and they just have kind of that shows through in the beauty of who they are. So I do feel like that kind of energy is there. Very intuitive, um, a little bit, I wouldn't say a little bit like witchy, but they very connected to the spirit world. So, but a Spitfire kind of energy. I feel like that's what you need. All right. But that's what they have for you right now. So hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you and appreciate you. All right. So I think that is, let me just check my emails one last time here. I think that's all of my donations. Yep, that was that there. And I don't think I have anyone else. So that is it for this evening, everybody. If you haven't checked out my free podcast, of course, we do have. Here's the most recent one. And if you want to catch up on the entire playlist, the link is down in the description area of the video, or if you click on my name, you can go to my main page and it's at the very top, the easier path. And you can catch up on any of the previous sessions. Right now, we're in the middle of learning how to expand our spiritual gifts and our empathic abilities. But there's a bunch of other content in those as well. That just happens to be what the subject matter is in these next few. We're going to do 4 phases. So the next 3 are about the phases to expand our spiritual gifts. So enjoy that if you'd like. All right. But I will be back tomorrow night. What's today? Friday, right? So I'm like, "What day is it?" I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights. I'll be back tomorrow and Sunday. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. Sometimes you get much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. We'll see you.